Hi, everyone. As you know, the news of the week was that our dear friend, Dr. Peter Carmichael, passed away on Sunday morning. And it's been a rough week for so many of us. Many of us owe a lot to Pete, professionally and as friends. I'm struck by all of the social media comments out there that have very similar stories, not necessarily stories situationally, but in the sense that they're recounting the first time they met Pete, and he kind of came at them in a way that was helpful and encouraging. But most of all, the first time you meet Pete, you have this overwhelming feeling that you just met a friend who you've always had. You just didn't know it yet. And now is the moment that you learn that you've got a new friend. And it's nice to see all these stories about Peter coming out now. And you feel lucky that you knew somebody who meant so much to so many people, and that he made space in his life for you. And so I thought, well, I have to do something more than just do a video of me crying in the front seat of my car. And then I started to develop an idea as messages started to come in on all the platforms, comments, etc., emails. And the one theme that runs throughout them was, I didn't know Dr. Carmichael except through your show, which kind of surprised me because I knew Dr. Carmichael before my show. I didn't know him personally. I knew of him before my show. And when he accepted his invitation to come on the show for the first time, I expected to not even get an answer. But if I did get an answer, it would be a no. And I've told him this before. I might have told him on the show. I know I told him in private. But it was because of the scarves. Because he wore the scarves, I assumed that he's too good for me. And he wouldn't deign to come on a silly little podcast when he's been on the History Channel and Discovery and all these other channels that many people watch. What interest would he have in coming on my piddly little show? Because at the time, it was just starting. And not only did he graciously accept, enthusiastically actually, he also at the end of the show, the recording was very complimentary, and went a step further and said that he was going to set me up on his preferred, on UNC Press's book reviewers list. I'm not the first. I probably wasn't the last that he did that for, but it was a huge help to me. I just didn't know it at the time. At the time, I wanted to do a show about just the Battle of Gettysburg. That's it. That's all I was interested in. I wanted to really understand the Battle of Gettysburg. But as time went on, I started to look at this pile of books that were, for a few months in a row, just every week I'd get a new book in the mail, and they'd pile up. None of them had to do with Gettysburg. And I thought, well, I don't know what to do with these. So, excuse me. Then it dawned on me that Gettysburg, in fact, it was Pete who said, he asked if I had been getting books, and I said, yeah, I just don't know what to do with them. And so he goes, well, interview the authors. And I go, yeah, I know, but I do a Gettysburg show, and they're about other aspects of the Civil War. And he goes, no, don't you get it? Gettysburg is a springboard to learn about the rest of the Civil War. And you got a show about Gettysburg, and your audience is growing. And he's like, Dad, that's what you got to do. You got to do that. So they said, oh, okay, I get it. So I started to contact the authors. He helped me a great deal with that. And they surprisingly accepted the invitation to come on the show. And so that's how I began to populate my Patreon feed with those shows. And the purpose of Patreon became to further our education about the Civil War through various ways. But one of them is interviews with these authors who write these books for UNC Press and other publishers as well. But I don't get free books from all those publishers. Free things go a long way, folks. Anyway, it was a huge help to me because my audience grew because of that. And that was all Peter Carmichael's doing. And then he invited us to come and cover CWI. And for the first 2 or 3 years, well, let's see, this was our third one, I think. So for the first 2 years, I didn't really know how to cover it because it was such a big event. And I also didn't have the technology or the manpower to cover it with video and all that other stuff. And so by the third year, which was this year, I finally did. And I think it finally clicked with me. And which, you know, and so I don't think I ever really did it satisfactorily where it was worth him, you know, letting us in for free and also giving us meal cards so that we could eat at the cafeteria for free. But he kept inviting us back and we kept going because we had such a great time there. And so I thought, well, okay, if everyone knows him through the show, then the only thing I can really do is a compilation of some of his best appearances on the show. And he came on AG Today more than any other show because Pete, to me, was a guy who liked to laugh and he liked to talk history, but he liked to joke around in the middle of it. And that's a man after my own heart. That's what I like to do. I like to, no matter what it is, I like to just joke around about it. And so I loved when Pete came on the show. And I started looking through old episodes yesterday, not very much in depth because it was kind of hard to do. And because there were parts where I would laugh at a moment and my instinct would be to text him or call him and say, hey, remember this or whatever. And that's no longer possible. And so I couldn't do it. So actually, I'm recording this before I really pick any of the clips that you're about to see. I'm girding my loins and I'm going to go home and I'm going to just I'm just going to make myself do it so that we have something to watch. But anyway, I thought that we're going to do this compilation from AG Today of our friend Pete Carmichael at his best, I think. But by at his best, I mean he's a thoughtful historian. He's got an understanding of humanity, which not every historian does. A lot of historians are just cold, hard facts. And I know this because when I interview them and I start to throw humanity into it, they kind of look at me like a deer in the headlights. Like, what are you talking about? So Pete was unique in that regard. Like, there's very few who I am aware of that think that way. And Pete was one of them. And he thought about the people who were involved in this, not just the event itself and not just the statistics. But he also, you know, he could sit there and he can joke and he could do that inappropriate humor pretty well. Not so much on the show, but you know, he would dance around it on the show, I guess is the way to look at it. But I had a lot of fun with him, and I think you can see from what I was watching yesterday is that we really did have fun together. You can see it when we're talking, because when the other one is talking, most of the time we're looking right at the other. And I don't know what he was thinking, probably like, why am I lowering myself? But I was thinking, I'm waiting for him to slip up. I'm waiting for him to say something I can make a dad joke about. But I'm also like, hearing his words, and his words played in my brain like music sometimes. It was often the same feeling that I got from music, which is kind of it hits you right. I don't know how to explain it. But we had a lot of fun with Pete on the show. Back when Veronica was the co-host is when he first came on. And of course, most recently when Bethany was the co-host. It was the last time he came on a few months ago to promote CWI. And, you know, you never know. You never know when someone is going to be taken from you. And I've met a lot of great people doing this. He's one of the best. And he's leaving a big void in Gettysburg, in the history community, but most of all, in my heart and on the show. So let's try to laugh a little bit with our buddy Pete Carmichael on AG Today. Thanks.
You're back with Cam's Idol.
That was years ago.
Here's Matt.
Okay. We are back with our guest, Dr. Peter Carmichael. Welcome to the show, Pete. Okay, so what is the big thing that's coming up in a couple of weeks that we're here to talk about, among other things?
Yes, we'll talk about many things. October 8th, 9th, and 10th, we are sponsoring a conference, North Carolina, Gettysburg.
Okay.
And
the Civil War Institute is sponsoring the conference.
I was about to say that.
I should say that.
At Gettysburg
yes.
College. So Civil War Institute is part of Gettysburg College. We are not a separate entity. And we begin on the 8th at the Majestic Theater with Judkin Brownie of Appalachia State. He's published a few books on the war, including a really good book on the environment in the Civil War.
This is one of our favorite books.
And he's going to come and speak to you, or he already has?
Yeah, no, he's going to come on the show. We were just talking about this, Eric. We're going to have to figure out what to do here because he's coming on Friday. And we were just talking about making it a Thursday show because your wedding.
That sounds like a you problem, not a me problem.
Yeah. So we're not going to do a Thursday show that week, and we'll have to get someone else to run your...
I'm telling you, Judkin's voice is made for radio. Great Southern drawl.
I know.
But he is a tall man, a big man, and I'm sitting on a chair that is rather, I'd say, questionable. So you might want to get something before he arrives.
I think by then I'm going to get new stools.
That's a good idea.
Yeah, because it's becoming a liability.
Yeah. So Judkin's going to speak about North Carolina and the war in general, again, at the Majestic.
Right.
And then on Saturday, he will join us, and us being Scott Hartwig, former chief of interpretation here at Gettysburg. Ashley Lusky, she's long time at Richmond National Park, and she did her graduate work at West Virginia, and she's at CWI. She gives one of the best tours I've ever been on Iverson's Brigade. So she's going to carry that. And then we're going to do in the afternoon Cemetery Hill. We'll look at Avery's assault. Scott Hartwig will step up. And then at the end of the day, we'll be at Lower Culps Hill. We'll look at Johnson's attack. I'll be supervising during the entire thing. I'm quality control. That's what I do. Yeah.
There you go.
Because, as you know, Scott Hartwig is pretty unreliable. So, Scott, I'm sorry.
Gotta keep him honest.
Let the academic step in here.
Right.
Scott, you're missing the cultural orientation of the battle right now. Please let me, because that's what everyone's dying to hear.
Right, of course.
That's right. And then on Sunday, we are going to go to the North Carolina Monument, and we have Carol Reardon with us, and I believe Chris Gwynn, and I might be missing somebody. So that'll be Sunday morning. So we have some openings still left, and all you have to do
unfortunately, I have to be at Eric's wedding, so I can't speak.
You don't have to be. Do you
I'm
know
his best man.
Do you know what my daughters say? My daughters say, when you have to do something, and my daughters say, it's not Russia. Wait, what movie is that from? Come on, y'all can do it.
It's not Russia.
It's not Russia.
Oh God,
what movie is
I'm
that?
not a movie person.
Give me a like an era.
The Hunt for Red October.
No, it's a comedy, 1980s, and it is
Real Genius.
Chevy Chase.
Spies Like Us.
Yes.
No. Chevy Chase, Bill Murray. Yep,
Caddyshack.
it's Caddyshack.
Caddyshack.
I don't remember that line from
It's not
Caddyshack.
Russia. It's not Russia.
Oh, okay, well.
So that's my point. So you can come.
All right,
You
Eric,
can come.
sorry I won't be there. I'm going to this.
That's fine. I already got your gift anyways. Now I can save on the
I was
food.
going to bring more, but okay. Now I can save on the food. Damn right you can.
Well, speaking of food and Panera, that's what we were
Oh,
serving
no,
for lunch.
so
Who doesn't
food-
love Panera? The Panera cookies. What's your favorite cookie? It has to be the cookie.
well,
You don't get
better
the
say
apple. do you?
Katie's cookies.
I don't know. Oh, yeah, actually, the best cookies in the world are his future wife.
You better.
And normally, he brings a box for the guest, but
Well, you know, I figured it was just Pete Carmichael. Why cause a fuss?
Yeah.
Oh, jeez. Well, this is the last time he'll ever come on. So,
So wait. I want to go back.
Yeah, please.
Panera, you make your order. Please. You're not the guy that gets the apple. Right, because you get apple, chips.
At
or,
Panera?
Yeah.
Do
or
I look
chocolate
like the
chip
guy that
cookie.
orders an apple at Panera?
I'm giving you an opportunity to come clean. I bet you do get the apple.
I do not.
You get the apple, and then you ask the person who got the cookie, hey, can I have a little bit of cookie, right?
I'll trade with you.
No, you eat your apple, and then you eat your cookie.
And then I take the cookie because I can't get enough sugar.
Right.
No, I don't get the apple because they always have the red apple or yellow apples, and
Oh,
they
those
never have the
Washington
Granny
State
Smiths.
apples?
I like
Yeah.
Granny Smiths. That's the only apple I really like. And they don't have them.
He is
He's
weird.
weird.
That is weird.
Why is that weird? I like a sour apple.
That is weird.
Yeah.
Apples are sweet. That's
Yeah, I
the
don't
joy
like
of
them.
an apple.
But
You
they're
don't like
mealy. I like the meat of the Granny Smith.
Mealy?
Mealy.
Like
Wait,
with worms?
No, just mealy. Just there's too airy in there, you know.
What are you talking
I'm
about?
talking about
right.
Macintosh and Red Delicious and all the other ones.
Can we look up mealy right now? Because I truly don't know what it means.
Really?
Oh, here we
Well,
go.
not really. It's kind of yucky.
that
Is
context?
mealy yucky?
No,
I mean,
mealy
in
is
that
like
context?
a consistency. How do you
A
spell it?
yucky consistency. See, that's the
You're gonna
problem.
get Pete
Is it
Mealy.
is it
You
mealy?
should,
Yeah,
you
mealy.
should never use words you can't spell.
Mealy. Here.
There it is. That's
Okay, maybe mealy wasn't the right word. But what is mealy texture? Here we go. Definitions of mealy: composed of or covered with particles resembling meal or texture of consistency. It is left mealy residue. Okay, so mealy wasn't exactly the right
that's
word
fine.
for that.
Right.
But
don't
airy,
say.
not. It just doesn't feel solid to me.
So I've not been around you all very much, but I'm curious. I'm sure that you drink wine from time to time. I
Sure.
would love to hear your description, the vocabulary you employ with wine, right?
Charcoal mellowed.
Do you remember on The Office what Michael Scott said when he was drinking the wine? He said, "It tastes some oaky
Afterbirth."
Oaky afterbirth.
Yeah. And then Jim just looks at the camera and goes,
What? Let's hear that again. So we should get back to that weekend. Look,
Why bother?
Why bother?
It's
Exactly.
going to be a lot of fun.
Yeah,
isn't it?
exactly.
It's the
Do you do
world
this
being
on the
like
tours, like while Judkin's up there talking about North Carolina or something? Are you like injecting jokes?
I get in the back, right? And so I'm not so distracted to folks as well. But you know what? It's going to be a great day because we'll be out in the field. We all know how special it is to do that. And with people who know what the hell they're talking about, Scott Hartwig and Reardon and Ashley Lusky. I mean, I can't say enough good things.
It's kind of like an all-star cast.
I guess
Yeah.
that's
Yeah, it
let's
is.
be honest. And there's so many people around here who know so much about this place, and
Yeah.
it's in all seriousness, it's a joy to learn from them. I've been a sponge, and I know we've all seen from time to time people get a little territorial, and they say, I'm the expert about Company A of the 26th North Carolina on Willoughby Run. I'll give them that, but I'd like to believe that there's people that know a lot about that and other things as well.
Sure.
And so it's cool.
Yeah.
It's, CWI is 11 years that I've been here. I think we've made important connections with the licensed battlefield guides, with the park here, and
Most importantly, with us.
well, I was about ready to say that, but we'll see how this goes. I have to see how this goes first. Right?
I couldn't risk waiting for you to say it. I had to, because who knows? You might
Remind
not
you,
have.
yeah.
Well, I think we're going to have
That slipped your mind.
We're going to all be together in the summer, right?
Yeah, now the summer we're going to do so.
You're
So,
gonna come out in the summer.
yeah, originally we were going to try to cover this weekend, but someone had to get married.
Yeah, what the heck? Eric?
Yeah.
Hey, I'm so sorry. I am so sorry.
We
Apologize
just
to
want you-
Pete.
yeah,
I
we
mean,
want-
yeah.
You know what?
I'm looking forward to your wedding.
I love weddings. I'm not trying to get a late invite here.
You want to come?
Yeah, no, I'm tempted.
Actually, I have a +1. My +1 bails
So
on me.
this is going to make it or break it. Ready? What kind of music? What kind
Oh,
of
we
music?
have a DJ.
Oh, okay, that's better.
So it's
All right.
it's whatever you want.
Oh,
Yes.
okay.
Yeah,
I'm
everybody who got an
intrigued.
invite got.
That's true.
I'm intrigued now.
Hey, what's your song request? And like 3 people sent in song requests.
How about this? I like
Some of us didn't get invites. That's the problem.
I still haven't given you your actual invite.
Here's the link for what we want.
I'll tell you what.
You can come if you want.
I will give it.
We're not giving you an invitation.
I'll give you your invite at the ceremony. It'll be fine.
You know, I have the song that they're going to dance to, their first dance.
Where is it?
Yeah.
Where's that?
Yeah.
Where's it?
They're an odd couple.
Yeah, see how many more cookies you get.
Do you have a first dance?
I think so.
Picked out, like, it's not your.
Look, man, there are so many
guys
other
don't have a
things
song?
that I've been stressed about over the last month. That, like, the first dance song is way down at the bottom of the list.
What?
I would have been stressing over that the whole time, because that's going to set the course for your whole marriage.
Well,
Is it?
And frankly, I think you should pick something different from this.
Probably.
Yeah. I mean,
Well, he is a Yankee Doodle dandy, so maybe they could.
Oh my god. We're gonna play John Philip Sousa. That's gonna be it.
Sousa would be good, yeah.
Yeah.
Or
Absolutely.
this, you know, dearly beloved. We are gathered here today.
You know, Waylon's gonna be the officiant, right?
No, he isn't, is
Yes,
he?
he is.
Wow.
I thought you could be pretty much.
Anybody.
Pretty much.
If Waylon's going to be.
How did we get on the
I don't
subject
know. I don't
of my
know. This is
wedding
Pete's
as opposed to
interview.
CWI?
We're trying to convince Pete to come to the
I'm tempted.
Yeah. Listen, I'm telling you, I have a plus one. You can absolutely come and take, because I've already said this, someone's coming, but they backed out, so.
Open bar?
Of course.
Yeah.
You know,
It's mostly beer and vodka.
Who's driving?
I thought you were getting a hotel room.
Yeah.
Why are we
Yeah,
talking
I don't
about
know. We'll
this
talk
thing?
about this later.
Talk
I'm
about
sorry. Let's
his
get
thing.
back to the Civil War Institute. I'm sorry, Pete. I am so sorry. This is going to be a big
very
break for
tight
you.
ship we run here.
I know. All right, so back to the show.
Back
or
to
back
the
to
show,
the to the. So what the hell's it? I can't think of the word now.
conference?
Seminar?
Conference.
Program?
Thank you. I wanted to say
All kinds
symposium.
of symposium. It all works.
Conference.
Yes.
Back to the conference.
Yeah.
Okay, so this is all being done out on the battlefield
Well, so Friday night we'll be inside at the Majestic.
at the Majestic, but Saturday.
Saturday and Sunday is all day, and we're meeting over where Community College in the parking lot there.
Okay.
Oh,
Hack.
At Hack, they were
Okay.
meeting there.
And,
Get a bus.
from when till when?
It's all day, 9 o'clock to 5.
9 to 5.
Yeah, 9
okay.
to 5, and then on Sunday we won't have a bus, but we'll meet at the Carolina Monument.
So you could make it to the reception, right? What time's the
Yeah,
reception?
What time is reception?
Oh Christ.
Oh my God, seriously?
5?
Okay, he's
5.
not
It's at
lying.
5.
It's at 5.
It's at 5.
So yeah, you get like fashionably late.
Yeah,
Yeah, absolutely.
No,
That's fine.
Absolutely. Yeah.
Come on,
no.
come on. It's down at the battlefield bed and breakfast. In fact, everybody watch it.
Let's
Come
just
on.
go.
Yeah, everybody
Yeah.
come on. Now that we know exactly when and where my wedding is, everybody just show the hell up. It's fine.
I think this could be a good marketing opportunity for the conference. We are now having a free add-on. After our day in the field, it's an open bar. It's an open bar. Right. It's good. We have just now sold out. We're sold out. Yeah. And you know what we're going to do? We're going to take the profits and we're going to start a scholarship and we're going to name it after you.
Oh, there you go.
There we go.
There you
What do you
go.
think?
I love
It's great.
it.
I love
Love
it.
it.
I love it.
That's
Yeah.
nice.
It's all about the kids.
It is.
for
It's
the
all
kids.
all for the children,
Right,
Eric.
right.
Very nice of you, Eric. That's very kind. Thank you. Thank you so
Thank
much.
God Katie doesn't have Facebook. Thank God.
I'm sure she'll hear about it somehow.
Wedding's canceled.
Yeah, when random people start showing up.
Yeah.
Yeah.
She's like, what are all these nerds doing here?
I didn't invite these people.
Yeah.
I don't even know who the hell they are. So
We're here for the open bar.
But I am curious. Are you going to be wearing Civil War garb? or-
absolutely not.
Okay, thank God. Because I wouldn't go.
No.
That would be it. That'd be a deal
That's a
breaker
deal
for me.
breaker.
Right?
No.
That's the thing that'll do it for you.
Yeah,
That's
that's
it.
it.
Right, okay.
A lot of other things can happen, but no.
Yeah.
I
don't
have
like period weddings.
all of the
yeah.
stuff,
I
but I'm
usu-
not putting it on.
Well, I usually give a wedding and Civil War garb maybe 3 years, maybe at most.
Yeah.
What's your take on this?
Well, no, okay, so like that, it's the same thing with like people that dress as Trekkies for,
Yes,
you know,
absolutely.
It's the same idea, and I just wonder, like, Veronica, tell me, as a woman,
That's fair. Now that I think about it, my first wedding, I got married in Class A's, and that only lasted like.
but you were in the Army.
Well, yeah.
See now, okay, I was gonna say the only time getting married in Civil War garb is okay is if you were in the Civil War, and it was during the Civil War, and you were in the military,
Right.
that's like, okay, that's cool.
That's fine.
But I just don't get it. I don't get it.
So I have a question.
Okay.
Where does somebody go to sign up for this?
Oh.
I was trying to get it off of him and
Trying
back
to
to
get
you.
away from
Yeah.
it, get away
man.
from the
All right.
All right, I get it.
All right,
you
where
know
does
what?
someone-
That's a legit question.
Good. Yeah, go ahead.
And
then we'll get back to stupidity.
Then we'll get back to stupidity. So all you need to do is type in Google Civil War Institute, come up on our homepage, and it says Fall Conference. And all you have to do is then sign up.
Civil War Institute Gettysburg, because there's other ones, right?
Oh, you know what? Thank you. You're right.
You're
Civil War
welcome.
Institute at Gettysburg College, and we will come up, and then you'll see the list of our programs. There's the Fall Conference, and we should note what we're going to be doing in June, and that's
Yes.
the CWI Summer Conference. That's our flagship event. Second weekend of June, we have Gary Gallagher, Carrie Janey, Jeffrey
Gary
Wirtz.
Gallagher would not accept my invitation to come on the show.
You know what?
He's the keynote speaker for their Remembrance Day
I
this
know,
year
I
for the
saw
Lincoln
that.
Fellowship.
I'll
so
be
you might
talking
wanna-
to him.
yeah,
I'll
you might
be
wanna try to-
stalking
You know
him.
what? I'll
He
work
said he
on
would
him a little
reconsider.
bit. You know what? I'll work on him
Yeah.
a little bit. That doesn't really mean anything, but I'll try. I mean, I was one of his students, but
Yeah.
you know.
Be like, hey, he thinks that he's not Gettysburg enough. That's his defense.
Well, he certainly has some insecurities, like we all do, and I
Sure.
think that he understands that there are people here who know this battle extraordinarily well, and so he's assuming that this program
Yeah,
is going to be that. It's going to be in the weeds.
We don't know anything.
He's looking around the room like it's one of us.
Right,
that
it's
knows
not.
So much.
We know nothing. We're
I was
just
doing the poker face.
Yeah. Oh yeah, we know a lot. Yeah. Oh, yeah. No, I don't know shit. Okay, that's why I'm doing this. I'm trying to learn.
But this second weekend in June, it's Brooke Simpson's also going to be there as well. So we have a really good lineup. And the thing about the conference is that it really has something for everybody. We do military, social, cultural, civilian. We do a lot of battlefield tours. We leave Gettysburg as well. And of course, everyone gets to live out their dream. They get to stay in a college dorm. And who in the hell doesn't miss those wonderful mattresses? And
God.
and the rubber little sheets they put on?
Oh yeah.
Jesus Christ.
Oh, lovely.
Yeah, you don't
No
have
air
to-
conditioning.
No, some do, some don't.
okay.
Right?
Okay.
Yeah. But you don't have to stay in the dorms. So you don't have
Thank
to
God
do
I
that.
live right around the corner. And I don't have to do that.
You could just see the people who stay in the dorms and they just look absolutely haggard, right? After a night of horrible sleep, right? But then they liven up, and it's a really good atmosphere. It's, I would say, jovial in a different way that we're jovial, but it's still
Right.
it's a lot of fun, a lot of nice people, and it's a really good thing.
Ladies and gentlemen, if you want to call and ask a question to our guest, the number is, what is the number? 717-420-1978. It's at the bottom of your screen there. Okay, so what do you want us to do in the summer when we come out there? Because I'm going to clear out the whole weekend, and we're going to do whatever we can do.
Well, I think the first thing that you should do is interview many of our faculty members
I like that
after they've
idea.
given their talks, and you can, of course, go in all kinds of directions with them. And I think they'll be eager to do that because, let's be honest, everyone likes to talk about themselves, their work, and especially their books. So you'll have, I think, a really interesting cast of characters to talk to. And I hope you'll go on the battlefield with us. Our major Gettysburg event is, I think you'll enjoy this because of your tiny town tour this weekend. Our tour is from battlefield to field hospital. Follow regiment. I'm doing with Jen Murray. Have you heard Jen Murray on the show?
Not yet.
Oh my God, yeah, you got to have her. She's great. Yeah, she's wonderful. So we're going to do the 18th Virginia. It's Garnett's brigade. So we'll do Pickett's charge, and then we'll go off to the field hospital and talk about the aftermath of the battle. Someone's doing a regiment from Sims's brigade, Barksdale's brigade. We got 2 federal regiments as well. And so those are the kinds of things we'd like to do, meaning hit this experience from different angles. And yeah, it's great. We also do something that is called dine-in. So the guest attendees, they can sign up to have lunch with one of our faculty members who has a topic and maybe some documents, and everyone has a little lunch, and then they sit down and they have an intimate conversation with a faculty member. It's really important to capture a spirit, and in all honesty, sort of like what we're doing here, man. You want people to be relaxed and just to enjoy themselves, and at the same time, get that opportunity to talk to folks, people that they've read their books or they've seen them speak somewhere else, and so there you have it.
Yeah.
We have
go
one
ahead.
question from the comments section.
All right, go ahead.
Do you think the CWI will ever have an online program for distance learning?
We have talked about that since the day I've been here. I've been here for almost 11 years now. the problem is the upfront cost is extraordinarily high. And I think that...
Well, yeah, because you have to buy like the software and subscription to whatever service it is.
That's right. And then you also have to have the faculty members that are going to be dealing with that, who, of course, my primary responsibility, which I absolutely enjoy, is working with my own students. So
Sure.
you start to divert, what resources we have. It makes absolute sense that we should do it. It's just a real question of whether we could ever find the resources. Because at the end of the day, it's got to be profitable as well. So I think we need to think more creatively. I'd like to see us do something that is kind of along those lines, a special 1 week, very intense examination of the battle. But before that examination would take place, that the attendees would sign up the previous academic year, and there would be readings and there would be discussion, and they would do their own research project, so that when we then came together during the summer, these people would already be ready to go. And I think it would be elevated is not the word I'm looking for here, but it would be, I would say, a different kind of experience, a little bit maybe more, I'm going to use this word on I hate using
Mealy?
Mealy. It's very mealy. My ex-wife used to use that word a lot. I think she was referring to me. I'm mealy. I think that's what she meant. What's with the apples? Pete, you're mealy. But that's a scholar. If you're an academic, that seems to fit, right? He's a mealy academic.
Yeah, that works. Mealy-mouthed.
Mealy mouth. Yes, that's another one.
No, what was the word? You weren't going to really say mealy.
I was going to say scholarly, and
okay.
Just, it's like ether coming out of my mouth. Everyone now who's been listening and watching, they just fall asleep. Scholarly. Folks, come and have a scholarly exploration into the battle.
But it's a lot of fun because the people that listen to this show, listen to all these podcasts and everything, and follow the Park Service's YouTube page and all that, like they love this stuff. They can't get enough of being out on the battlefield, and having people such as the cast of characters you've not characters, the all-star cast is what I meant to say, that you've mentioned for both October and June. I mean, that's like nerd heaven for a lot of people, to hear these people who they've read or who they heard about or something, and actually be on the battlefield with them and hear them talk about what happened on the battlefield. It's pretty good stuff. And let me tell you, Veronica, I think you were the first one of our little group to read an environmental history of the Civil War.
Yeah.
And you told me about it. And I had it because you got me on the mailing list, the reviewer list. And so I said, okay, yeah, let me check it. So I got it off my shelf. I started reading it, and it was great. And then we had Judkin and Tim on the show, I don't know how, a couple of weeks or a month or so later. And they were great on the show. But like I tell everybody, you got to read this book.
It's a really good book.
Yeah, it's a great book.
Yeah.
It's a really good book.
And it kind of like just takes the romance out of the war, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Between your book, I think I told you this, between your book and their book, the whole romance of like, the whole Hollywood idea that we have of war is just completely ruined, which is good.
And I think for both of us, there's our books bring a greater awareness to the physical environment, the power of the physical environment, and that we too often want to see these individuals, soldiers, men that could, in fact, rise above circumstances, and that we see, of course, that just wasn't possible.
Yeah.
But we come to a place like Gettysburg, and the pastoral landscape, it plays upon our heroic view of war. And so these men suddenly transcend the place, the environment. And that physical world is so crucial. And Judkin Brown's book and Tim Silver, the co-authors, it's outstanding.
Yeah, it is.
It's really, really, really good.
It really, it's too short.
I thought the same thing.
I wanted more.
I'll just be honest. This morning, I needed to see it. I was giving a tour on food culture and the battle, and I don't really know very much about that. It took me forever to find the book, Judkin Brown's book, because it's a small book.
Yeah.
It covers, though, a hell of a lot, and it
does.
Very well written. It's really good.
I'm hoping their second edition will have like another 150 pages or something.
Yeah, probably not.
No. Well, like a man can dream.
But it goes back to Veronica. We had I was eavesdropping, what you were doing this weekend, and you said, I was interested in civilians and now the soldier stuff. But you know what? You are exactly the kind of person that comes to CWI, broad-minded, interested in a wide range of things, and sees the connections between it. It doesn't say, I just do military history, or I just do the social stuff, I just do civilian. That is just nonsense. Those are all boundaries and borders. We don't need that anymore.
Right.
And so going to the photography thing, man, that's elemental to understanding what this war meant to people. Elemental. So all that's good stuff.
So anybody can go. You don't have to be a super nerd. You could be a beginner like Ronnie.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Right?
Yeah.
You're not a
What,
beginner.
you're not a beginner?
No, she's not a beginner. She's going to the
No, I'm a
photography,
beginner.
man. I got to defend her, man. It's just some serious
Just gonna
stuff.
fangirl over like Tim Smith and Phil Frazanito.
You're-
and, yeah, Gary.
You're
everyone.
not a fangirl, or you
No,
are?
I'm going to.
Oh,
I'm
you're
going.
going.
That's
Yeah, yeah.
I want a fan club. I don't have a fan club yet.
No, you
I want
did,
groupies. I
except
want
Eric's,
groupies.
We can work on that.
Eric's
I'm a
wedding
groupie.
ruined it
Yeah.
because
I'm sorry.
we were going to
Speak for
establish
yourself.
the Pete Carmichael fan club
I need
on
groupies.
October 9th. But
Yeah.
Eric just
I need
like
Eric had to
you
get
know.
married.
That's fine. There will be plenty of self-flagellation when I get home.
So Pete, I have a
Oh,
question
wow.
actually. The Civil War Institute, is that I mean, do kids get a degree in that, or what exactly is the Civil War Institute at Gettysburg?
So we do have a minor in Civil War Studies, and so that I do oversee that program, and it obviously is centered in the American Civil War, although they take classes that give them an interdisciplinary look at the war. They begin with a standard introduction to the class. I have 30 students in my class this fall. We run 2 sections. Carol Reardon is teaching the other section.
Oh, wow.
It cracks me up. You know, these first-year students, they have no idea. They have one of the preeminent
Right.
military historians of her generation.
And they don't care. They don't even know.
They do care, but they don't know.
But they don't know.
Right. But she's sure so I'm not going to tell them.
Sure.
Those, right?
Well, yeah.
So we have that introductory class, and then we do a wide range of things, right? So we have a class on Gettysburg and history and memory. We have classes on leadership. So there's ways that students can immerse themselves in the Civil War. But we still insist that, you know, they look at this subject from a broad historical context. So the Institute, though, I think what I'm most proud of regarding the students is the Pohanka Internship Program. This honors Brian Pohanka. I'm sure many of your listeners and people in your audience, they know of him. Died tragically of cancer, and his family. They have endowed, they just reached the $1 million mark. And we, because of their generosity, we place between 25 to 35 students during the summer at historical sites, almost all Civil War, from Vicksburg all the way up to Boston. And what an experience for these kids. They get a nice stipend from the Pohanka Endowment, and the national parks provide free housing. We're on the front lines of history. So for the cynics out there, you say, oh, young people don't care about the past. And it's just not true. It's certainly not true at Gettysburg. And
No.
so I go out every year to Gettysburg, to Fredericksburg, and see our students. And listen, even if I happen to write a great book, but that's not
Which
gonna
you
happen.
did.
No, I mean a book that's really going to stick, right? Like let's pretend like it's David McCullough kind of book,
Oh,
right?
okay.
Right?
Yeah,
Right?
yeah.
Right?
Nobody
that
can do
kind of,
that,
right?
yeah.
David McCullough kind of book, right? But you know what? That fades, that passes. In time, it does.
Yeah.
I mean, who reads the Beards? Charles and Mary Beard back in the 20th century, man, they were it. Hell, you probably haven't, most of the people haven't even heard of them. But what won't pass, won't fade is this Pohanka program. It will always be there. It will always be channeling these young people to work at historic sites. And to see them out in the field, man, it's so much more rewarding than anything in terms scholarly that I can
And we're
ever
going to
do.
have some of them on
Yeah,
the show a couple of weeks or early November, I think. Right, Eric?
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
the beginning of November.
And that's going to be a Patreon episode, I believe, not a live show, right? No, it's
Yeah,
going to do a
no, it
Patreon.
is for a Patreon.
Yeah.
episode.
So we're going to talk to them and see what it's like to be what you have one of our he was going to be here, but he doesn't have transportation. And so he takes the bus down, but the bus schedule, I don't know what his deal is, but Owen, you know
yes.
Owen.
Yeah, of course. Owen.
Yeah.
He's a wonderful kid. He's in my intro to Civil War, 8:30 in the morning, Tuesdays and Thursdays.
I hope you really bust his balls.
Yeah,
Like,
absolutely.
give him a hard
I just
time.
go right after.
Ride him hard. He
Right.
thinks he knows everything, and just make him realize he knows nothing.
Nothing.
Crush his
Yeah,
will to
crush
live.
his will. Make him question all of his choices. You know, be tough on him. He needs to be slapped around a bit. So, you know.
Well, as you know, that's what happens in the academy. We're not gentle people, right?
No.
Everyone says that we are nursery, right, and nurturers.
Can't.
Come
No.
on. No,
Not here.
it's-
Not
no,
here.
I can't. No.
No, we rough the kids up here at
Right,
Gettysburg.
because unlike this place, this is a non-judgmental zone that I am in right now. And it's refreshing for me. In the
Yes.
academy, I'm always a little uneasy, but
No.
But here, you know,
Listen,
it's not
we will
judgmental.
accept anyone in this place. I mean, seriously. Mike Lentz raises his hand. Hello, Mike.
Poor Mike.
I know.
I
know.
I
We
feel
tease
for
him.
Mike. I feel for
What kind of product do you use in your hair? A lot of people are
You
wondering.
know what? I use a range of things. I started in my youth. I used to
Coconut
use
conditioner?
mousse. I do. Absolutely. I do some coconut conditioner. It's nice. Gives a nice smell as well. And then I just go to hair gel, right? I mean, just get a little product in. You call it product these days.
Right.
You got to call it product,
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
And so my hairstylist, who's my best friend, I met him when I was in grad school at Penn State. He still has his salon there. And I want to note salon. Any man in his right mind should not go to a barber shop. You go to a salon.
Really?
Absolutely. Yeah, don't let a barber touch your hair. And so my friend, he's the one that recommends the product for me.
So and he has a sorry.
Salon,
Forgive me.
not a
The
barber
look on
shop.
his face when I almost said
See,
barber shop.
I'm going to leave. Say it one more time. I'm done.
Matt doesn't listen to
I'm
me
done.
either.
I'm
Don't
done.
feel bad.
I'm done.
Sorry. So he has his salon up in
State College.
State College.
State College,
So you
yeah.
go all the way up there to get your hair done.
I do not.
He comes to you.
No, on occasion when I'm up there, but he recommends the product for me. I have someone here in Gettysburg who does my hair. I struggled. I had a hard time finding someone, and I will admit on live TV, right here it goes, I used to drive to Georgetown to get my hair cut.
Really?
Wow.
Oh, God.
That's dedication.
I'm a prima donna.
Yeah.
I am an effete academic. And yes, I am a prima donna. Right. I'm a prima
Wow.
donna. I made it kind of a day out for the guys' day out. Go to Georgetown.
Guys day out and you go and get your hair done?
Go to Georgetown, get your hair done. Maybe you know what? Okay, what I'm going to.
What do you sit there with those dryers on your head, reading the paper,
I am
gossiping?
You know what? I'm going to take you to a salon. You don't do that stuff.
He doesn't even have
Wait,
hair.
I can't. He's got. Oh, okay. Well, all right. Didn't know that. Okay. Well,
Come on now.
Okay.
I mean, he could get a mani-pedi.
Here, you know what?
That's true.
Here's a plan B. For my Father's Day, my wife and my children, they know me and they accept me. And they got me a gift certificate to a salon in Georgetown for a facial, and I loved it.
Really?
Oh, it's fantastic. So we'll go do facials together.
Okay. Very good.
Yeah.
Very good. We'll go do what mud? Is it mud or what? The cucumbers on the eyes?
They
and all
didn't
that?
do that. No, they do a lot of steaming. You got to get those pores cleaned. It's good stuff, man.
Is there really
You'll
a
like
thing?
it, yeah.
I mean, you do look young.
Well, thank you.
Yeah.
Because I'm not. But I
Right,
appreciate you
exactly.
saying
That's my
that,
point.
Yeah. think of me as sort of the George Pickett of Civil War historians.
Okay.
Right? It's kind of a
A dandy,
curling
sure.
his hairs, right?
And then that brings me to my next question.
Yeah.
I noticed today you're not wearing your signature scarf. Is that only during the winter?
Mostly it is because it's just still too warm for that, right?
But
I do like scarves.
Yeah, but that's your look.
It is, and it just sort of happened. My wife was responsible for it. She got me my first scarf, and
Good
it was
job.
just from there. And I just love scarves
Yeah.
and scarves and shirts. No, I'm an absolute materialist. There's no doubt about it.
Well, good. So you've got the scarf thing. I mean, that has become your look, though. Like people know you as the scarf man. That's what
Right.
they call you around town. Scarf man. Oh, scarf man was in for lunch today.
It could be a lot worse, couldn't it?
It
So
could.
yeah.
It could.
It could be. Yeah. So yeah. No, I guess it is my thing.
It is. It's
yeah.
your like your brand.
card, yeah.
It's my
your
brand.
calling card. Yeah.
It's my calling card. Yeah, because you know what? If you can't stand on your ideas and your work, then that's what you do, right? I got to get noticed somehow.
That's right.
Right.
That's right. It is scarf.
It's kind of the only child in me, right? Notice me. Notice
Right.
me. Right. That's,
Yeah, look at me. And you have a different scarf every time, and they're always very nice
I
scarves.
do. I have a bullpen of them.
Yeah, these
Absolutely.
aren't Walmart
No,
scarves.
no,
These are
no,
like
man, these are
cashmere and
they-
silk and
Yeah, I don't know if I have many
Chintz.
cashmeres, but they're nice.
Yeah, they
They're
are nice.
Nice scarves. And again, I've got my fashion consultant, my wife, and so I'm fortunate in that regard.
she does a good job with that.
She does, absolutely.
And finally, before we take our
If word
break,
gets back to her that we approve, I'm sure she'll sleep well tonight.
oh yeah, that's what she's been wondering.
right.
She's like, do those guys like the way I dress,
I
Pete?
wonder what they think about my attire for Pete.
Yeah, I just hope they don't pick on the way he dresses because it's all me and his friend in Penn
Well,
State.
I am colorblind. Brown, green, red is my dangerous colors. So I don't know how I did today. I did this all on my own.
Well, it's perfect. You got a
I'm
purple
very
shirt
casual
on.
today.
And
This is not purple.
what are
You
the
don't even know what
I'm colorblind
is.
too.
Your outfit looks very curated.
My outfit, if you've not noticed,
Yes.
is Morgan Bryan. Not that you should have heard of her. She is played on the Women's World Cup team.
Okay.
She's won 2 World Cups. She played college soccer at the University of Virginia. Happens to be my cousin. I bring this up, it connects to the Civil War. And I said to her, you're at UVA. I hope you're going to take some history and maybe some Civil War history. What do you think? Nothing. Nada. No history. That's impossible. You should not be allowed to get through UVA. So
It's not a requirement?
Apparently not for soccer players.
Not for soccer.
And she is good, but she really, really good. She won what
she would have been better with history.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
So in my act of retaliation, I was at UVA doing some library work outside the Alderman, right? That's the main library at UVA. I took a selfie. You see the Alderman behind me. I put it on her Facebook page. I said, at least one member of our family knows where the library is located at UVA. She was unfazed by that, of course. Unfazed.
Now, were you a soccer player?
I'm from Indiana, and I was so old that soccer was
not a thing.
Starting. Interestingly enough, little fun fact about me: my father's Ecuadorian. My parents my dad met my mom in Indiana, came up from Quito, and of course he wanted me to play soccer. Parents got divorced when I was young. I didn't meet my dad, my biological father, until much later. But my grandfather and my mom would always tell me, "Do you realize if your father would have stayed, you would have played soccer?" It's the worst thing in the world because, of course, Indiana is a basketball state.
Sure.
Right. So they're like, yeah, you dodged a bullet, son. Your dad abandoned you, but hey, you're not playing soccer. He didn't abandon me. Or maybe he did. Just a little bit. I'm not sure. That's another story.
My brother-in-law is Ecuadorian.
No way.
Yeah.
Cool.
Part Ecuadorian and part Polish.
Yeah. Nice mix.
Yeah, his father still goes down there to Ecuador.
I've not been, but I am intending to do that maybe even next year.
When he has to get medical treatment, he goes there, pays cash for like a third of what it costs here, and it's like boom, 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 you're done. It's wonderful.
Wow. Well, just think what I'll do down there. I'll have all kinds of facials I'll get down there.
I guess, if that's what you want to do, Pete.
Half the price, quarter of the price. It'll beat Georgetown prices, I'm sure.
And in Philippi, West Virginia, there's a college there. Do you know the name of it?
I do not.
I'll tell you right now. Actually, my friend Cam will tell you.
Aldersman Brodesson.
So,
what in God's name was that?
Aldersman Brodesson.
Broderbrun. Duh.
That's it. You never heard of it?
I have not.
Well, it's there.
Aldersman Brodesson.
What's it really called? It's Alderson Brodus.
Brodus, I think.
Right?
Something like that.
Have you ever heard of it?
I have not. No. I've been there.
Aldersman Brodesson.
And you never saw signs for Alderson Brodesson?
I did not.
That's too bad.
Because everyone's there to look at the covered bridge, right?
Right.
That's where the fighting occurred, I believe.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. There for the covered bridge.
Oh, no,
Yeah.
we've heard all about it.
Yeah. But yeah. All right, so we're going to take a break because we went over there, but stick around and join us for the rest of the show, and we'll talk about a bunch of stuff, okay?
Sure.
We'll be right back, ladies and gentlemen.
Oh, boy.
I don't know. We're getting... I went over the line. Okay, whatever.
Me love you long, Tim.
Let's see. We got some emails here. We're going to get some listener emails in here. This one here is from our buddy Dave over at TR Historical. You'll notice that when we do a special episode that, maybe has only one guest or something, like when we did the Chris Gwynn thing, ladies and gentlemen, it was there was no commercial break. It was brought to you by one sponsor. And Dave at TR Historical sent this in. He says, Matt, just wanted to say thank you for your support in helping me grow my business through the sponsorships. I'm looking forward to the results, which are likely to keep coming in through the year as the shows are listened to. Also, as I said before, I'm a huge fan of the quality content and I'm delighted to see your unique brand grow into new shows, events, a book club, etc. He mentions the book club. Veronica and Mike, you're both in the book club, and we had our first, or you guys had your first one. Was it last week already? Was it a week or 2 weeks ago?
Yeah. Well, it'll be 2 weeks this coming Wednesday.
Okay, so this Wednesday's the next one. So you do them every other week.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
And how many people were in the first book club meeting? 34 or 35.
Yep.
That's
That's
crazy.
fantastic.
On
Yeah.
the Zoom, I
Fantastic,
mean,
yeah.
there are about 50, 55 that are actually signed up for the email chain
Right.
and that participate, but that actually were able to participate. And
That's a lot more
it's
than
a lot
I expected.
because we have people literally in Hawaii, I mean,
Yeah.
all across the country. So
Yeah.
the time zones are a little bit difficult. Stuff
Right.
we do it at 8:30 in the evening Eastern time. So it's still kind of
So how'd you do this? Zoom?
Zoom.
Really?
Yeah.
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 That's great. What was the
There's-
book?
We're actually reading Stephen Sears' Gettysburg just as a start, like
right.
a jump off point.
Yeah.
But the gentleman that's pretty much like coordinating it, Steve Byers, is doing a phenomenal job. He's an educator, high school teacher, and he obviously put a lot of work into it, kept the conversation flowing, and
That's what I'm hearing. He's like a really good host.
Yeah.
Right. That's good.
So when's War for the Common Soldier? I guess that's next.
Yeah, well,
it's actually it is on the list of things. We came up with a list of a couple of them. That one, environmental history, and then other Gettysburg books too. But I was like, you got to get these two in because like people got to get an idea of like what it was like just for the guys and just their everyday life.
Right.
So those are the two books.
I really wasn't trying.
No, I know,
but right now I feel embarrassed. I feel shamed. You can't be a real academic if you're actually promoting your work, right? Because we want our stuff to be obscure and not read, right? That's the hallmark of a genius, right? It's so brilliant.
Yeah.
Nobody can make sense of it.
Yeah. Well,
that's still my pet peeve in my field. I hate that. Right? This person is so convoluted in how they speak. Well, there's something so great that it's unreachable, right?
Yeah.
Right.
It doesn't happen a lot, but it happens too much, right?
Do you get like shit for promoting your stuff?
No, not really. I mean, no, absolutely not. Especially not in the department at Gettysburg College.
You're a famous guy, though. What kind of shit do you get from people? I mean, you've been on TV shows. You've been, What do people say about you or to you that is mean?
Well, you'll get things that usually lost causers will come after me pretty hard.
Of course.
But that's
they come after everybody.
They come after everyone, but even
they're just mad they lost.
Well, they are a little upset, right? I get it. So I try to be sensitive to them in all seriousness. I try to acknowledge their point and try to sort of, at the very least, create a conversation. I never try to go, in a sort of a direct counterattack at what they're saying. It just doesn't get very far at all. But I usually sort of crumble under when somebody recognizes me and then say something completely idiotic that then makes me look like I'm a pompous ass. I'll give you a quick example. I shouldn't be jealous because my wife makes fun of me all the time. Now everyone can make fun of me. I was walking down the street in Gettysburg and this guy's like, "Oh, Dr. Carmichael, this." Like, I don't care for that. I'm just Pete, right?
Right.
Instead of just call me Pete. No, I had to say, "Oh, wait, it's not Dr. Carmichael. That's my TV persona." What the hell does that even mean? As soon as I said it, and of course my wife was there to hear it, so someone, of course, it's forever. So yeah, people come up and they're super nice, right? And it's all really about the conference. It's all on C-SPAN. I mean, who would have ever thought? People actually watch C-SPAN 3. Right? But seriously, they actually do watch it.
Sure they do.
So yeah, no, of course it's gratifying.
I mean, that's really the only place you can find history anymore. Is C-SPAN.
You're absolutely
not the History Channel.
No, not at all.
But we've seen you on the History Channel, though. We've seen you on shows.
I've done some stuff for them.
Yeah,
I did one thing for them that I'm just if I had the money, I would pay to get it taken off air forever. It was some Gettysburg show, and the director was like, "Come on, man, you got to give more of yourself." I'm like, "What? I'm a historian, not an actor." So I'm trying to listen to the director, and I just look like you can only imagine. So there's been, one or two experiences where you're like, that wasn't so good.
Yeah.
I did something for the Battlefield Trust before they were the Trust, and I was having a bad day, and Gary Edelman was filming me, and if he ever uses us outtakes,
he's just like, use your hands, man.
Use more hands. You need more energy, Pete. But I used a lot of bad language, which he got, because I kept messing up, and I was getting more and more pressure. But after a while, just get used to it.
Yeah, you're a human being like everybody else.
Like everyone.
Do people give you shit about your scarves?
No, I mean it means more to them than it does to me. I mean, it's just kind of a scarf. I like the look.
That's how I knew you before I knew you.
It's a scarf.
It was like, there's Pete with his scarf again.
Well,
Dr. Carmichael.
But see, there you go. That's the point. Even wearing that, I don't like to be perceived as this aloof academic, Gettysburg College, but then look how I dress. I mean, come on.
It's mixed. I'll be okay. Absolutely. Let me be honest with you. Before I met you,
he's a pompous ass.
I thought you were a pompous ass because of the scarf.
Right.
Okay.
But quite approachable.
Right.
But it was like, but then I met him.
He's like just a dude.
And it's like a nice guy. And then I called him Dr. Carmichael when I met him. He goes, "That's Pete."
Right.
And I said, "Well, now I feel weird." Because you went through all the trouble to get that doctor before your name, We call her Veronica Brestensky Esquire because she went to all the trouble to get that Esquire.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
The one scarf a story I remember at WVU, walking in to teach my class, and there's a big circle of dudes, right? And this is like, it's like high school. You know what's going down, right? There's a fight. I'm the faculty member. I have got to step in, right?
Yeah.
So I step in, and one of my favorite scarves, it's a colorful rainbow, right? So I've got that scarf, and I swear I think it saved my life. I got in front of this guy who could have kicked my ass in a second, and I said, I had to do it, right? I'm the professor. I said, listen, man, you need to walk away from this because it won't go down well for you. And I'm sure he looked at me and thought, man, this is a feat academic. I can't possibly, like, it's too easy.
Right, right.
So the scarf saved my life. He saw the scarf saved me.
Well, good. Thank God. Well, maybe we should all wear scarves then.
Absolutely, yeah.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and all the ships at sea. It is Address at Gettysburg today, and here we are. Veronica's not in today, so filling in for her is the one and only, you might be able to guess this just from the scarf I'm wearing in his honor, Peter Carmichael. Welcome, Pete. I wore this for you.
Very nice.
And
lovely.
It's killing me. It's hot as hell, so I have to open it up.
Is it handmade?
No, I got it from that store. Feel
Man
it.
store.
No, not the man store. Feel it.
What is it?
It's nice and soft, right?
It is nice and soft.
Yeah.
It's not wool. What is it?
I got it from this. I think it's alpaca. Yeah, it's A&A, right by the Thai restaurant.
Right next to Thai, across from Christ Lutheran Church.
Yes,
they've got some nice stuff there.
They do.
Yeah.
They have a good men's section.
They have excellent men's. Good cologne.
Cologne.
Nice bracelets as well.
Like
is that your bracelet? Did you get your bracelet?
I got my bracelet there. Yeah, like last year. Yeah, stainless steel.
Yeah,
and. Then I got this because I need a good scarf, and this. The problem is I get fuzzies all over the place. Yeah. It sheds a lot.
What about your bath salts? Did you get that there?
No, I have not. No, I have not gotten bath salts.
Yeah,
I can't
people's faces off.
Not those bath salts.
Oh,
I can't take a bath or go swimming for 2 weeks because I had a little minor surgery this week on my leg. And I guess the stitches are the ones that just dissolve and fall out. So I can't be soaking because then they'll dissolve too soon and then I'll have this gaping wound or I don't know what it is. But so I can't enjoy bath salts until a week and a half from now. What, Owen? What is this? This is what? What?
Was it cancerous or no?
Use your words. Jesus.
Well, that was the one you brought up at dinner.
I know. No, okay, so here's what I had. I had a cyst on my left leg, on my thigh. They removed that. Not cancerous.
Okay, good.
I had a thing, tiny little thing, that was very hard that grew on my shin on my right leg. So she froze that. We're going to see what happens.
Like a goiter.
No. Is a goiter hard?
I don't know.
No, this was it was...
I thought that was like an evil spirit. Oh, maybe that's a golem.
It looks like it now. You should see it from the freezing. It looks really weird. But, so she doesn't think it's anything bad. But it's just annoying. But so, yeah,
you should do an LBJ for us. I mean... The audience can't see it, but we can. So show us your scars. Like
you want to see it?
No, well, I was sort of kidding, but I will defer to my friends here if they want to see it.
I could take a dump while we're talking like LBJ too, if you want. No, I don't know if I could get it. No, I wouldn't be able to do that. It's look here. See it?
Ooh.
Can you see that?
Yeah.
I can't get I'm not a gymnast. I can't get my.
Oh my God, you're
pretty flexible.
Yeah,
that's gross.
Pretty flexible for a fat guy. Yeah, it's nasty. It's all blistered and everything like that. But whatever. This is what happens when you hit 40, they say. Your body starts falling apart. Right? Yeah. So what's new in your world, Peter Carmichael? Yeah.
So I'm looking at my student, Owen, right now. And I came here largely to see him in action.
Well, you know what his job is here on this show?
I'm curious, yeah.
He is the clapper. Yeah.
It's the only thing you can do reliably.
Okay.
It's like when somebody says something that deserves applause, he gets it going.
Yes.
Or even when they don't.
Yep. Usually when they don't. Yeah. That's the most times that he does is when really doesn't deserve one.
Nice.
But we've lost momentum, and so he's like, let's get it going. You know, and he's
if I knew that he in fact is served this role here, he should have done that in my classroom. He's in my 8:30 in the morning class.
Oh.
And you can only imagine for some of the students they're a little sleepy,
Sure,
and look a little dazed. And so, Owen, why didn't you?
You need that
especially
hype,
after
man.
I play, man. Damn, yeah, absolutely. I make a point. You should have stood up, started clapping. Like, come on, man.
What if McClellan was leading the armies at Richmond in 1865?
I need a cheerleader in my classroom, and you could have done it. And you just sat there silently.
I wrote a lot.
Isn't there a way that you could get him to be like some kind of a teaching assistant, and that's his only job?
There's what they call, ready? We don't call them teaching assistants. Brace yourself. They're called, do you know this, Owen? PLA, which stands for peer. No, we're all equal.
Peer-led assistant.
Peer learning associate, or
Close.
or peer learning assistant. And they're actually the students are great to do it.
That sounds like the people at JCPenney who make sure the khakis stay folded correctly.
Or they spray you with cologne when you walk by.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
But we're done with
this
him,
is our
right?
our last week. We had our last class on Thursday. We had ended with reconstruction. I of course never get where I think I'm going to get in class, and we always cut things off. And I should say that I cut things off, and we didn't get to Gone with the Wind. I wanted to show them just excerpts from the second CD, which of course is the end of the war and Reconstruction. So we did not get to that, but we did cover much of the Lost Cause. And so next Thursday, when is your test? It's a take-home?
Ours is due Thursday, but mine's written. So
you're done. Yeah.
It's a take-home test.
I do all take-homes. I don't do anything in class.
So
why?
Because it gives the students the best opportunity to take in, synthesize all the readings, primary, secondary sources, put someone on the spot for 40 minutes and tell them to regurgitate everything they know, and they'll do just that. They'll regurgitate everything they know. So, I'm tough. The standards are a lot higher in terms of writing and execution. You expect a lot of a student who, you've got the question, you've got the time, now go at it.
Isn't there a greater risk that they would cheat?
We have an honor code at Gettysburg, so no. There is no.
Yeah, but there's no honor code in our overall society. So how does that work? They come to Gettysburg College and suddenly they develop honor? No offense, kids.
Yeah, no, the students take it very seriously. And that doesn't mean that, of course, people don't slip through the cracks. I'm sure they do. But with the take-home, it's pretty difficult to plagiarize. I mean, because the questions themselves do not
lend themselves.
They don't lend themselves to going online and just cutting and pasting.
There's no Wikipedia entry.
There's no Wikipedia answer for this. And in all seriousness, and this class was very impressive. 8:30 in the morning, and I had more content questions than I've ever had, and some serious stuff from. Let's talk about the sharecroppers' contract and how did they differ. And of course, I'm like, I have no idea. I have no idea. So it's so
was Owen your worst student or second to worst? Middle. He started off, he made progress throughout the course of the semester. So he's right in the middle of the pack there. Good.
I really like the papers. I like the ethos you adopt, which is, come to your own conclusions, but you're going to have to write a paper about your conclusions.
Right, you got to back it up.
It's a really good outlet for somebody to make up their mind while they're thinking about what they're going to write about, because there was several parts of the semester, so if I can talk about the final paper.
Please do.
Our final paper is essentially, is Reconstruction worth it, and is calling it a success or a failure useful.
Okay.
And, the first thing I thought was, no, it's not worth it. The Civil War could have been avoidable, but, going through the readings, secession documents, Peoria speech, Sumner's speech, and going through what these people were actually saying versus what is in popular history is, not avoidable.
Right.
And
but what Owen did, and Owen is, I'm glad most of the students probably won't do this. He said to me, I'm not sure this is a very good question.
He said that to you.
Right, and it's true. It's not a good question. I framed it that way.
Where do you get
Because Reconstruction, no historical event is either yes or no. So I created a situation that was a binary, and what my hope is that the very best students, and I have one of them next to me, is that they're going to come through and give me a more complex answer about Reconstruction, which he did.
You have another student here?
Yeah. Man, they are hard on you. I told everyone at the beginning of the show, and no one's even clapping for that, man. Only I can do that to my students. I'm going to get defensive of you.
Oh, that's
Well,
that's funny.
How about that?
Well, all right. So, do you have Carmichael again next semester?
no. So you're on sabbatical from this spring until
I
fall.
am. My very tough academic life continues. Next year, I'm on leave for an entire academic year. So I'm going to travel the world, try to find myself.
You poor fella. Are you really traveling the world?
No, not at all. I am going to. I would like to go to London, and in London, I want to see my new favorite band. Let's see if Owen pays attention to me. Who is my new favorite band, Owen, that I said on Thursday?
Oasis.
Oh, man.
You were chastising people for
I'm
too young.
It's embarrassing when you're culturally more hip than your students.
Is it the Cure?
Right?
Is it the Cure?
Oh my God! I mean, I do like the Cure, but hell, are they even around?
Are they even new?
Robert
I'm
Smith.
pretty sure one of them's dead.
Holdouts?
Maybe. Okay, ready? So I'm going to see in London, if all goes right, the Hold Steady. The Hold Steady, man.
I got half.
They are a fantastic band.
That's the name of the band. The Hold Steady.
I highly recommend them.
I've never heard of them.
They are clean punk. That's what I would
Clean
think.
punk. Is that your
That's
favorite?
I came up with that. I think
You were a punk.
Back in the day.
Did you have like
Straight
purple
up
spiked hair?
No, I'd go to Georgetown. No, I didn't do that. But I never got a mohawk. But
Right.
I love the Clash and
The Clash was good. Yeah.
It's that straight edge version.
I like
of
the
punk.
Sex Pistols.
Leather jacket with the chains.
No, I'm lived in Indiana, man. You know,
You wasn't allowed out there.
it was not allowed. We were pretty clean cut folks.
So, did you play an instrument or anything? Were you like in a band or
I mean,
anything?
I was
like
in marching band, but you know,
What'd you
we
play
all
in
know
marching
you could be a
band?
marching band. The drums, which
that? Me too.
Well, but you know what?
Which drum did you play?
I played snare and bass. I didn't do anything else. But let's be honest. You know what? A drummer, like, you could just get a monkey and, you know, give them a high caffeinated drink. They can do what a drummer needs to do.
Basically,
so we're not really musicians. Drummers are not.
I agree. Unless you learn to play the xylophone or something like that.
So that's part of percussion.
Yes.
Okay. Did you
Yes.
play the xylophone?
I did. I didn't like it.
That's him.
Wait.
Yeah, I played piano.
Far left.
And the piano. So you're kind of a musician here.
I was kind of a musician.
So, yeah.
Yeah, I've since given it up, but I'm a recovering musician.
Well, there's just not a lot of bands out there that need a person who plays the xylophone, right? There's not a great demand for that.
Exactly.
Probably will find it in a dusty corner someplace.
Yes.
Right?
So see it while you can.
See it
folks.
while you can, kids.
All right. So what books? Some of the books that you got here.
I'm just going to mention a few, and you all can jump in. You probably
Sure.
hear
Open forum.
It's an absolutely open forum. The first one that I have is Edward Porter Alexander's Fighting for the Confederacy,
Very good.
edited by Gary Gallagher. I think almost everyone probably listening in here is familiar with it. Just a little backstory about the book. Did you like to hold it? Hold it up, please.
While you talk
I've got the
about it.
paperback version there as well. Edited by Gary Gallagher, formerly of University of Virginia. He did this book, though, when he was at Penn State. And he was alerted to Alexander's personal memoirs. Now, many of you know that Alexander published what's called military memoirs. But there is another set that Robert K. Crick, the longtime historian at Fredericksburg and Spotsylvania National Military Park, he had discovered them, I put quotes around that, at the University of North Carolina at their special collections. And no one could make sense of it. There were these massive ledger books. Alexander wrote them after the war, of course, when he had a position with the federal government in Nicaragua. And everyone noted that they were different from the published military memoirs, different in so many key ways. But above all else, Alexander felt absolutely liberated to include anecdotes that you wouldn't see in a published book, anecdotes that describe R.E. Lee. Ready? Brace yourself. Lee actually got angry. Can you believe that?
No, I can't
He
imagine.
lost his temper. Who would have ever thought?
I mean, he was human after all.
You know, he absolutely was,
Amazing.
according to Alexander. So Alexander, of course, is highly critical. I shouldn't say highly critical, but he is critical of Lee, critical of Longstreet. He is not worried about getting reprimanded by the Lost Cause thugs, such as Jubal Early. So those volumes were down at UNC. Nobody knew really how they came about, how to piece them together. Gallagher was alerted to it by Robert K. Crick. He went down there, and for more than a week before Gallagher read Alexander's private correspondence or personal correspondence from Nicaragua to his daughter. And that private correspondence, it enabled Gallagher to knit together these massive volumes that Alexander had written. And so the consequences fighting for the Confederacy. There's not a single more important book from Lee's Army in Northern Virginia.
Yeah.
There's not even a close second to it. And when it comes to Gettysburg, which I believe, I should know this off the top of my head, has 3 chapters, one on the Gettysburg campaign and 2 chapters on the battle. Pretty sure I'm right about that. And look, I read this time and time again. I know many of you have that are in the studio right now. And man, it's fresh insights, right?
Yeah.
All over the place. That I just, God, how did I miss this before? And his crucial role, Alexander's, in orchestrating, or being a part of, I shouldn't say orchestrating, the bombardment on July 3rd it's a remarkable description by Alexander. I don't think it shows Longstreet in his best light, because there's that give and take between Longstreet and Alexander during the bombardment, in which Longstreet is trying to shift the onus of the attack on Alexander to get Alexander to call it off. Alexander showed the dispatch that Longstreet had written to Wright, Ambrose Wright, the Georgian, and Wright read it and said, "Oh my God, look, that's what he's trying to do here." But then what goes beyond that is Alexander, who is an engineer, West Point trained, he has got that analytical mind, and he is able to break down the Battle of Gettysburg and have us think about it in complex ways. He thinks, Alexander, I should say, thought that the great Confederate failure at Gettysburg was a failure to recognize that the most vulnerable part on the Union line was Cemetery Hill. And he believed, and I see his point, because if you look at Cemetery Hill, it resembles the Confederate position at Spotsylvania, the mule shoe, that salient, that bulge that's sticking out. And Alexander said that's where the Confederate artillery and infantry should have concentrated. And of course, they tried to do that, but Robert Rhodes, for whatever reason, one of the great mysteries of July 2nd, why he didn't do what everyone expected him to do. So fighting for the Confederacy, I can't say enough good things about it. Peppered again with all these great anecdotes. I'll leave us with one, and we can then talk about other things if you like. Alexander said that prior to the Pickett's assault, he saw some Mississippi soldiers. It appeared to him that they were rifling through the personal effects of a dead Confederate. And of course, Alexander's a professional man, West Pointer, as I said. He rode over to these 2 soldiers. He reprimanded them. He said he was going to bring them both up on charges. And the men said to him, this soldier's not dead. He's drunk, and he's our surgeon, and he does this time and time again, and we are taking his instruments from him so we can help our own wounded.
Right.
And Alexander, again, got their names, including the name of the surgeon. And of course, during active operations, you don't have time for a court-martial. But when the armies finally came to a halt, it's after the Knoxville campaign, so we're talking now fall of 63, finally set up the court-martial, and Alexander said that it appears that this doctor had some influential friends in the army. These influential friends got to these 2 soldiers and said to these soldiers, you know what, you're going to change your story. And they changed it from the man was drunk, that he was instead, in essence, high off or stoned off of opium. So there's the lesson.
How's that any better?
Well, there you go. In the Army of Northern Virginia, if you want to get off from doing duty, don't get drunk. Just get stoned on opium, right?
Okay.
So
very good.
Well, because it was opiates, people are taking it for legit reasons for pain.
Yeah, sure.
That's an
so then it would be okay. So it's an understandable excuse because everybody was not everybody,
is,
but a
but
lot
also
of people
I think
were getting hooked.
the main reason is that this physician, he had officers that were willing to protect him.
Sure,
and that's exactly.
You kind of. It sounds like you need to protect your physicians because there's not a lot of them.
I would say,
so what if he's a drunk?
Well, if he's incapable, then I guess of doing his job. I mean, again, it would be interesting to see the man's his service record. I don't know anything about that, but I think that the level of drunkenness on both sides far exceeds what we can possibly imagine, especially before battle. I think they're all taking a little bit of swig here and there to get themselves through it. There's some good work that's out there that's about to come out in about a year or so that looks in a very systematic and detailed way about alcohol use and drunkenness in Civil War armies. Yeah. Which, I mean, I don't know if we'll have any surprises there, but it was certainly pervasive, no doubt about it.
What other books you got here?
Okay. Let's.
By the way, ladies and gentlemen, if you want to call in with a recommendation of your own or a question, 717-420-1978 at the bottom of your screen. Okay, go ahead.
So I would just say the counterpart of Edward Porter Alexander on the Union side, who is an artillerist, is Charles Wainwright, A Diary of Battle, edited by Alan Nevins. It's in paperback. You can hold it up to the screen there. A Diary of Battle. Charles Wainwright, man, this is absolutely a phenomenal account, and it is just that, a diary. It's not something that Wainwright came back and he elaborated upon or made more pretty. It's in the moment. He, again, is just eviscerates everyone. He has just got a critical eye. He goes after his superiors at Antietam. He goes after Joseph Hooker and makes the point that Hooker's initial assault at Antietam was done out of pure ambition, that the 1st Corps and the 12th Corps, that they actually could have been coordinated, but Hooker went off because Hooker, of course, wanted all the glory and ambition. So you get those kinds of insights throughout the volume. And Gettysburg, of course, what's Wainwright responsible for, but much of the artillery, including July the 1st on Seminary Ridge, where those final Confederate attacks occurred under Dorsey Pender. So it is a great book. He writes shortly after the battle about the desecration of the dead, including the Union dead, and he also has, Wainwright, a condemnation of the civilians of Gettysburg. He thought they were not patriotic. He thought that they were not giving to the Union Army itself.
And he's not the only one.
He is not the only one. Well, hell, it's a democratic town, and above all else, and people can comment on this, but I would say that the summer of 1863 is not a bright and shiny moment for the state of Pennsylvania. Pennsylvania civilians didn't rise up and flock to the ranks as one might expect.
Right.
And although at the same time we should also note that many of the Union soldiers, as they entered Pennsylvania, they certainly acknowledged that there was civilian support and enthusiasm. So not all were indifferent, but there's a lot more indifference. I mean, hell, look, Gettysburg College, which was Pennsylvania College, I'm still shocked. What's happening on July 1st? Do you know, Owen? What are they doing on July 1st? Class. What? I mean, seriously, you think that that's going to happen at the University of Virginia? If a Union Army approached them, they'd already canceled classes. I mean, it's just, again, it's surprising to me. I can't make any great conclusions about it, except to simply say, I'm shocked.
It's very interesting to read about the civilians in the week leading up to the battle and how, some people don't get what's going on. Right. And they're oblivious to the danger that's brewing, the storm that's brewing. And then other people get it very easily, and they're like, "This is trouble,"
Yeah.
Was that Michael Jacobs who kept his class going, right?
Yeah.
And then finally, because all the boys were looking out the window, he finally said, "Forget it."
And then what did Jacobs do to his son? Remember during the battle? Didn't he push his son on top of the roof of their house? Right?
Oh,
because
they were
he's interested in meteorology.
Yes.
I mean, all that. I mean, how the men in here have always had their dads. Boy, go do that. And you're like, man, damn, that looks dangerous. You'll be fine, boy.
Yeah.
Right. There's Jacobs doing that. Get up on that roof, boy. It'll be okay. Dad,
a shell just flew over my head.
Right. It's fine. Just duck.
Yeah. Just duck. Right. Just lay low.
Don't be stupid, boy. Duck.
We got one call here. Let's see who this is and what they want to talk about. Caller, you're on the air, 603.
Hey there, my name is Will Alexander. How are you guys?
Good. Will Alexander, I know you.
Yeah.
Yeah, you used to work, I know you from years ago.
Yeah, I used to work for Mark Nesbitt. Long time back.
Yeah. Are you still in Gettysburg, or are you...
No, I'm in New Hampshire now.
New Hampshire.
I find it interesting that, that UP Alexander's book, Fighting for the Confederacy, was the first one that was mentioned. Because at one point when I lived there, I wanted to impersonate him and actually have people come through and have dinner with the Colonel, basically.
Uh-huh. And did you?
Which was kind of cool since we have the same last name. No, it never ended up happening. But I did end up writing a murder mystery called Ghosts Don't Die that takes place in Gettysburg in the ghost tour industry.
Right, you wrote that. Right, that's right. I remember when you were writing this. That was a while ago, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. It's been like 10 years or so.
Yeah, right. And so that's out. It's published and everything.
Oh, yeah, it's available on Amazon. I've even written somewhat of a sequel to it that doesn't take place in Gettysburg, but it mentions Gettysburg quite a bit. And the sequel is called Reichkinder.
What is it called?
Reichkinder, like Children of the Reich.
Reich.
It's kind of a political thriller. It's kind of a political thriller as opposed to a murder mystery.
Gotcha. So the Ghost, Ghosts Don't Die, is a murder mystery about the ghost tour businesses in town, if I recall, right?
On it. Mostly because Yeah, mostly because I used to work for them.
Right.
It's based on it. I mean, if you read it, you'll recognize, for the most part, you'll recognize the personalities involved in the characters.
Yeah. No,
people be like, oh, I know who that is.
I remember when you were writing it. I know exactly who you wrote it about. I remember this. Yeah, that was.
Well, it's funny that writers base characters on
real life.
In some cases,
yeah,
it makes the character a lot more fleshed out, and that's how Ghost Don't Die came into being.
So how can people get a hold of your book if they want to read it?
All they have to do is go right on to Amazon, and it's the only book called Ghosts Don't Die.
Okay, Amazon, Ghosts Don't Die. Will Alexander, is that you go by Will or William? How do you?
It will be under William, but in everyday conversation, I go by Will.
Okay, yeah, no, okay. So William Alexander, Ghosts Don't Die, on Amazon. Do you have anything to say? Do you have a recommendation for a good Gettysburg book?
Absolutely.
Well, I still think that the Tilly Pierce book at Gettysburg was always a very interesting little read. Most especially because a lot of people don't seem to remember it these days.
Right.
They want something more flashy, like, oh, hey, what came up? What did General Lee do at this point? Or why was Custer coming up at the end? But they're not really looking at the basics behind the everyday Gettysburg person that was living there at the time, who was more or less forced into being a nurse in their own home.
Right.
At Gettysburg, most certainly.
So at Gettysburg, the Tilly Pierce book, What a Girl Saw, right?
That's
or
right.
The Girl Who Saw Everything, as some people call it.
Yes.
Hey, Will, it was great to hear from you.
Down what she saw.
What's that?
Yeah, absolutely. Hey, I said at least she wrote down what she saw. A lot of people didn't.
Yes. Well, that's true. It's great to hear from you. I hope you're doing well up there in New Hampshire, and good luck with the book and all that stuff. And thanks for calling in.
I've taken my.
Not a problem.
All right. I'll talk to you later. Keep watching. Keep calling.
I've taken my class on Ghost Tour. I take my class on Ghost Tours. We do a class here that focuses on museums and interactions with cultural institutions, and I think that it's important for students to understand what captivates people when it comes to the past. I'm elitist about many things, but when it comes to the ghost tours, I get it. People, they want to feel the past, and and that is one way. That's an entry point. I mean, my hope is that, of course, that might lead to them to read and to think about some other things. But
we're all still hoping.
Where's your optimism? It's gone, man. You're not that old to become cynical about these.
I was this cynical when I was his age. I mean, I was born an old man.
Yeah,
it's really sad. Yeah. This book, A Diary Battle by Wainwright, not a lot of pictures.
Yeah, not a lot of pictures or even maps, but it is
just a few maps.
It's in paperback now, and you can get it on Amazon.
All right, give us one more. What else?
We'll just do one more.
Yeah.
Well, you know what?
Actually,
which one would you like to do?
That one.
Okay. So my predecessor, Gabor Bort, at the Civil War Institute conference every year, what Gabor did, and I did not follow suit, and it's complicated why I didn't. He would have speakers who would then present, of course, their papers at the conference, and then those papers would then become part of a book. And he did a number of volumes based upon the conference. Mm-hmm. And I've never been able to do that, in large part because I'm just not a very good editor. That's the main reason why. But Gabor was superb. And so the book I'm referring to is the Gettysburg Nobody Knows, which is still in paper. The Gettysburg Nobody Knows. Gabor Bort is the editor. It has a very, very strong lineup. Gabor himself has written a piece, but Harry Fons about July 1st, and Richard Ewell, and it's called Old Jack Isn't Here Anymore. Emory Thomas, who wrote a number of things on the Confederacy, including a biography of Lee, history of Richmond, and a history of Confederacy. Emory Thomas, he has a piece on Jeb Stuart. Carol Reardon. Carol Reardon has something to do, the title is called, I Think the Union Army Had Something to Do with It. Pickett's Charge That Nobody Knows. I have to say, I love Dr. Reardon. And the book here, The Gettysburg Nobody Knows.
Yeah.
Those kinds of titles, really, come on. It's like this, the recent slate of books that have come out on slavery. The Untold Story. I'm like, already I'm suspicious. Of course, it's not untold.
Right.
Come on, let's get rid of it.
Yeah.
And then the one that I think there's Joe Glatar here.
So you don't like the title, the Gettysburg No One Knows?
I'm not crazy about it. The one piece in that I love is Joe Glatar. And just a quick side note, one of the most underappreciated books to come out in the last 15 years is his General Lee's Army. It is brilliant.
You're right on.
It is brilliant. Okay. General Lee's Army, I cannot say enough good things. The research is exhaustive. Just to give you a little Gettysburg tidbit, one of the reasons why Confederate shells were overshooting their targets on July the 3rd was not because they had bad aim, but it was because the ordnance that the A&V artillery was using had been changed right before the campaign. They did not have an opportunity to test it. And so many of the shells were exploding not prematurely as they often did, but
late.
But exploding just a little bit late. So that's one that made me, Joe Glatar is an archive rat.
Okay.
And he's working on the Army of the Potomac right now.
You archive rat. Sorry, I had to do it. It wasn't even good.
Well, it's pretty good. So he has a piece in this that's called The Common Soldier's Gettysburg Campaign. And among the many things that he argues, and I actually don't agree with him about this. There you go.
Yeah.
Glatar says that during the Pennsylvania campaign that there was a breakdown in discipline in Lee's Army. I think, there was more of a breakdown than what people acknowledge, but that breakdown in discipline during the campaign, that it actually spilled over into the battle itself, and so the Army lacked its typical efficiency and coordination that it's seen on other battlefields, which I don't agree with at all. I mean, the Army of Northern Virginia fights at Gettysburg with the determination and aggressive spirit that we'd seen prior to this.
Of course.
And the lack of coordination is a lack of coordination that is the reality of working on exterior lines. And Lee, again, I mean...
Diarrhea.
Absolutely. I mean, it hurts all of us.
It does.
Yes, some of my worst days of my life, my least inefficient days are, when
I mean, honestly,
stuck in the bathroom.
It sounds like I'm just trying to be a child, but I mean, to me, that's a big deal.
Seriously,
old man with diarrhea.
It is.
Come on.
Yeah, it's tough to
in an army situation.
Yeah, but if your tummy is still hurting you, how about this? Call a council of war, right, on the night of July 2nd. And why is it that James Longstreet, who is in essence just down the road, right? Why is it that he doesn't venture toward the area that we know of these headquarters? I mean, we'll never know, but that is, of course, more than mystifying. No, and I think it underscores, obviously, I admire Longstreet for many reasons, but I think his Gettysburg performance is lackluster at best. And he certainly is, I don't know if you'd call it pouting, but he's not exhibiting the cooperative spirit that one would expect. There's a good example of it. I think he sends a staff officer down to Lee. I think that's it, on the night of the 2nd. And what's Lee doing? Like, why in God's name is he not demanding, insisting upon that his officers, his key subordinates come together?
Yeah.
I mean, they do that on the morning of the 3rd, but that seems to be almost just
it's a little late.
Just a tad late.
Yeah. Well, I guess better late than never,
Absolutely. Right? So, yes, the Gettysburg Nobody Knows, Gabor Board. All these books are all paper, all of them at Amazon, all worth your time.
All right, very good. So then let's do this here. You give us one more. Give us one more.
Let me just do one that I'm sure many in the audience are not familiar with. The Boys from Rockville. It is the Civil War narrative and letters of Benjamin Hurst, 14th Connecticut. Again, you all Gettysburg here can help me with the brigade. They're at the Union Center on July the 3rd. What's great about Hurst is he has these amazing letters, and then he wrote a narrative that accompanied it at the time. And so you get this rich detail, layered detail from letters, in the moment, and then just a few days later, he then expands upon that in his description of Pettigrew and Pickett's charge. He's, of course, just looking at Pettigrew's men, is just absolutely unparalleled. So if you want an on-the-ground account, that's it. And then let me give you a second one very quickly. I'll get my money's worth here. Haskell of Gettysburg, Frank Haskell, Wisconsin staff officer, man, his writings about the Union defense on July 3rd are unbeatable. They're unbeatable. We talked about horses. He has a great story about his own horse. He said when the cannonade started on the 3rd, he said any horse that wasn't tied down bolted. He said his horse was tied down and eating oats. And when he went to get his horse sort of looked at him and said, basically, I'll be with you in just a moment here. I'm going to finish my oats, right? And so the horse carried him through the battle, got hit, the horse did, and ultimately died. And he writes this beautiful tribute to his horse. But the description of the fighting in the Union defense there is simply nothing better. Haskell, I believe he gets killed at Cold Harbor, I believe, right?
Cold Harbor, he makes it all the way to
survive.
Cold
He
Harbor.
does not survive, but it's worth reading.
Yeah, I read that a long time ago. I have to dust that off because that was a good one. Yeah,
absolutely, it's worth getting.
All right, well, so those are the books that just some of the books that Pete brought along and recommends to you. So I hope that you take advantage of that and get them. But I already did that one. Let's do this one. Anyway, we're going to take another break. We'll come back with some show news, listener emails, and are you leaving, Pete? Or you said you only got to stay an hour?
You know what? I'm so sorry.
He's got to go.
I've got to go.
So let's say goodbye
hey, man,
to Pete.
It's great to be on the show. I wish everyone, especially those listening, to have a wonderful holiday. Merry Christmas, right?
Yeah.
And my buddy here, Owen, he takes it hard here. I've got to come back just to
beat him up.
No, to protect him. It's like Animal House. Remember in Animal House when they look out and there's the ROTC and there's two guys. They say, "Wait a minute, only we can do this to our pledges, not them." Right? And they hit the golf balls and hits one of the horses. I feel the same way. I can only treat my students that way. Nobody else. I'm very protective.
Okay. I get it. Okay. So I could only beat up my little brother. You can't.
You can't.
Yeah,
That's absolutely right, man.
See.
Hey, but let me just say, I really appreciate being on the show. I appreciate what you do. I think it's really nice, man. I think we talked and argued about. You're a historian. You're a public historian, and you're making it important. Stop rolling your eyes, man. Jesus Christ. That's exactly what you do. Don't undersell what you do. It's really important and valuable. And I really appreciate it.
Thank you. Thank you. It's great having you. We'll be right back, folks.
Is that one shouldn't give primacy to one over the other. Yeah, the military events are absolutely decisive, but the military events they wouldn't mean anything. In fact, you wouldn't even have armies. They are civilian soldiers, and they never leave that connection to their household. So, the idea that it's one or the other, or one's more important than the other, I think it misses what they're both saying. That there's an integration of the two. That's what we should be always seeking. And I'm just going to throw something else out here. You want to bring more women into the conversation? I'm not speaking about your show. Or conversations that have occurred because of your show. But let's, and Dan maybe can speak to this. I've seen time and time again, men, they like to be loud, and they often associate loudness with competency and intelligence. And so, you want to bring more women into the conversation. A lot of men need to just kind of sit back.
Soften.
Like me, look how I'm dominating right now. I need to shut the hell up and let them keep talking. I think that's the main problem. It's not topic and interest. Hell, a woman can be interested in military history like can be interested in civilian stuff. They just need an environment where men need to learn to say, hey, man, come on, let's create a conversation. I got a great class this semester, man. It's not the military history class I'm talking about. It's my CWS 205, a great class. It has more questions I've ever had before. I've got a few guys in there, and we did a battlefield tour with them. And Emma, we got into a sports debate, and Emma was kicking their rear ends. She knows hockey really well, and the guys could not handle it. And I finally stepped in and I said, you're embarrassing yourself, guys. She knows more, and she's winning the war here. So you probably just want to sit in your seat and just concede. But that happened on the bus, but I've seen it in the classroom. They're louder. And I've had a lot of talks with the women.
Well, you'll never get them to be quieter. You got to get the girls to be louder.
Well, you got to get the men. You got to remind the men, hey, you know what, man? There is a way that you can carry yourself that's a little bit more open to creating opportunities for people to speak. Your goal should be not just to get your opinion out there. Your goal should be, as they said, what we do in good interpretation is you talk to those visitors, you get them talking, right, and hope some good things come out of it. That's the job.
Yeah, I learned that lesson after life beat me up for about 20 years, and you're right. Like, you do need to let other people,
I'm just curious
have
about
the word.
The word, Dan. And again, you can't speak to the dynamics of Petersburg because you didn't do interpretation. But I'm just curious. You've been in public history classes and history classes. What do you see as sort of the dynamics, the gender dynamics of that? If you've thought about it at all.
I definitely think that does play I think you pretty much hit it nail on the head. That typically I see guys get a lot more. I don't want to say more passionate, but the way that they get passionate about history definitely closes the the conversation off and turns it into just a shouting match. Whereas,
Yes.
yeah, so I think there's absolutely nothing wrong with being loud and voicing your opinion, as long as you're doing it in a way that is constructive and you're not just simply using volume and aggression to say I'm right and you're wrong. Maybe it's because no one's listening, and you need to be loud sometimes. But for the sake of a class forum or whatever, I definitely I see that, and I can understand why that would make it a very uninviting field and discussion that for women to join.
Yeah, and also don't wait until someone stops speaking before you speak, but wait until they've actually made their point before you speak. Because some people just wait for someone to take a breath and they go, yeah, blah, 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 and then they jump right in.
Right.
That's not fun. It's not fun.
No, I mean, look how what you do, man. That's just, you create
I was
conversation. This is what you do.
I was going to say, what everybody should do, what you should do, so this is what colleges should do, is they should require their students to do a semester of their own podcast and have guests on and conduct conversation like this. And I'll tell you something, it's not easy. It's not easy to do, and it's not easy, like when someone's talking and you literally zoned out because you're hungry and you're thinking of a burger or something like that, and then someone's done and they look to you for the next question and you don't have anything written down because you like to wing it. You're like, God damn it, what the hell do I ask now? And they go, you know, and it's just embarrassing. But it's good practice. You got to learn how to do it because it helps you in life. You go to a Thanksgiving dinner with your family, and you know how to conduct a conversation with a group of people because you've done a semester of a podcast. That's what you should do.
I think that's something we should think about seriously.
I mean, especially if a lot of these students are looking to get into public history, be public.
One more way to reach. I mean, we do it on a wide variety of fronts, and we have at CWI we have 3 excellent people. I have Heather Miller, and Jill Titus, and I have Ashley Lusky, and they do wonderful things for our students. I've taught at a number of schools. This is number 4 for me. I wasn't fired from the other schools. I left on my own accord.
Okay, congratulations.
The students here, man, they're really impressive. I mean, you can tell, look at this. They come with knowledge. They come with passion. They went out there. I mean, I miss teaching graduate students. There's no doubt about that. But this is pretty damn good.
But with undergrads like these, who needs grad students? I got to tell you, seriously, I'm impressed with you guys. I've been very hopeless for the future of the world, looking at what you see online, on television of people your age. I'm like, my God, we're doomed. But I have to tell you, after talking to the 3 of you guys, I'm very impressed. I am very hopeful now that if there's 3 of you here, there's got to be more of you out there like you guys. And you guys are the ones that I think are going to help us from going into the abyss. And so
you're right.
That's great.
Again, I bet many of your followers, listeners, viewers, that they remember
apostles.
Apostles, I like that even better. They knew Brian Pohanka or knew of his work, right? And so I knew Brian. I didn't know him well, but man, they're following within that tradition. And so you think about year in and year out, we're placing 25 to 30 students. I can't do the math, but we're certainly in a few hundred Pohankas over the years. Of those, many have gone off for permanent positions in the Park Service and other jobs as well. So what you say is so important. I'm so weary of a press on the left and the right. They create caricatures because that's what sells, and they want to do it. And this doesn't sell, right? Because these are thoughtful, moderate people. It's until the American people wake up, which
it's slowly happening.
Maybe if they have to recognize that there's faults on both sides when it comes to the mainstream media, both sides. They need to stop with the conspiracies and all that craziness, and they need to just remind themselves that day-to-day life. I suspect most of the people you encounter every day are good, decent people and try to do the right thing. I see that. So if people want to focus on the laggards as college students, I guess I could do that. Certainly there are a few, but I think I'd rather focus on them.
Yeah, I agree. Focus on what will actually work and become something. And you guys, they do. Absolutely. Senior?
Yes.
Erica, sophomore Emma,
Sophomore Dan.
Yes, sir.
Okay, guys, thank you very much for doing this. I know you have classes to get to and everything or something. Parties probably, right? Let's be honest. But thank you very much for doing it. I'm very impressed with you. I really enjoyed it. Thanks for doing this,
Man,
Pete.
no, seriously, we really appreciate it. Gettysburg College, CWI, the more we can partner, the happier I am.
I'd love to do this.
I really appreciate it.
And even though this is for our going to go on our subscription feed, I'm going to bump it up. Usually I wait 6 months till I release one to the public. So I'm going to do this like in 3 months. I'm going to put this out for everybody so that they can see more about this and what you guys have to offer.
Great.
So yeah, thank you very much for doing this, guys. And thank you all. Oh, what? You
Thank you.
Oh, you're welcome. Yes, of course. No problem. And thank you, everybody, for watching. So we had a very interesting week last week, didn't we?
Yeah, we did.
And into this week, actually.
Right.
So it was an odd before a weekend, through a weekend, after a weekend thing.
Super long.
But we were, and it was super fun, too. We went to the Civil War Institute's summer conference here at Gettysburg College. And joining us is the great Peter Carmichael. Hello, Pete. And first of all, Pete, I got to thank you for inviting us.
Yep.
Because we had a lot of fun, and we made a lot of, I think, good connections. And it was great. You know, on a personal note, it was great for me to be walking around and somebody come up to me like, "I love your show. I love your show. Thank you." You know, and then, like I told you before, a couple of the speakers actually were like, "Oh, I listened to your show on the way here," and that's pretty flattering. And so yeah, so now I'm known as the King of Gettysburg. I don't know if you heard that.
No, but did they really say I love your show? Can you do that deep voice? Because it sounds like a bunch of deviants. The first time, I love your show. Do that again. The very first
you want me to say it in a deep
again,
voice?
Do it again how you did it before. Do it again.
I say, "Oh, I love your show."
No, that's not how you said it. No,
What did I do? What did I do?
Do it again.
How did,
it was kind of.
Oh, you want me to do it like that?
It was like a man trying to be sultry.
It's like, "Oh, I love your show." Yeah. Oh, like that. Oh, you want me to like? Oh, I don't know what I said.
Oh, that's dirty. Don't do that anymore.
Oh, I love your show. Oh.
Closer.
Yeah. Do you like scary movies? So yeah, but no, we had a great time.
You know, it was great to have you there, and obviously the audience responded well to your presence. You got lots of interviews, not just from faculty, but from the attendees.
Yeah, and, we did man on the street stuff, and Joe was with us there. Joe, pick up your microphone. Oops, sorry about that. Pick up your mic. Joe, who a lot of people know from on Instagram, Peach Orchard Publishing, and also YouTube, but he has come into the fold here, and he's going to help us do videos. And your trial by fire was this conference.
Thank you very much. So normally I am Mike Lentz's videographer, which is, it thrills me to no end to follow Mike Lentz. We're going to do a reality show, and I'm just going to follow him around, and we're going to make dozens of dollars. It's going to be
You know what's so funny is that during the conference, right, and we'd all go around and stuff, and we'd go up to people, Mike would be like, or Joe would be like, "Hi, I'm Mike. Joe."
Yep. Nope.
He'd be like, "Hi, I'm Joe. Mike Lentz's videographer," and people would go,
Cool.
They're like, "Okay," and then we'd have to explain what you're talking about.
And when I met Pete, I said, "Hey, I'm Joe," and he looked at me, and I'm like, "I have Finn." And he's like, "Oh, tell Finn hi."
Yeah, but I thought they know you as FEMA Joe in that office there. Don't the girl Ashley and Jill knew you as FEMA Joe.
They do, yeah.
Yeah,
they know you. Oh.
But Pete, you didn't know him?
I knew him because of his dog.
Yeah.
You knew him because of the dog,
right?
Yeah,
we did a tour together.
Yeah,
right.
That's fair.
The Lost Avenue, and the dog was there.
To be honest, I only knew him from his dog.
Yeah, that's true. No, before I met him, I thought honestly, I just thought the dog was doing the video.
Yeah, I only knew Finn.
Yeah. But he got a lot of video footage of our interviews. We did man on the street stuff, and God knows what else he was doing, running around there. He was having a great old time. We were having a great old time.
Well, you know, it was a lot of pin-up energy. 2 years we've not been able to have the conference, and so everyone was really excited to get back. And you know, even though we have like 260 or so, it still has a real intimate feel, as you discovered, right?
It really did, and everybody was really nice. Yeah. And there was no. This is what I liked about it. There was no feeling of separation between the speakers and the attendees. Absolutely. Everybody was all on the same plane. Absolutely. And everybody was happy to talk to people. It was great.
It was. And even among the attendees, you know, some people said, "Oh, you should have a star for every year they've attended." I'm like, no.
Oh,
like
I see.
I think creates that sense
Yeah.
like, oh, you're a first timer and I'm not. I've been here 6 years,
Right.
and so. You know,
Yeah, that's okay. I like that.
Yeah, no, it works well. So so no, it's a very it's a friendly place. It's an engaging place, and I think people are surprised because you see our schedule, and there's a wide range of talks, and there's the traditional military stuff. A great talk on Pipe Creek Line. I thought that was excellent. A fantastic talk on the 20th Maine. I didn't think there was anything new that could be said. Jared
we're
Peeben
having him
absolutely
on.
did it. He's fantastic. He's absolutely should have.
We're going to have him on soon to talk more about that because, I mean, I don't want to denigrate the 20th Maine or Chamberlain at all, but I want to give people a clearer picture of what actually happened as opposed to what the movie says happened. Well,
that's right. I think that's one of Jared's points, that it's unfortunate that people now suddenly are holding Chamberlain accountable for a movie that he obviously had nothing to do with.
Nothing to do with it, yeah.
Right. And it is true that Chamberlain is kind of like, that guy whose glory days or high school football, then he just lives the rest of his life thinking about that. And,
Al Bundy.
That's right. Wearing his Letterman's jacket. And that's kind of Chamberlain, right? He's wearing his uniform around Bowdoin College after the war. So, I mean, there's some aspects of Chamberlain that is unfortunate.
I mean, he should be proud of his service. I mean, there's nothing wrong with his service. I mean, we're not saying that.
Yeah.
But I think when people think, in fact, Eric and I, when we were waiting for one of the tours that was going on Culp's Hill that day, we were all sitting down by Spangler Spring because we didn't know where they were going to drop the bus off. So we're like, well, let's catch the bus on the way up and follow it. So we're waiting and we're waiting and we're waiting, and these people come over, and I was wearing my my general's hat, and I guess and Eric had his why can't I think of the name?
Forage
of it?
cap.
Thank you. And they thought that we knew something because we had hats. And so the guy was like, he comes over, he's like, well, these guys got hats. Let's ask them a question. The 20th Maine, we were just over there, and it's just this tiny little thing, and you'd think there would be something bigger over there because of, they saved the hill. And we're like, that's just what the movie says. And the guy almost like cried. And he's like, what do you mean? And I said,
what did you tell them before the movie? You couldn't even find the monument, or it was awfully difficult to do so, right? And now they have, it looks like an interstate that you could take all the way to Maine, right? It's so easy to get to.
It does actually. If you follow it, it goes straight to Maine.
I'm glad that you said though that hats bring authority, intellectual authority. So I've got my
well,
hat
you've got
on.
your John Deere hat on.
I've got my John Deere hat on, which is surprising that an academic would be wearing one.
Well, it's surprising that an academic with your sense of style would be wearing one because
I would take his advice as a farmer, though. Because of that hat.
Well, he's from Indiana.
My dad actually was a farmer.
There you go.
But I'm wearing it because I drive a hard bargain. I got my first riding lawnmower. Right? First, yes, and I said, I plugged
so you
out
gotta
a
get
lot
the
of money.
hat.
I said, you can give me the hat for free now, right? And I got that hat for free. So I'm gonna wear this damn thing as much as possible.
That's pretty good. Good for you.
I was wearing it with a white T-shirt around the house.
What a feel! What a feel!
So yeah, now you got to get a wife beater and Daisy Dukes.
I may legitimately have a John Deere belt buckle at home.
You should donate it to Pete.
Totally make you a belt.
He needs it for his lawn mowing uniform.
I need it. I absolutely need it.
Did they have a scarf? Like a little John Deere scarf?
Well, that's what I was getting at. It's like it's with your sense of style. This John Deere hat is not you. I was shocked when I saw you at the door. I said, what has gotten into him?
Yeah.
But now it makes sense. But we do need to get you a scarf. Although you don't wear them in the summer. I poke fun at you when you're on in the winter for the scarves. And really, I want you to know I do that out of pure envy because I wish I had the sense of style that you have.
Just try it. You know what? You're going to come over to my house. I have a lot of scarves, and we're going to just do a little dress up. How's that?
I don't know.
Can Joe come video?
As long as we can document it. As long as it's for entertainment purposes, I'll go play dress up at your house.
To be honest with you, Pete, you don't really have to bring him to your house to achieve that. You could just go to his place.
We can play dress up on my porch if you want.
I'll start the OnlyFans account now.
Scarves and everything.
Amazing.
All right. So tell us about the conference, though. So what was your favorite part of the conference? Your highlight, your biggest moment?
Well, I've said time and time again at the very end of the conference, it's not because I'm glad that it's over, but because it's this time that we all again come together. It's super informal. We have a lot of beer, and then we just relax and kick back.
Where's the beer?
Well, you're not there. I didn't see you guys.
At the end.
Yeah, at the end.
Well, we were there.
Did you get your free tickets?
Yeah.
Okay.
No, we did. No, we had our beer.
Yeah.
No. But you said there's a lot of beer. I thought you were saying through the whole thing. And I was like, whoa.
You know what? Yeah.
There was only beer at the end for me.
Yeah.
But I understand.
Yeah. I think that if we did it too early, that,
Oh, it would have been a nightmare.
The question and answer period could have been very interesting, because if you noted, for the first time ever, in all the years I've been doing this, so it's 20 plus, we had somebody who sort of felt the spirit. And
yes.
when he felt the spirit. It was like, I'm going to yell out my question even during the middle of the lecture.
Yep. Every lecture.
I finally said something. I got such a joy out of it.
Yeah.
And because I love, for example, I love toast at weddings because they're horribly awkward and embarrassing, and
terrible.
I just soak it in. I
Yes,
love it, right?
yes.
And so I was enjoying that at the conference, and then I thought, oh, wait a minute, I'm actually in charge here. I can't be an observer to this.
Well, I noticed the first time he did it, you were sitting over by the window and you just went, and I'm like, no, you should be telling him. Because so I was going to say to you, I meant to say this actually, like you should say it when you're introducing people, please hold comments till the end, only because PCN doesn't pick up, you can't hear the audio.
That would have stopped that.
No, that guy would not have stopped.
He was kind of incorrigible.
Well, Joe and I had a conversation with him later, and he was an interesting guy. He was pretty funny.
Yeah. My second other moment was, we have this tiny room where our staff is, and we have all of our books, and we have our CWI swag, and it is packed.
Yes.
And one of our workers, I will not name the person, she or he, yelled, and I mean yelled, "Sir, your credit card's been declined."
I know who it is.
Man.
I was like, oh my.
How embarrassing.
Yeah, we have we say
insufficient funds, sir.
So we have our moments. I'd say in terms of panels, I was part of the Longstreet panel. I don't know if you all were for James Longstreet.
No, we missed. I missed the panels because I was interviewing somebody. I
went.
So Gallagher was there, Carol Reardon was there, Jeffrey Word, and I put up documents that related to Longstreet, and they interpreted them, debated them, good questions from the audience, and it was what a panel should do. Instead of one person giving a little lecture and someone else giving a little lecture,
right.
There was a real conversation, and it's a topic that, of course, we all know what can be said about this that we haven't heard. Well, I thought we got some good angles and a lot about E.P. Alexander and the book Fighting for the Confederacy, which is just a must read.
Oh yeah.
If you're interested in Lee's Army and in Gettysburg. So I thought that panel was great. I mean, you can find something there that you're interested in. If it's not strict military, we got other stuff going on.
It really was a lot of fun. And it's not just Gettysburg that you talk about either. Absolutely. It's the Civil War.
That's right.
Right. So for people who are like, oh, I'm so sick of Gettysburg, it's not just Gettysburg. It's a lot of things.
And it's the Civil War era.
Yeah, Civil War
we have
era.
Stuff on Reconstruction. We have on coming of the war, and you get your choice.
Now, next year, do you do it the same weekend every year?
Second weekend in June.
Okay,
every
good.
year.
Keep it that way. Don't interfere with our tour schedule, because we do the tours on the third weekend of June, or every month. So next year, have you given more thought to what you're going to have us talk about on the show, on the stage? Perhaps. The modern way of everybody talks about that. That's such a bullshit topic.
What do you mean the modern way of what?
The
digital humanities,
the digital history, and it's just like
right.
We could maybe we could just talk about us. I was born June 16th, 19... And,
well, your lives are far more interesting than the lives of academics and historians, so you got to head up on the rest of us.
I don't know about that.
I mean, I've always been sort of annoyed when I watch C-SPAN and other conferences, and the person up there who's giving the bio introduction, it goes on, and then tries to be funny, but it's inside jokes, but it's not funny, and it's boring and tedious, and you're like, man, just get to the speaker. Right? So,
what are you saying? That's what I'm going to do?
No,
okay.
Nice job here, right?
I think that's what he was saying.
Right.
No, I understand. No, and you're very good with that. You do just enough. Just like you don't wear out your welcome.
That's right.
Just the tip. You just Yes.
Like a jazz musician, you gotta have taste, you know. You gotta have
Like a what relation?
Like a jazz musician.
Oh yeah.
You gotta have taste.
Oh no, and you gotta feel the room and everything, and Pete's good at that. But you're right, most people are too stuffy and they're not good at introductions. Well, what about you know, maybe just a panel with I don't know, like us and our friends from the History Things podcast, and Colby's got a podcast, and it's all about military history, and his first season is the Civil War, and we all sit up there and you just interview us about how great we are.
That'd be too easy to do.
All right, maybe not. Maybe in 2 years.
I love how gracious Pete is being right now.
Yeah.
He really should just say F off. You know, it's just like, no. But someday you'll see I'm right. What is that? Wind chimes?
It's mine. I'm so sorry. It's my daughter.
It sounded like Christmas music.
That's right.
Well, that was another thing. That's another thing that was a nice touch, is that even though, you know, you and Ashley and Jill are not actually family, there's a very family atmosphere at the conference. And of course, you even included your daughters. You made them work.
Absolutely.
And they were great. And everybody loved them. And
I think your wife brought coffee.
Your wife got coffee for you. That's right. Yeah. So you enlist the whole family in the whole thing, and it's nice, and that gives it a little bit of a charm. But even, you know, I mean, Ashley and Jill are fantastic, and you guys really do a fantastic job with this. And so I really hope that next year gas will be normal again, and people will be able to afford to come out here and go to that. And it's really, like, do you have a capacity, like a number that you would say we can't take more than this?
I think about 325 would be max.
325?
I would probably be more comfortable right at 300.
I'll tell you what.
It loses its intimacy.
You can get 500 if you do a panel with us. All right, maybe not.
What kind of fans would we get, though? Right? If
well,
we're hit
that's a fair point.
Just look around. Go out, look at the parking lot, and you'll see.
It's a tough crowd.
Yeah, it is a tough crowd.
There wouldn't be any beer left, that's for sure.
No, but it was really fun, and I thank you very much for letting us come. It was very flattering that you asked us to do it. And
seriously, you all added a great deal. And did you see how the speakers were really eager to talk to you all?
Oh yeah.
I think that's again these serious, silly walls that people imagine between academics and the general public. Now listen, yes, you could find some academics out there who are more than just a little awkward when they get into a public setting, but for the most part, they want to talk. They want to be part of a conversation. And
yeah,
it's seriously, it's really important that you guys were there. It meant a great deal to me. And I know you and I spar about this idea that you're not a public historian. We'll
Correct.
stop fighting about that. But the very fact
I'll stop fighting when you admit that I'm right.
You, what did you spend your money on when you were at the conference?
Books.
Books. Yeah.
Books and coffee.
Books,
yeah. Okay.
Usually people that are historians, that's what they do. They buy books.
Now,
you bought a series.
I bought a set. Yeah, I bought a set of
Confederate
books
military history
for $20.
Yeah,
it was
great.
great.
It's a beautiful set. I wish I had.
And I donated books too.
Right.
That I hope people bought because I gave them to you guys for free so that you can make money off them. But yeah, but I have them for show so that if I bring a date over, they just are like, "Oh, you're so smart. You read all these?" Like, "Oh yeah, but I forgot half of it."
And remember, I gave you the best advice regarding that, right?
Plastics
from Woody Allen, right? It's Play It Again, Sam, and he was trying to impress this blind date, and he had a track medal, and his friend said to him, "I had no idea that you ran track." He said, "I didn't. I bought this at an antique store." Right?
Yes.
And so when she came over, he placed the track medal in his hand, and in a very awkward way to reveal that. So I think if you really want to impress a woman, some track medals, or something like that.
That's a good idea.
That will, or maybe Civil War headgear, because what does that say to a woman? Right? Let's be honest. It says loser. That's what it says. Yeah. Now,
you know what?
Project.
You're right.
That's exactly what we were like. Oh, that's a project.
That's
I think,
right.
harmless project.
Project. Oh my God.
Now, be honest. What does it say when you got a soft academic like Pete Carmichael who's wearing a John Deere hat? What am I crying out for here? What's going on?
You want to be thought of as a man.
Yeah, nice. That just gets right to it. I was waiting for a woman's opinion about this.
Sorry. Right. Veronica, do you agree or not?
No.
Oh.
Okay.
What if he thought it was a man? You know what? We are seriously. We're gonna bring your camera, right?
Oh yeah.
You're gonna bring your camera, and we're gonna do a little dress up. We're gonna put some scarves on you, man.
Yeah, seriously. I mean, I like your whole, but I don't want to copy your look because everybody's gonna know.
Yeah.
You know, like I like the sports
So wear it on
jacket
the other
with
side. Whatever he flips his scarf for,
listen, do it the
other
opposite.
side. Yeah, they're like, that
I
definitely is not Pete
I
Carmichael.
gave up on the idea that my scholarship is going to have a lasting and meaningful impact. But if I can make an impact on fashion, just one person, especially a historian, man, I'm surrounded by people that have no style.
So
whatever I can do.
We'll start a trend then. So a trend starts when a second person does it, and then a third and a fourth. So I'll be the second. Yeah. And I'll adopt this. What was it? Sports jacket, random button-down shirt, right?
Yeah.
Jeans or. Yeah. Do you do any? Do you do a?
On occasion, I'll do the little handkerchief,
the handkerchief, and a scarf.
Yeah. No, look, look. If I saw me and it didn't know me, I would hate me. I mean, I dress like a pretentious ass.
Yes,
I just do.
No, you do. I told you
that, but I like it. I mean, it's clothes I like to wear. I can't help it. But I don't like me.
No, and it works for you. It works for you. And I told you the first time I saw you.
You thought, man, I'm not talking now.
I was like, where was it? It was at the visitor center. I forgot what the function was. It might have been the Stephen Lang.
Yeah.
Excuse me. But anyway,
I can't do the scarf.
I saw you, and no, but he does.
I'm starting to feel like legitimately attacked over here in the corner.
Why?
Because I have a whole book collection that's just for show. I've got all kinds of ridiculous Civil War hats, and I have no sense of style.
No, you have a great sense of style.
There's time to change.
I hate everybody in this room.
There's time to change.
No. I forgot what I was even saying about it, but whatever. I thought I've seen you on TV before, right? So I knew who you were ahead of time, and then I saw you at the thing, and you had the scarf on, and I go, oh, it's just inside, and he's wearing a scarf, and it's October. It's not even that cold out. And I go, what a pretentious ass. And I didn't go and introduce myself, but then, and I regret that, because when I finally did meet you, you're the most down-to-earth guy. For an academic, there's nothing academic about you. You're not stuffy at all. And same with Ashley and Jill.
Absolutely.
Like, you're all very down-to-earth,
cool
fun people.
Yeah, right.
It's got to be that the Civil War Institute is the coolest, like, department or club, whatever you call it, in the college. Because I can't imagine that, everything is full of people like you.
Well, it's hard to say, but I will acknowledge, yes, I'm pretentious in how I dress. And, we all have those moments. Like, I ordered once a tofu hot dog at a baseball game. And I was like, I hated myself. Exactly. I hated myself. So, yes, but thank you for saying that, because there's an appearance, and then there's the real Pete. And then John Deere, I was hoping you would help me out here, man. Is this my attempt to, like, get down?
To get down to the
be
people.
a real person.
Are you allowed
with
back
the people.
in Indiana anymore?
I know, man. Listen, my dad was a farmer.
Yeah.
They were a subsistence farmer. I mean, this is some gritty stuff. But
You're like Lincoln. You come from nothing.
But without the brilliance of Abraham Lincoln. No, come on. It's Abraham Lincoln.
Yeah.
But where was his formative years spent? There's only one right answer to this.
What'd
New
you say?
Salem.
The formative years of Abraham Lincoln. And there's
When exactly are the formative
New Salem,
years?
Illinois.
Kentucky.
That's wrong.
Indiana. No, he moved to Indiana.
Didn't live for a while in Kentucky, though, too.
Yeah, absolutely. And in Kentucky. So if you're from Kentucky, you say Kentucky.
But we're talking the formative years.
But we're talking about Indiana. I'm a Hoosier to the core, and that's the heart. That's really the truth. Scarf put aside, coats you put aside. I'm just a Hoosier, man. I am just a Hoosier. That's what I am.
That's interesting.
Hey, man, I just want to thank you all again, real quickly. Seriously, I so appreciate you taking all that time and interviewing folks. It was really great. It added a wonderful dimension. It's going to be the beginning of a long relationship.
I hope so. I really do hope so. And I really, I think it does more for us than it does for you to have us there. But thank you for thinking it does something for you.
It does, absolutely.
I mean, and hopefully we're going to put together. It's going to be a while, maybe a month or so before it comes out, because we've got a lot of stuff to go through and put it together. But I think you'll like what we'll do. Well, I'll put it like this: whatever we put out, I want to please not only the audience, but I also want to please you guys, because I want to go and do it again.
Absolutely.
And so we're going to work to do that.
And the next time you see a person with a scarf inside, you're going to speak to the person now.
Sure.
You're going to run over, and just introduce yourself, no matter how random it is.
Where do you find scarves of that thin material? Because I can't find those anywhere. Because that's the key. He's not wearing these like heavy knit scarves.
Yeah, outdoor scarf.
Unless it's like really cold.
Yeah.
But these are like, what do you call them? Outdoor scarves?
Well, he's not wearing those. He's not wearing winter scarves.
Correct.
A lot of them I get from my wife, Beth, who picks them. We do them together. We find it, yeah.
Where does she find them?
We just go over.
No,
I have to say,
there's a specific place. Like Lane Bryant or something?
No,
Are these like? Are you
There's
going
some
to
places in Georgetown I like, and
okay.
See again, here it is. I got my John Deere hat. I can't say I shop for scarves in Georgetown, can I?
You shouldn't say you shop for scarves anywhere.
Right, absolutely. They're all gifts. They're all gifted to me. That's what's happening.
Exactly. Oh boy, no. That would be terrible if. Well, no. So, do these stores have? Could you pick me? How much are they?
Well, some of them are more.
They're expensive, aren't they?
No, some are $30, $40. Sometimes they get up a little higher than that. Right. It just depends on where.
Next time you go scarf shopping, could you take some pictures and I'll PayPal you the money or something. Get me a scarf. I want to try.
Let's try some on first and let's see what looks good for you. We got to get your look right.
The color.
I mean, he might be an ascot man.
Oh, there you go.
Bow tie guy. I could see you as a bow tie guy.
Bow tie?
Yeah,
too fat for a bow tie.
No, I think that would look fantastic. You're gonna be good.
I'd look like what was that Eddie Murphy movie where he dresses like the fat people?
The Nutty Professor.
Is it the Nutty Professor? Yeah. The Clumps?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I'd look like one of them with the. I think doesn't one of them wear a bow tie and a suit?
I don't know, but you have a built-in nickname, dude. Bow tie Matt. It's got a ring to it.
Bow tie.
I guess.
Yeah.
Sound like an old mobster.
Well, you know what? If I wear like a bow tie with just like a T-shirt,
we could get a much better nickname with an ascot, though.
Bow
yeah.
Hey, can I just a quick thank you to Lewis.
Lewis Trott, big friend of ours. Yes.
Lewis and I did a walking tour of the 18th Virginia and Pickett's Charge, and then we went out to the field hospital. He was fantastic. We had a really good time together.
Let's talk about these tours because so one of the cool things that they do at the convention or the conference is I always want to call it a convention. Well, it's the same thing. One of the things that they do is you all get on different buses and you go to different points of the battlefield for a different tour or talk or whatever. And so when we went around and got footage and whatever. But talk more about that. Like, tell us what people can expect.
So we have one day that's devoted to all-day tours, and they usually go deep into Virginia. So we went all the way down to North Anna. We did Spotsylvania. And then we did some Monocacy. Scott Hartwig did South Mountain. So we have 5, I believe, this year. Okay, that's Monday. Tuesday, just do half-day tours, and they're Gettysburg centered. And this year it was from battlefield to field hospital. So I did 18th Virginia. Keith Pohanka did a regiment in Sims's brigade. Ashley did a regiment in Iverson's brigade. And so we spent an hour and a half, 2 hours walking in the footsteps, reading accounts, and then man, it was powerful. We went to Pickett's Field Hospital, and you can see some of the wartime buildings still. Went down to the mill, just see a remnant of that. Read accounts, and it was cool.
And that was with Lewis.
That was with Lewis. Yeah, Lewis. It was.
We
great.
couldn't find you guys because I think it was you guys and Teresa Orr were the two that we couldn't find when we were out there, and so we didn't get any footage of those guys.
But every year we do something different. So I just spoke to Jen Murray today. I think she's going to be on your show. She's next year going to do a whole day Gettysburg. First part will be in the classroom talking about the First Corps at Gettysburg, right, and reading letters, talking, discussing, and then afternoon out on the battlefield. Just focusing on the First Corps. And so, but just again, we always change it up.
Right.
Always change it up.
So then, just so people understand, like, you're not just sitting listening to lectures all day. There certainly are days of lectures, but they're all good. They're entertaining. They're not entertaining where it's like, we're going to talk about Lincoln and I'm going to sing a song I wrote. But, like, it's just everybody's really good.
Really interesting topics.
Yeah. And they're not going on forever and ever. It's, just the right amount of time. Yeah. And you got the panels. Looking forward to being on one next year. And then Well, why don't we have a debate? Well, how about this? I got an idea. You and I have a debate because this is never going to end.
Okay.
You make the case that we're historians. I make the case that we're not. And then we just debate why we believe the other one is wrong.
I feel like we'll probably win that battle in the court of public opinion.
I agree.
You'll head right into the gutter and give out all kinds of examples, which will horrify my audience.
No.
Entertaining.
I would never do that on purpose. No, we wouldn't do that. I would tell you why.
I'm
going
to
to
tell you what people will be interested in. They're going to be interested in how you produce this show. They're interested in the behind the scenes stuff. And I'm being serious.
Yeah,
they really like that.
I think you're
thing, right. And so there's so many podcasts out there, and there's productions that you put on. I mean, they want to know about this.
Yeah.
How do people, how do they get it together?
I agree. And the answer is on a wing and a prayer. Because God knows, I don't know how we do it. But yeah, anyway, that was it. So Joe, did you enjoy your time there, right? You had a good time?
It was amazing. So we talked about the inside jokes. By the end of day 5, we all had kind of our inside stories where I would just be walking past somebody in the hall and say, the Nathan Hale of the Confederacy, and we'd high five and then go on our separate ways. So, so you really got to know the people, that there would be, all of these, the Caroline Janies and then the Petes, they would all give their talk, and then everybody wanted to give their input. Like, everybody had their story. I think on one of the days you said, why did the Civil War soldier fight? And you can't answer that easily because there's a million different stories. And that really came out, not just from the presenters, but then afterwards, when the audience would get together in our little clatch and just talk about, this is how Gettysburg makes us feel. This is our story of the Civil War and our perspective, and it really brought it all together. So I really think you do an amazing job doing that. It's fantastic.
Yeah, absolutely. Big hand for Pete and his team.
And that's true. Ashley Lusky and Jill Titus, they do a great job. We were shorthanded this semester, and they somehow pulled it off. I'm so fortunate to have them there, and it's just it's great. We all do this because we have this shared love for the past, but we also do it because we love being together, and it's nice to be in an environment where I don't feel like people are trying to say, I own Gettysburg, or they got to know their stuff. That kind of mentality drives me crazy, and I like the people that are there, and I like the fact that everyone's humble. Got some really energetic fellow there who wants to yell out whenever the spirit moves him. I thought he was like back in Baptist church or something, right?
I think he was convinced he was the only one there. The way he was even interacting with the presenters, he was like, "Oh, I like that. Yeah. That's good. It was wild."
It's my fault. I was given a tour on the battlefield 2 years ago, he said, and he saw me, and I guess he recognized me, and he yelled to me, "It's all my fault." And I, like an idiot, said, "You should come to CWI." But you know what? I'm telling you, this same person we're talking about, he's extraordinarily sweet and kind. During our 18th Virginia walk, he was helping somebody who was struggling along, and he was a really nice guy. So I'll take the enthusiasm and the weirdness.
Oh no, no. We like I said, Joe and I got in a conversation with him, and he told us about. I don't remember what it was, but it was about history back where he's from, and he's very interested in it, very passionate about it, right?
General Rogers.
It wasn't Rogers. It was Earl Van
Dorn. Oh, he was doing P. Ridge.
Yeah, it was Earl Van Dorn. Yeah, it was Earl Van Dorn.
Yeah, because we talked about him getting murdered catting around.
Yep.
Yes.
That's right.
Well, listen. Great times were had by all.
Yeah, thank you all.
And ladies and gentlemen, where do they go to if they want to sign up for next year? You can't do it yet?
Absolutely can.
Oh.
Right, this very second you can. Just go to CWI, Gettysburg College, CWI. I don't know the page off the
Just
top of my
Google
head.
it.
Just Google it.
Just Google it. That's
Gettysburg College, CWI. You'll see our homepage, and it'll say Conference for 2023, and it's right there.
Very
Just
good.
make sure your card has sufficient funds.
Oh, we'll broadcast it across the world. Your card's been declined, sir. Oh, my.
That's awesome.
Mr. Jones, your card has been declined.
All right, thanks, Pete. We'll be right back, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you.
What happened to my thing? Hello, everybody, and welcome to this episode of Addressing Gettysburg Today, AG Today, as the kids call it on the street. And man, today is really a tough day here. We had a big show, all excited about it. All going to be a full house in here. We're going to have Richie Condon coming in, and of course Ronnie Ronstadt, the co-host of Addressing Gettysburg. And then, like within a half an hour, the half hour right as we were getting ready to start, everybody's starting to show up and everything. I get a text from Ronnie, and she says that she can't make it. And then I get a text from Richie saying he can't make it, and why? Because both of them
and you're going diarrhea
have stomach issues, and so and so they're not going to be able to make it in, which has me worried because now maybe there's something going around. And of course I saw Rich last night, so did Colby, and so did our guest Peter Carmichael, Pistol Pete Carmichael. and so who knows, now we're all going to come down with something, and we have a big weekend ahead of us here. Pete Carmichael, welcome.
Thanks. Yeah, it's great to be back.
Put the microphone pointing to your mouth so that we can hear you, please.
Can you hear me now?
There you go. Perfect. Thank you very much. And yes, it's good to have you back. We had a fun time last night. Colby, Debbie Jones is sitting in here as well.
Hello, everyone.
Colby, we had fun last night with Pete and a whole array. It was like the who's who of Civil War people, right?
Absolutely, to celebrate Scott Hartwig's new book on Antietam. And it was quite a gathering of folks. Scott said a few words about his book, and it was fantastic. We don't get together for things like that. We should. Every time someone publishes a book, man, we should celebrate.
We gotta people need to start writing more books so that we can have these parties again, because it was cool, because I didn't know who to expect. I didn't really think about it. I was invited to it a couple of days beforehand, so I didn't have time to really think, I wonder who's going to be there and all that. And then I walk in, it's just like everybody is there.
Jim Broomall was there?
Jim Broomall was there. Chris Gwynn was there.
He was super interesting. It was my first time meeting Jim.
Yeah, right. Yeah. And, that's right. I introduced you guys.
Yeah, we had a really, really interesting conversation. I think him and he's got a friend that's a behavioral psychologist that also wrote a book on soldiers from the Army of the Potomac after the war, post-war, and how kind of, I guess, the adjustment phase. So we're gonna have the two of them in to have a conversation, relating to the topics of their books, because Jim did a study on the Confederates in a very similar time frame.
Yeah. I wish I knew about his friend with that book, because that's something that interests me too.
Well, when I have his name here, I'll give it to you after the show.
Yeah, that'd be great. Thank you. And so Scott had a line last night that I wrote. I had to write it down because it was really good. And it was about memory versus history. Do you remember?
I did, yes.
Now, I think I paraphrased, because by the time I actually got my note app open, he had moved on.
I was reading what you wrote,
and it wasn't exactly
right.
It wasn't. He had said it more eloquently, but I wish I had said, "Hold on a second, Scott," and then I got to say that again.
Yeah. He was quoting Timothy Snyder, who is a historian at Yale, who writes of the Holocaust. He's just a brilliant historian.
But it was basically, memory is history, but it's not. Memory is a disservice to history, is essentially what he was saying. Because there's a difference between the two, but people often confuse them.
Right.
And I think that's the problem with most of our lost causers.
It is, and I probably would just give Scott a little pushback. I think that separation between memory and history is a little artificial. I mean, as soon as an event happens and one recalls it, it's memory. So they're actually inseparable. But
I don't think that's what he meant, though.
Well, I know, but I think that any attempt to try to separate the two then leads us to believe that there is a history out there that's recoverable. It's the truth, and we can find it, which I think, yes, there's certain things that are recoverable and that are indisputable. But I think it's a mistake to believe that somehow, some way, that when you start creating memories, that you're getting away farther from the truth of history. The truth of history is about how people make meaning of it. And how they make meaning of it over time, it changes. And so I'd focus more on that and why those meanings change. I think that's what's important, rather than trying to say, look, I've discovered the truth, and from there we see how people have sort of run with it. In many cases they have. Lost cause is a good idea. I talked to my students recently about the signs. You don't see as many now on the battlefield that are in the where people live, not on the battlefield, but people's homes. It's a this place mattered here because Black Lives Matter.
Oh, this battle was fought because Black Lives Matter. Yeah.
So how do you think my students felt about that sign?
How do I think your students felt about it?
So Gettysburg College, right? It's my survey Civil War class, mostly first-year students. We talked about the sign. How do you think they think? Hey,
well, I would imagine
that's a good sign. That's an important sign.
I feel like they probably could connect with that.
Yeah, I figured they would have liked it. Because
your smile makes me think I'm wrong.
It makes you feel good. It's a feel good thing, but it's not.
Every single student who spoke in a class of 25, there were 10 or 11, and every single student said that's not history at all. That's not true. That's not why they fought here. And those signs are there to make people feel better.
Good for them. They can actually think. I'm glad to hear that.
Don't underestimate these young people.
I did.
I totally did. Gives me hope, man.
Yeah.
And yet at the same time, the point again is not to just say, hey, those signs are ridiculous.
No.
And they're there to make us feel good. As my point to them was, look, we always want to blame the far right for using the lost cause in all kinds of absurd and horrible ways, and that's true. But we should not forget that on the left, there's also a misuse and abuse of history as well. And again,
it's our whole political system.
Well, oh my, here we go. That's not the point. The point again is that's what I'm trying to say, and that would be my point to Scott as well.
Well, they're wedded, right? The two themes are wedded: history and memory.
Yes,
and
there you go.
It would be like trying to interpret the Civil War without giving any acknowledgement to the cause of the war.
Yeah, but the thing with memory, though, Pete, is that you talk about memory is as soon as the thing's over and people start talking about it's memory, it's their memory, right? But I don't think I always took when people talk about memory in relation to history, they're talking about almost, for lack of a better word, like pop culture, like how we popularly remember an event, which doesn't necessarily mean it is historically accurate.
And I like how you've made that characterization.
Thank you.
Absolutely agree with you. If you were to say, hey, what's this popular interpretation of that, that's getting us somewhere. And then we'd have to be more specific about the time and the place and how all of that changes. So yeah, I'm right there with you. One person, a historian of note, said that memories in the gut and history's in the head. As you can only imagine, that makes utterly no sense to me whatsoever, right? Because history, go to an official report. If you go to the ORs, those reports, they're like kind of dry, right?
Yeah.
But are those not the memories? Absolutely.
Sure.
Is there not some emotion that's an element of the recollection of those memories? Of course.
Yeah.
Right. So again, the separation, like I said, I don't know where that gets us. I don't think it gets us very far at all. What I like to see is what my students did, right?
Yeah.
They looked at that and said, here's this expression about the Civil War. Why are people articulating their understanding of the war in this particular way? When the history, as they said, the Union soldiers who fought here were fighting mostly for Union, although they knew that now the cause of Union was the cause
it's
of
been expanded. But
Yeah.
it is interesting, though, because every generation uses the Civil War, or perhaps any area of history, but we study the Civil War, and they seem to use the Civil War and interpret it in a way that meets their modern day political views or whatever. And if you can go back to every generation and they all did it in their own way, and that's what's so frustrating, because sometimes that becomes the history.
Right.
And then now, but it seems like now that there's a really good crop of historians who are trying to wipe away the dust of all that craziness over the last 160 years and re-examine it. But by craziness, I mean like the lost cause and just all the myths. And there's Yankee myths too. It's not all on the South. And now people are kind of saying, well, let's wipe that away and see if we can't really get down to the nuts and bolts of what happened, which is I like.
Absolutely. And I think now,
but by the way, it's most on display at the CWI Summer Conference. It really is. That's where I realized this last June. Is I was like, I'm like, you know what? It's like this is a really good crop of historians that we have nowadays, because people are looking at things differently, and they're kind of wiping the soot of all the myths and legends away.
They are, and I have to be very careful how I say this, especially that we're live. We're also at a particular moment politically in the wake of the murder of George Floyd. I think that a lot of good history has come out of that. I think it's brought attention to historical actors that we've often pushed to the margins. Oh, that's really important. My fear is, though, that in our attempt to, in a sense, recover the lost historical actors, that we've now pushed them to a place of prominence in which we don't see how historical actors of different backgrounds, different races, different classes truly interacted. So, for instance, there's some excellent work that's been done on the abolitionist movement. And over time, we've not fully recognized the contributions of free blacks to that movement. And now we're at a point, though, where their contributions seem to be the ones that only matter. And I'm at a risk here.
It's an overcorrection.
Yeah.
It is. And again, it is. I am very nervous and uneasy in making that kind of observation because, of course, as a white dude, I could easily be seen as a reactionary, which I'm not. I just want to remind us again that this is a perilous undertaking, as we all, as historians. And whenever I hear people like yourself who have an acknowledgement and awareness that, hey, you know, what's happening in the world around me today, that's a filter through which I understand the past. And I'm going to try to do all I can to try to keep that from happening, although some of it is utterly unavoidable. So I kind of just do a little political thing for me, right, that I have to be careful of.
Yeah.
It is hard for me to not get emotional and feel very strongly about what these Union soldiers gave their lives for.
Sure.
And their belief that the act of secession was an immoral and illegal act in which they were willing to give their lives to defend for the cause of democracy. It is hard for me not to bring that to the forefront of all my public talks because I want people to remember what happened on January 6th, which is an utter tragedy in this country's history, a tragedy.
Just as bad as 9/11?
I don't even compare them because they're so
they're not,
they're not even
but you do hear people trying to make the comparison.
But I would not make that comparison at all. But I would say that when you look at what happened at the Capitol and what triggered it, and look, I don't understand how we don't have 80 to 90% of Americans saying, oh my God, this was an attack on our institutions and it cannot be tolerated in any way, shape, or form. Just as these Northern soldiers said, that firing on Fort Sumter was a firing on our country's stand on republicanism and democracy, and that we won't allow that. We won't stand for it. And so, you know, I have to be careful because I know there are people in my audience who probably don't feel that way about January 6th.
I think the complicated thing about January 6th is you have to look at it in the context of the 3 or 2. What was that? 21 or 22? That was 21. So you got to look at it the year leading up to it. And not in a vacuum. Like it didn't happen in a vacuum, in other words. And I think that any moment in history, you have to look at that way. You can't just look at it. You got to look at what is it a part of? What is it a reaction to? And yeah, but like...
Well, let's go to 1860 election, right? So 1856 is the first time that the Republicans ran a candidate for presidency. It was John Fremont. And if you look at the letters of Southerners, many of them said, if he gets elected, we're done. We're out of this union. They were rattling sabers in 1856. We had the rattling of sabers from our president before that election. He said that if I lose this election, it's a false election, right? It's not legit. So, like you said, yeah, there's warnings. These tremors are happening before. They happened before 1860, man. Now, a lot of Northerners thought this was just a bunch of bluster on the part of Southerners and that cooler heads would prevail. But obviously, it's 4 years.
Well, you know what's interesting though is the history of secessionist movements in our country prior to the Civil War, which I didn't know about until very recently. And I mean, none of them were as successful or big as the Confederacy, but we seem to be a nation of people who never really wanted to be together with you know what I mean? Like we're always trying to find an excuse to get away from each other. And I think that's just as American as apple pie or anything else. Like every once in a while we get fed up and we're like, I want to be away from you.
Well, I think there are particular moments within very localized regions in which there's that kind of dissatisfaction. But for the most part, and even in 1860, that there still was, even amongst Southerners, who certainly did not embrace secession, but saw it as inevitable and lamented the fact that the nation was going to be dissolved. So there is a strong sense of nationalism that's always united this country in positive and in negative ways. And as I tell my students, there is a lot of ugliness with democracy, and we see it all around us, and we see it in our past. And rather than give up and, of course, give in to cynicism, man, there's a lot of moments where democracy, we sort of rise up, we get out of the gutter, and we get clean. And I think the Civil War is one of those moments. It's hardly perfect. And this goes back to the presentism of today, the notion that if we came out of the Civil War and suddenly African Americans were not only free, but enjoyed equality, and that the fact that they did not enjoy equality, that somehow makes the war a failure and made Reconstruction a failure. I don't get that reasoning at all. That's, to me, ahistorical. That is a standard that we're imposing upon those people that fits us and not them. What happened at the end of 1865 was truly revolutionary. It was far from perfect, but those forces that were unleashed, who would have ever imagined it? You're going to tell me after John Brown's raid in 1859 that anyone could have imagined that there would have been black soldiers for the U.S. government, former slaves, marching into Charleston, South Carolina, of all places. So, like I said to my students, I think it's an important point. The past can be discouraging as hell. Don't let yourself go down that road too far, because there's too many things that give us hope and encouragement. We don't need, I think, to disparage our country when we study the past. We need to be critical, and we need to know that all people across the globe, there's ugliness, man.
Because it's all human beings, and humans are ugly.
More complicated than we like to think.
Absolutely. I prefer to look at our history as like, there are horrible things in it, and we don't have it anymore. Like, I'm very happy that I'm alive in a day and age where I don't have to, go visit my relatives in Virginia and see slaves.
Well, it's from the dawn of America.
From the dawn of America,
it has been a constant effort to make the country live up to live up to what was set out.
You don't flip a light switch and then live up to the ideals of the Declaration of Independence.
Thomas Jefferson, writing the Declaration, and he obviously was a slave owner, right? But he put in there that all men are created equal, and I think he did that intentionally. I don't think he specified what kind of men were created equal to others. Even though at the time that he was living in, him being a slave owner, I still think he had an ideal in his mind, regardless of the institution of slavery, that every man, black, white, whatever color you want to think of, was created equal, and that from that moment to where we are now, we have strived continuously to live up to those standards that were set in that document. And it's one of the things that makes this country the greatest country that's ever been in the history of civilization.
Unique experience. Colby, I would just say this. I think Thomas Jefferson, when he wrote All Men Are Created Equal, he looked at that and he probably thought, damn, I wished I had some white out. Like, wait, you need some white out here. I don't really mean this.
Why didn't anybody invent some parchment out?
I just got absolute, right?
Yeah.
Because I could tell you, man, the Southern slaveholders, they looked at that document and they thought, what was TJ thinking?
Yeah.
Right? What was he thinking there?
Well,
but I agree with Colby. This is an experiment, right? And it's a noble one, and we are always striving to live up to that. And we certainly can never do that if we want to tell our young people, look at your past and just disparage, criticize, damn, condemn everybody. Man, I want people and my students to come out of a Civil War class and seeing that, yes, these individuals are human, but also to see these remarkable things that they did, the sacrifices they made, the duty they had. And that's on both sides. Man, these kids aren't dumb. They know that the South fought for slavery, right? But they're also recognize that that's the world that they inhabited, and they want to understand that world. So.
Now, do you find, Pete, when they come in, that they have, maybe a different type of view of the South, and then when they leave, it's changed?
So I've taught in the South almost my entire career, and here at Gettysburg, yes. And that view they have of the South and of the North is the South is a land of sinners who brought the war on, and that the North was committed to abolition and ending slavery. So it's not very nuanced. And listen, before everyone gets up in arms, history's not being taught anymore, which I just get so weary of hearing that. And the problem is the relentless testing that these high school students across the country are subjected to. They are standardized testing that does almost never accounts for history. And you can't blame these teachers. They got to prepare the kids for the test. They have no choice in the matter.
Right.
And the consequence of that is that they don't have a very broad, or even, I should say more importantly, a deep view or deep understanding of the past. And yeah, it's a problem, but We'll get through it. We
They have to keep
We have
everything
to.
at surface level because they have to go for that test rather than the critical.
Right.
Absolutely. And just think about, when you were in junior high, were you open to the nuances of what it meant to live in a slaveholding
I couldn't
society?
spell nuance in junior high.
Hell, I don't even know what it means. I still don't even think I know what it means. It's like, I said epitome. The word epitome.
Yeah.
I shouldn't embarrass. I say this online. I didn't do this in front of a class. Thank God. I was in college though. I said not epitome. I said epitome.
Oh no,
epitome. And that man, my friends, never ever my high school friends. Epitome this, epitome that.
That was your nickname. Epitome Carmichael.
Yeah, epitome.
A sign you'd only ever read the word and not actually heard.
I've never heard
Right,
it.
right.
Now I said this online, and guess what? I'll be hearing this now for the rest of my life.
You want to take a call from a listener who has a serious question, and we'll get to you, Colby, afterwards. Sorry.
I got a question related to that.
All right, Dave, is that you on the air?
Yep, I'm here.
Hi, David. Go ahead. You've got Peter Carmichael, Pistol Pete Carmichael. Go ahead.
Hey, should I call you Professor Carmichael, Dr. Carmichael?
Pistol.
Which would
Pistol.
you prefer?
All day.
I actually prefer.
Pistol,
I
okay,
prefer
pistol.
Pete. I do like pistol. If I was on the basketball court, that's what they called me. When I was a kid. I was from Indiana. I never played like pistol, but I like that. Pete is perfect. Pete's just fine.
Okay. Well, Pete, I have 2 questions, and I will sign off after this, but I will preface this by saying I talked with Matt about sort of maybe doing a podcast called Civil War Matters in the past. Oh, no.
What?
Hold on. You guys hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. Are
Can
you
you
on
guys hear
speaker? Are you on speakerphone?
No, I'm on my computer.
Oh, gotcha.
And,
Okay. However,
Can you guys
whatever
hear me
proximity
okay?
you're talking to the microphone now is the clearest that you sound. So stay where you are and continue.
Oh, okay. But no, so I had talked with Matt previously about maybe doing a podcast called Civil War Matters about how the Civil War still affects us, how we are basically still living in it, and it's not all good. And so my 2 questions are, and I'll sign off after this. On January 6, 2021, the Confederate flag made its way into the, quotes, People's House for the first time. Do you feel that the failure of Reconstruction led to this event in some way? And secondly, why do we as a nation sort of pussyfoot around the lost cause so much, and how do we fix that?
Yes, good point. Good
Both
question.
good
Thank you, Dave. Dave, stay on. Don't run off in case you want to continue.
I have quick responses to that. I thought that the emphasis on the Confederate flag in the Capitol on January 6th was completely misinterpreted by our press, and even by some of my colleagues who wanted to turn that into an event. They tried to racialize that event. What they were forgetting, the protesters, the insurgents, who were they after? You can't find a whiter man in America than Vice President Pence. That's who they were after.
That's right.
So the idea is, look, the Confederate flag has meant and represented a wide range of political interests. Most of them, of course, with the Klan and with racism. There's no doubt about that. But the flag also has represented a sense of rebellion, taking it against the man.
I'm so glad you said that.
It's class-based.
Yeah.
And so the flag has meant a number of different things. I thought, again, the explanation for January 6th and turning into like a racist event, even though the Proud Boys were there, we know what they stand for. There are probably some Klansmen there as well. But it goes back to the point. We have lost in this country an ability to have a complicated analysis of people's backgrounds and political agendas. We just reduce it to identity. And it flattens who people, what they are. So that's my first point. The second point is, I'm sorry to disagree with you, but I think we have come so far when it comes to confronting the lost cause and its distortions. I see, again, I've been historian for a long time. I started when I was 19 at Appomattox. You can't believe the stuff I heard all the time. Man, Grant's nothing but a drunk. That's what they would say. And listen, I'm not the brightest dude. I suddenly had an epiphany. I'm from Indiana, but I'm like, wait, what's going on here? Man, Grant won the war.
Right.
Here's where the nation supposedly healed, at Appomattox. Why are all these people doing this? And I was dressed up as a Union soldier. They called me damn Yankee this, damn Yankee that, which was, of course, in just a little bit. But by the end of the summer, man, I was getting touchy. So here's the point. Right? I was like, this is too much. Then I worked at Cold Harbor, and there is this little visitor shelter there. It wasn't enclosed. It was worse than your old studio. That's what I can imagine. It was that bad, man.
No offense or anything.
Yeah, so it's Cold Harbor. So, and the Park Service at that time, they played upon Grant's disaster there in terms of the signage and the exhibits. I can believe it. I found myself defending Grant, of all places, at Cold Harbor. And this dude came in to this exhibit shelter and said to me, Ulysses S. Grant, he's never won anything in his life.
Except the war.
What?
I said, let's go outside. Of course, it wasn't to fight because 90% of the American male population can kick my ass pretty easily. But I went out and I pointed to the American flag and I said, he must have won something. We wouldn't be here right now. So my point is that, yes, there's, I think, more rearguard actions when it comes to the lost cause. It will always be with us, but its prevalence, its strength, its popular cultural impact is so minimal compared to where it was. But you can cherry pick anything, and that is, again, one of the great challenges that we face, because we have a media that absolutely thrives on controversy. They thrive on exceptionalism. So, and it's disturbing because
you mean sensationalism?
Yeah, absolutely. It reminds me of what happened in 1860 when we have Southerners who are portrayed as being subjected to the great evil slave power, and the Northerners, they're nothing but Black Republicans, right? So you get
and dirty immigrants and
all that kind of stuff, right? So I worry again today in terms of how people are informed and what shapes their perceptions of the world, and how they're often so reduced, and they're reduced because of this just dire need to always get clicks, always to get attention. And I think that the media is failing us badly, not because they're off to the left or off to the right. No,
because they have a different overlord. It's or different god. It's money.
It's money. Absolutely.
The thing I don't watch the news. What I like to do is, if I have the time, I'll watch like a congressional hearing on C-SPAN, because then you get it all.
You and 10 other people.
It's literally the worst thing you can do.
Why is that the worst thing you can do? Because here's why. If you watch the news is going to take something that happened in one of those hearings, and they're going to spin it, and they're going to show you only a snippet of it, and then tell you what to think about the rest of it. If you watch the whole thing, you get to make a decision for yourself. And so I would rather do. Now, I don't have the time to sit through all these things, but I can at least sit through like a 15-minute or 5-minute interlude between two people, and it's interesting because then you get a different idea of what is possibly, you never really know what's going on, but what's possibly going on, as opposed to just getting it from the news.
Yeah, absolutely. This admission by you, though, confirms a fear that I had from last night. And I thought, you and I are in Frederick, and there's some great bars and great music scene actually there as well. And where are we? We are at a book launching party, right? And now you tell me in your free time.
Watch C-SPAN?
Yeah. No, not C-SPAN 3, but you're watching congressional committees. So maybe we should
fascinating.
Let's liven some things up for you, Matt.
Yeah, okay.
Tonight, we're going to bust into some book discussion someplace.
Just bust into it.
Preferably a bunch of
streaking.
No, not streaking. Oh. No, we just bust in and liven it up with some of our provocative ideas.
Oh, I like that. All right.
I'm not going to expose our body parts.
All right. Well, I thought you wanted to really do it up, but no, maybe not.
We do need to liven up your social life maybe a little bit.
No, I don't think I need to liven it up.
You don't?
No, I'm too old for a lively social life. Yeah. Don't you feel the same way?
No.
You're older than I am.
No, I don't at all.
Well, you're in better shape than I am, I guess.
We hate abbreviations. Welcome back to AGT. Okay. Where's the writer?
All right. This segment, ladies and gentlemen, is brought to you by the Civil War Summer Conference, Civil War Institute Summer Conference. It's June 7th through the 12th, 2024. You know, we've been talking about it for weeks now. I can't wait for it to come. I look forward to it every year.
Yeah, definitely.
I really do. It's a lot of fun. It's a lot of like-minded people walking around, drooling over the historians that are walking amongst them.
Yes.
I mean, this
Meet
is
your heroes.
You get to meet your history heroes, and this is the thing. Like, it's not like, Mr. So-and-so or Dr. So-and-so is on the stage and he's giving his talk, and then we whisk him off through the back door and you can't access him or anything. No, he walks down the little steppies in the front, and then all of a sudden people swarm him and they don't run away, and they talk, and it's a wonderful time. Mm-hmm. It's a lot of fun. Some of these wonderful people that you're going to be able to see are Harold Holzer, Ronald White, Scott Hartwig, Elizabeth Leonard, Aaron Sheehan Dean, Jim Brummel, Jonathan White, Jen Murray, and more. And of course, one of them is our guest, Peter Carmichael. So contact Civil War at Gettysburg.edu or 717-337-6590. Last week, I said, mentioned that you heard about them on our show. Uh-huh. I said, I don't think you get a discount, but let them know anyway. And somebody did.
You do.
And you do. You get 10% off.
No, 15.
15.
Whoa.
15% off, according to... And listen,
absolutely.
If Carmichael says it, that's as good as gold right there.
Maybe slow down with the phone number there, man.
Well, I'm going to give it again.
Okay, all right.
Okay, you give it fast the first time and then slower the last time. Oh, that's how I do it.
So people can be prepared. Get their pens out.
Yes, get those pens ready because it's coming again, ladies and gentlemen.
Here it comes right
hit
now.
Rewind.
Right
but
now.
You can do it online too.
717. Well, you know what? The thing is, here's the address online: www.gettysburg.edu/civil-war-institute/summer-conference/2020. Who's going to remember that? So send them an email. Civil War.
Just Google it.
Thank you. CWI, Gettysburg College.
Okay, but that's rude. I don't want to be rude and say just Google it. I want to give them something. So send them an email. Civil War
in your favorite browser. Type in Civil War Institute.
Make sure you put 2024.
At Gettysburg College.
At Gettysburg College. Yes, at Gettysburg College. 2024. Make sure you have 2024, right, and then that way everybody knows. Yeah. Okay, so let's just get Civil War at Gettysburg.edu or Google it, or 717-337-6590. That's 717-337-6590.
And get your 15%?
Get your 15% off. You got to mention address in Gettysburg. Absolutely. Yeah, I wish I remembered that, and I think now that I think about it, I think Ashley did tell me that.
Yeah. We'll give you 15% too, man.
So now, if you already signed up and didn't know that because I didn't tell you that, can they call back or should I not have said that and you just keep the money?
It could be challenging.
Yeah, it could be challenging. Next year, folks. I'm so sorry.
Yeah.
I'm so sorry. You know what? They deserve your money.
Why don't you just give them a discount and sign up for your podcast?
Why don't you just shut your mouth?
I like the way he thinks.
I don't. I hate the way he
I'm thinking of the customer, man.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Hey, listen, Pete Carmichael is our guest, ladies and gentlemen. Of course, you know him from the Civil War Institute. He's written many books. The War for the Common Soldier. What was the other one?
Biography of Willie Pegram.
That's
on
right.
Last Generation. Edited a book on
and
Ari Lee. And
you're working on
what the world needs more than anything, a new book on the Battle of Gettysburg.
And what's the angle on this one?
This one is 7 individuals, 3 Union, 3 Confederate, and an enslaved. Start at the end of Chancellorsville, work our way through the campaign. Of course, sort of go back and forth in time, but also connect them to their family and their personal lives. It's a very, as everyone says, my Gettysburg book is different. And of course, I get suspicious when I hear that, but I'm going to say it's a different kind of book.
Yeah.
And I'm enjoying it because it's pure narrative. It's unlike anything really I've done in a long time.
Now, I'm going through the schedule here for CWI this year. Yeah. The welcome by you, which, that makes sense.
Nice. Yes.
But then we go, let's see. We see you again. What are you doing? The next thing you do is the Hicksford raid is the next day. That. The Hicksford raid. What is that?
Everyone's dying to hear about that. I came across this raid in 1864 south of Petersburg through Sussex County. It was a raid that went awry. It was under Governor K. Warren to destroy part of the railroad, of course, headed south out of Petersburg, the Weldon Railroad. They accomplished that, but on the way back to Petersburg, they discovered that some of their men who had straggled and were just drunk as hell, that Confederate guerrillas not only captured them, but executed them. And this is not for, young audiences, but I'll say it anyways.
Earmuffs.
Earmuff this one. They cut off their penises and stuck it in their mouth.
Jesus.
And
Jesus.
yeah, it's brutal
Give
stuff.
me a warning.
I'm sorry about
He
that.
did. He said this
But I
is
mean,
adult.
a real warning. Like, you know,
That's a real
say
warning.
it again.
You want me to say it?
Yeah, so one more time.
They cut off their there we go, and put it in their mouth. And so, of course, now where did this spread? Obviously, most of these soldiers did not actually see that, but they learned of it. And when they did, they just let loose on Sussex Courthouse. They burnt the thing to the ground, a number of buildings, of course, pushing women and children out into the winter night. A lot of slaves ran away as well, and there's some reports of rape that occurred. So it's a brutal affair, right? And so I went down there to learn more about the details and could find really no one who lived in the community now who knew much about it. They all told me that I needed to go to Petersburg to really learn about the siege. So I've done a lot of deep digging on it, and it's fascinating how it was reported, and that's what I'm interested in. Because even at the time, you would have thought that Confederates would have used this for propaganda.
Yeah,
right,
definitely.
Man? In fact, you can't find really any mention of it at all. When they describe Union soldiers, it's just that they're a bunch of just like horse thieves and going in, taking, you know, cattle and stealing from people. That's how they describe the Union soldiers. They're just plunderers. They don't make any mention of them engaging in this sexual violence, right?
Yeah.
And I think you probably have a good, I probably guess as to why the papers didn't do it. Any good guesses? Why?
Decency?
No.
No, I don't have.
Why? Okay, my
Put
guess.
the idea out there.
Well, my guess is that if Johnny Reb is sitting in the trench in Petersburg and he read about these women in Sussex County who were sexually assaulted, he's going to say, I might need to get myself home to take care of business down there, make sure that my family's safe. Obviously, that's pure conjecture. But it's the only thing that makes sense because the fact that it was not included is truly shocking.
I'm kind of thinking it's weird that we don't hear about it now.
Yeah.
Like, this is the first I've ever heard about it.
You will now. I spent really years going down there talking to people. It's the kind of research that one enjoys because you just find a little shard here and there and trying to piece together this story. And I'm not suggesting that there was a conspiracy. There was not, even though that, of course, plays well with today.
Yeah, sure, everybody loves that.
But it's not. I mean, Governor K. Warren himself had such a bad relationship with Grant and with Meade. That plays into this as well. So there's high politics going on within the Army. There's public perception of it. In Northern papers, they, of course, downplayed, actually, the destruction that Union soldiers committed and instead focused on these Union raiders and tearing down the infrastructure of the Confederacy. So Sussex County, it's a place that's been forgotten. The two largest employers in Sussex County, ready, are the Virginia State Prison System. It's poor as hell, and it's a sad place in many ways. And it raises the question, right? When history has been scraped away, when it's been erased, there are no trenches. There's one marker, right? And I talked around. I write about it, and I'll speak about it as well. But I had some great conversations with people in Sussex who are like, "What? I've never heard this before." This one guy said to me, he said, "I grew up here. I knew the history." He said, "If someone had told me this as a kid, he said, I'd be saying, 'Damn Yankee this' and 'Damn Yankee that.'"
Yeah,
I'd never heard of it before. So yeah, it was cool. It was I was hoping I could get a book out of it. I just couldn't find enough.
Well, it's going to be interesting, and you strategically placed it right going into lunch.
That was smart.
So yeah, so hopefully they're not serving hot dogs.
What happened? You don't like the hot dogs at Gettysburg College? No. All right, I'm not missing.
No, because you're talking about.
Man, I'm telling you,
they're cutting off their.
I know. So, if there is an opportunity for a bad joke, you got to seize it.
And I was waiting for 3 minutes to get it out. It wasn't even that funny.
I wonder why. All right.
Who are you looking forward to see? You got a lot of interesting people.
Well, of course I can. You know, it's like my children. I don't have a favorite.
Well, they're not your children. These people are adults.
Listen, I'll say this. What I'm interested in about this conference is that we never do themes, but we have a number of talks that deal with atrocity. And Aaron Sheehan Dean from LSU, who has spoken at the conference before, he's super smart, very articulate. He knows how to give a good, accessible talk. And he will broadly speak about the rules of war and how both sides, and to varying degrees, tried to moderate and control the violence that they were unleashing, not just against armies, but also against people. It's a really, really smart book. The Calculus of Violence. It's the book of the conference. So he's kind of at the very core of what we're doing. And then we have some things that spin off from that. Ethan Rafuse. I don't know if you all know Ethan.
No.
Ethan teaches out at the one of the Leavenworth. He teaches out in Leavenworth. He's a PhD from Herman Hathaway was his advisor, who's passed away. Ethan wrote a very good book on McClellan. People should check out. He's also doing a staff ride for us as well.
Nice.
And one of the challenges, of course, is to be able to get folks who are to the west, and I mean really to the west of the Mississippi. Just to be blunt, it's costly for us, right? Especially travel and such. So a lot of really good historians in our field, it's hard for us to afford them. And so I'm thrilled to have Ethan back. He was here in my very first CWI, which was 2011. 2011. So his first time he's been back. He's good.
There's a lot of interest. We went through the schedule, Dave and I
see some are highlighted.
Yes, we went through them, and
did you highlight mine?
I put an X through yours.
Stars by mine, maybe. No.
Well, it's stars. Yes.
Yeah.
No. Well, now that you told us what the Hicksford raid was, now I want to interview you for that because that's interesting, and I am seeing a theme here.
It has a Chamberlain connection as well, and it's not a very
because he had. He was shot in the penis.
Not the connection. It's got a little bit of an obsession now. And I was the fool to bring it up. I really actually blame myself. I mean, one reason why
his education level.
We
stood as erect as I am now.
Thank you for that. We connect very well because, of course, we have sophomore humor.
Right,
but I get this, man. I don't bring it on air. Not that I need to be dignified. It's his show, and he goes at it, which I get. I'll just say this. Chamberlain says something about the rape that will surprise a lot of people. And we should note that Ron White, who just wrote a recent biography of Chamberlain, I think it's a good book. He focuses on the post-war period. White's going to speak as well. So I'm excited to have Ron White.
Yeah, we put him on the list of people we want to interview.
You should. He is incredibly smart. His stuff on Lincoln is fantastic.
Do you think, what are your thoughts on Chamberlain? Like, is he overdone? I'm sorry.
Well, I mean,
be as honest as you feel comfortable.
Nice, Pete.
Well, I think that most of us that are serious about this, that we can sort of put aside all the hyperbole about Chamberlain and the fact that he's like overexposure. Like Caitlin Clark. I mean, she's a phenomenal basketball player, and there will come a moment where people are going to be, I'm sick of her. She gets all the attention. Hell, that doesn't take away from the fact that she is a baller. You don't even know who Caitlin Clark is, man. What world do you live in, man? She is the greatest women's basketball player to date. She broke Pistol Pete's scoring record,
Pistol Pete
Maravich, right?
It's a full circle. Last time you were on, we were talking about Pistol Pete.
Pistol as well.
Yeah.
So I'll just say the same thing about Chamberlain. His contributions to the Union cause are undeniable. What he did, particularly during the last 2 weeks of the war, phenomenal. His fighting at Lewis Farmhouse, his fighting at White Oak Road, his fighting at Five Forks. Everyone gets so focused on this place, which was, again, an incredible contribution. It's true. After the war, yes, his ego got a little out of hand. Okay, so be it. But that still does not diminish.
No.
The guy sacrificed his body for a cause.
Yeah.
He had no business getting back in the Army after his Petersburg wound. He had every reason to stay home back up in Maine. And what did he do?
He went in.
He went back in as well. So you know what? For people who poo-poo him, shame on you.
Yeah, I just like him because I think he's really cute.
He is. Well, he's a college professor, man. We're all cute.
All right.
Let's
not go crazy.
That's true.
That's just how it goes.
You do have a fabulous head of hair.
Thank you so much.
You really do,
Just
Peter.
keep it coming.
Yeah, I just really enjoy it.
Yeah.
I've been sitting here looking at your hair.
Oh, yeah. I can't keep my eyes off.
So wait. You didn't do what? When I was signing a book once, and I felt so sorry for this man, and he turned to me and he said his wife was right there, and he just humiliated her, and he said, well, she'd really like to run her hands through your hair. How do you respond to that? Well, I didn't say yes to it, of course, but I thought, man, this guy's going to have a long ride
home.
A long ride
right,
home.
Yeah, and I'm sure she was mortified.
She absolutely was.
You embarrassed me in front of my hero, Peter Carmichael.
No, but the reason I ask is because do you think that there is an overcorrection? in the Gettysburg world, we kind of want to right the misconceptions of the movie and the Killer Angels. And so people think Chamberlain single-handedly saved the Union line. And a lot of people are like, yeah, Chamberlain, okay, but he was one of a million people that had everything to do with everything. And it's like, but that's kind of not the point. So in other words, they kind of crap on Chamberlain in order to pull up everybody else. And do you think that's like
true.
it's kind of unfair, isn't it?
Absolutely. The first thing is I felt like that voice you just did was like Donald Trump, but Donald Trump stoned. Like
Nice.
a stoner Donald Trump. That was good. I like that. No, I think you're exactly right. I think that's
Never
a really
fight uphill, me boys. Never fight uphill.
I told you I had CBS call me today about that.
Yes, I was wondering if they were calling anybody around
I'll
here.
just real quickly say, I think that's a really important point that you made.
Thank you. What was it?
Serious, and it's that there's this pop culture associated with Chamberlain, from the Killer Angels to the movie itself, and that becomes the point from which people then criticize the historical Chamberlain, which, as you said, really makes no sense at all. And yet, I think that we all can appreciate the fact that what keeps this place going is those kinds of debates. And I'm not interested in them personally, but I'm glad that they're happening, because I know that's the entry point for so many people to then maybe think about these things a little bit more deeply, right? And like, I want to understand better how Chamberlain dealt with these very serious physical wounds that he had.
He did,
absolutely.
Right? And how he contended with that. I mean,
How he rode a horse. How'd you ride a horse?
How do you do any of those
Yeah.
things? So I suspect very few of your listeners have ever read Passing of the Armies. Have you read Passing
All
of
of
the
them
Armies?
have. All of them have.
Have you read it?
Yeah. I read. You mean the title on the cover?
I found it to be significant that he wrote about that last 2 weeks of the war.
Yeah.
He didn't write. He didn't publish anything. I mean, he did publish some things about Gettysburg, but he wrote a book about that.
Yeah.
And again, I'd encourage people, read it. Yes. Again, he gives himself at times a little bit more attention, but he makes this beautiful and brilliant defense of Warren, and how, as we all know, Warren was so just shamefully treated by Sheridan at Five Forks. Shamefully. And although Warren put himself in a position that, one little misstep, man, he's done. And that's what happened to him.
I think 6 questions. Lentz says the pushback against Chamberlain is becoming a bit much. Nuance is needed in understanding the man. I agree.
Is that Avery?
No, Michael Lentz.
Michael Lentz.
6 questions. Yeah, Avery Lentz is going to be there too.
Yes, Avery will be there.
He's going to be there.
Yeah.
I didn't know he was at Monocacy.
He just got a permanent position.
I did know that.
And he's
congratulations to him.
And a Gettysburg alum.
Yeah,
Gettysburg College alum.
Yeah, and that's great. And so, but yeah, I think that the thing with Chamberlain is unfortunate, because a lot of people seem to be they almost get angry. Like, what I think is interesting is like actually learning the real story of the 20th Maine here, and how it wasn't so perfect the way it was executed.
Like every unit.
Right.
Yeah.
And I think like the movie and the book, and even Ken Burns' section on Gettysburg, those are all great, as you say, entry points for people to get interested in it. And then it's up to everybody else who knows better not to get angry, not to insult them, not to denigrate Chamberlain, but to say, well, actually, here's what really happened. And to me, I don't know, I kind of find it more interesting to think that was an accident.
Well, yes, and would you also say that these debates are sort of reflective, and again, I don't want to become the tired, boring academic, but is this the thing that's too late? I'll set you up too nicely for that.
Yeah, that was
but,
really
But
good.
is this, the kind of thing where it's like men arguing about, their sports teams and their favorite athletes? Like, that sort of becomes that kind of ridiculous thing.
I think that's what it is.
It's part of that. Part of that,
because I couldn't care less about sports, but I'll argue this stuff all the time, just for the sport of it. Ironically,
right?
Yeah.
Right. Well,
the Sykes. Remember how Hoptack did
John
his,
Hoptack,
his fantastic historian.
Yeah,
John,
did his winter lecture on Sykes, and he and I had talked about that because, he's kind of one of those people that people don't really realize who he is.
Right, absolutely.
He's one of the generals that was here at Gettysburg whose last name starts with an S, and everybody's not quite sure where he fits in the picture.
Right.
But like, even he was like, people were, what was he doing in Gettysburg? Like, even the ones that nobody even gives a crap about, except for John Hoptack.
Yeah.
Still have people that are going to be.
Yeah. And then they do
did.
a lecture like John did, and suddenly it's like, wow, this guy's pretty interesting.
Awesome. Yeah.
It's funny how things work. So you did a lecture, which I thought was really good. Yeah. And what the best part about it was you made reference to me like 2 or 3 times.
I knew you would like that.
That was the only point.
I always pandered.
I don't even know what you were talking about.
You can't even remember. It was about John Partington, the Iron Brigade soldier.
That's right.
And really about his wife
as
well. Right. Yeah. That's it. No,
I thought that was good. And did you watch it?
I have watched it. Yeah.
Did you notice?
I don't like to watch myself.
I understand that. Did you notice the artistry with which I shot the end when you were? I don't remember if it was a slow zoom in or out.
No, I couldn't get that far.
Well, you just skip to the end.
I'll
skip
have
to the end.
And take a look at that as well.
But it was good. It was one of my favorites. John was one of I'm not going to go through the whole list, but yours was one of my favorites. Besides the fact that you mentioned me 3 times. Maybe
Don't
4.
do that. Why do you do that?
Well, it's an interesting. The guy is a fascinating person, Partington. I mean,
I thought you were talking about me.
He's fascinating.
That is a given.
All right.
Absolutely.
You're right.
That is a given. Well, you got to tell us who are you interested
all right, so here's
in
okay.
And
now,
you'll be able to come too, no?
Yes.
Yes, she's coming. She's part of the crew.
Ashley sent the email to the foundation. I sent it out to everybody.
By the way, I don't want to overstep here, but I've noticed over the years, like I can cover more if I have more help.
Yes.
And so, like, I think I have a crew of like 32 people this year. Is that okay for the lunch cards?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, they'll really like that at dining service.
No, but it might be closer to like, it's under 10, but it might be like over 5.
These are all the kinds of questions you run through Ashley.
All right. I'll talk to Ashley.
Ashley's got it on lock.
Yeah, she's absolutely.
All right. But no, so who am I looking forward to? I am looking forward to Ronald White's Joshua Lawrence Chamberlain talk. That's Friday night. And then let's see here. Harold Holzer, Lincoln and Immigration. I'm interested in that as well.
It is a timely book.
It is exactly.
Timely book
exactly.
Well, yeah.
So it'll be good to get some insight.
Harold's always a great speaker.
Yeah.
I mean, he always gives a really good talk.
Interpreting race at Civil War battlefields. I'm interested in. I think we're going to try to record that because you have the concurrent sessions. It's one of the concurrent sessions, absolutely. And so we can't, of course, go to all.
I think the Lincoln and race will be an interesting debate because I tried to position people that might have some oppositional views, and so. I think, and I'm not speaking now of the panelists, I'm speaking in general of the Lincoln field, even the academics, that there is this disposition to always defend Lincoln, and especially when it comes to, was he a racist or not, which is one of the most utterly absurd questions that we can really ask of anyone. We all have racial attitudes, and now how do we position Lincoln's racial attitudes as a man who was also a politician, as a man who had to project himself as a moderate? I mean, I'm not certain where he stood, but I do know this, that he was crafty and smart and being able to be flexible depending upon the audience that he was speaking to.
And a man at that time.
He was definitely a man of his time. I mean, I suspect, he was very clear in other moments that he thought that it was wrong that enslaved people were denied the fruits of their labor. He never ever, and I'm sure that I could find it in someone, maybe someone in your audience could, in which he maybe leaned a little bit towards some idea of black equality, but I don't think he ever really came close to that notion. If he did, he kept it to himself. Maybe he told Mary Lincoln.
And you hear a lot of Confederate apologists. They'll say, well, he only freed him as a way to beat the South. Well, okay. So what? They shouldn't have been enslaved in the first place. So I don't care why he freed them, as long as he freed them.
Well, but again, it's a failed notion or a failed understanding of the war, because even though that was Lincoln's private, conviction, and if he had done it in 1861 and lived true to that principle, what would he have accomplished? He would have alienated most Northerners. He'd have blown up the Union war effort. The rebellion would have succeeded, and they would still have had slavery. So that argument that Lincoln, for some reason, did not live up to his true convictions, thus the move to end slavery was a cynical move, is just a fundamental misunderstanding of the war.
See, that's a thinker right there. That's a historian. They think.
Because one of the things that I always argue about the Civil War is that people come from a high school history class idea of what that war was, where North good, South bad.
Absolutely.
Everyone in the South owned slaves. Everyone in the North loved black people.
And no one in the North chopped off people's
Good
And-
God Almighty!
And you have to remember that there were so many nuances to all of this.
I think
what
that-
you're learning in history class is only a small portion, and
Right.
you're being
Well,
flagged from.
Sorry. Go ahead, Debbie.
You had me on mute again, didn't you?
I did because there's too much noise in the back when I have the speakers on. It's an echo, so go ahead.
Turn those down. Anyway, I was going to say that the other week in the museum while I was volunteering, I literally had a guy walk up to me, Bethany, and pretty much put it exactly like you said. He was like, the North was good and the South was bad. And I was like, way oversimplification, but sure, if that's where you're at.
When you are trying to teach an entire 150 years worth of history in a semester's worth
Not
of
even.
class, like how many times in your high school history class did you make it to Vietnam?
Never.
You know, so
Yeah.
that all of that history has to be fit into a chunk, and you've got to pick and choose what you are going to really get into.
Yeah.
And also think about leading up to that point, you have to make history accessible and understandable. So then these easy generalizations that people learn when they're in elementary and junior high, you can't engage those greater complexities. So, they hold on to, as anyone would, to those early lessons in history. And so as you continue to make that march forward, then theoretically you would start to add layers of knowledge and start to, see things in a more complex way. That's the goal.
The other one,
and I think for the most part, people actually do, although we are at a time when it is unfortunate. It's a story of Northern saints and Southern sinners.
Yeah.
And it's my hope that we can get some more balance to that. And yet we should all, again, be able to acknowledge in a way that we did not or could not maybe 10 or 15 years ago. Listen, the Confederacy, it's a good thing they were defeated.
Yeah.
The right side won this war.
Yeah.
Let's not forget that,
Right.
ever. But in saying that, again, we should not demonize, I think, the Confederacy, and certainly we should not demonize those enlisted men who fought for the Southern cause and did so not because there was a hell of a lot of choice down there, right? I heard, and I won't mention a name, but I heard an academic once say that many of those non-slaveholders who fought for the Confederacy, that in a sense that they had a moral responsibility, and they failed in that moral responsibility when they decided to fight for the Confederate Army, which was just an obliteration of what we all believe in as historians, to take people on their terms. It was so stunning and so shocking that I didn't know even what the hell to say, except that it is an absurdity. It is utterly empty of any serious thought, because we know what? Most of those non-slaveholders who were deeply racist, who probably did believe in slavery, but if they in fact decided they didn't want any part of this, where are they going to go and what are they going to do?
Right.
Sit on the front porch and say, I'm taking time out from this war. I hope
Sorry,
you all
boys.
don't mind.
I'm sitting this one out.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right.
No, it's not
Pass
gonna
me the
happen.
moonshine and we'll kick back.
I think
there.
people tend to not realize the difficulties of their own lives today. And if you just realize how difficult it is to be true to what you believe today, and then apply that to any other time, not just the Civil War, any other time, it's far more complicated. But like you said, Bethany, like it's North good, South bad, and that's what we're taught. And everybody's a monolith, and but that's not how life works.
I think it's getting better though. I wouldn't.
I agree.
I'm much better. I don't think people are getting taught in those simplistic terms like they maybe.
No, I agree. It's starting to open up a bit.
One of the things I would wish for every teacher is an experience that I had. I was at New Hope Charter Academy in New York, and so all of my students were black.
Oh yeah, nice.
And teaching the Civil War.
Yeah.
And coming from Clarion, Pennsylvania, where there was one black person,
right.
and trying to overcome my own ways of thinking about this whole thing, and then trying to teach what the Civil War was to a room full of black children who had never heard of it before.
Right.
And it was
I don't understand that.
fascinating. It was a fascinating lesson to me.
Yeah.
I wish every teacher had that experience. I would wish that for them.
Absolutely. Yeah.
Yeah, it's a really complicated war to study, and the study of it is also very complicated.
Absolutely. And you pointed to what, and I think we all, in a sense, either lament or hope for a different situation, that our audiences here would come from a wide array of social and racial backgrounds, and we don't need to go down that rabbit hole, but we should always remind ourselves that people that go to historical sites, They typically do that as adults because they did it as children with their families.
With their families,
With
yeah.
their families. And this is as much a class thing as a racial thing as to why we don't see more people of color out here and why we don't see a lot of poor white folks. You're a poor white person, I suspect. You get a week off for vacation.
No, they come here.
Well, there's, I think, lower class. I would agree with that. But the point is that sometimes I've heard, well, look, black people don't even appreciate their own history. They don't come to Civil War sites. I've heard that a lot. And again, I get where that's coming from. I think it's a fundamental misunderstanding as to why the tourists, and again, the National Park and the Foundation, they sort of twist themselves to try to get all kinds of people here, which I admire. And I'll just say
They should do whatever Harper's Ferry does.
Well, here's how they try to do it, and they're following in the wake of what most museums do. They believe that if a visitor can see himself or herself in the exhibit or in
mirrors.
the story, right, then you'll come. So they have something here at the park in which they are highlighting 1 or 2 Latinos who fought here. And I said to them, listen, half of my family is from Ecuador. Most of them have come to the States. I said, it is actually patronizing to my family. I'm just speaking for my family. It is patronizing. My people from Ecuador recognize Gettysburg is important. They don't need to see a Latino here to know that.
I'm so glad. Okay, I'm so
but
glad
that's
you
my
said
personal
this.
view, right?
No, but also I think it's the sane view, and not that the park is insane or anything like that. But I'm very uncomfortable with these things that feel like pandering. Like I don't think that people are so simple-minded that they need to see someone who looks like them in order to understand and appreciate a story. Because we're all human beings that have the same, we have the same urges and needs and wants and hurts and desires and all this stuff. And I don't understand. I never understood that.
I think it comes from a really good place.
I
think they're doing. No, it is because they want to get a diverse audience here.
No. I think today it comes from when they're doing it. But I'm saying the origin of that way of thinking is not a good place.
But I will add this, Matt. Look, we know that so many people are interested in the Civil War because they have family stories and family connections. It's powerful. It pulls them in. So it should not surprise us then that when we see people of color who are going to the Civil Rights Museum, it's not just the story of civil rights, which is triumphant. And it is true that when they do visitor surveys at other sites, they see that people of color often don't like to see exhibits about slavery for a range of things. Now, again, one might say I'm overgeneralizing here, but I'm feeling like I'm on pretty, I think, firm ground here. So we should remind ourselves, too, that, yes, it is understandable why someone would say, hey, the Civil Rights Museum, that's the story of my people. I think that I'm not going to say that maybe you agree with me. What concerns me is that ultimately we need to recognize that all of these stories, that they are interconnected, and we need to come to appreciate them beyond our own so-called identities. Right? I mean, I think that in many ways we do see that. In other ways, we don't see that. And that is troubling to me. It is troubling when we say to someone, oh, well, you should be interested in African-American history because you're a person of color. That's an expectation. Or we say to a woman, oh, hey, military history might not be your thing. Hey, but what about the home front? Like, oh, my God. But I still think I still think we're pushing forward. Listen, most of the Pohanka summer interns that we've had, I'd say it has to be close to 50% now, are women. And they're working on battlefields, right? So there is a lot of change that has occurred, and we should always recognize and appreciate that. And, there always will be challenges, but a lot of good stuff, right, that has transpired in terms of who's talking about the past. I mean, look at this. Look at this. I mean, not look at you. Look at this.
We're pretty cool people.
Well, by Civil War historian standards.
Yeah, right, exactly, right. In the real world, not quite.
Did
you just include me in a Civil War historian comment?
He doesn't include himself.
I'm talking about you guys, not me.
Oh my God.
I don't really, I just kind of...
Are you going to do tours this year?
Pardon?
Getting us off track. Are you going to do battlefield tours?
To get out of the car tours? Yes. You going to do
There's
one?
one this weekend.
With Lewis?
Really?
Yeah. You going to join us?
So it just kind of depends on...
You should come on Saturday. Everybody gets a notebook.
I am going to Antietam with Scott Hartwig.
That's
from CWI.
Can I go?
Sure.
Okay.
Absolutely.
Sorry, guys. I'm not going to be on my own tour this weekend.
I've got a space in my car. Do you like...
I can't.
Oh, you can't. Okay.
I have to be hostess with the mostest.
You have to be a host.
Yeah.
All right.
But listen, so I agree that it makes me uncomfortable to see the pandering, and I understand why they want to do it, but I find it to be very condescending to people, because it says to me like what, you don't think that other people can think and appreciate, like, in other words, you're saying half your family's from Ecuador.
Yeah.
If I were to go and visit Ecuador and see one of their battlefields from the Great Ecuador War of '44,
there's a lot of fighting right now.
Right now.
Just go see it right now.
I have sympathy, or empathy, I should say, for soldiers and the things that compel people to go and fight. It fascinates me. It breaks my heart. It inspires me. It does all of these things. I don't care where they're from. I don't care really what their cause was, even though I may disagree with it. I'm thinking about the individual soldier, regardless of what his color was, or even if it was a he or a she, because like in Israel, everybody has to serve in Israel, right? So I'm just fascinated at the balls that it takes to do that. I mean, honestly, it's that simple. Like, how the hell do these people do this? Like, I couldn't do it.
I could do.
No, and I don't need. If I went to Ecuador and they're like, oh, well, we had an Irish guy who fought, or an Italian guy who fought, or an American who fought. I'm like, oh yeah, good for him.
Right.
And then, but I want the whole story. Right. I want it all.
And I think it's just, I would again caution us from overreaching too much about that messaging. Like, hey, if you see yourself, they will come. And I also need to remind us that there have been too many places where people's stories have been pushed aside, that were central to the historical story, but they've been pushed aside, and now they've been included.
Yeah.
So,
I just had a conversation with a filmmaker, Brian Wade. Do you know him?
I do not.
So he contacted us, and we're going to get him on the show soon. But he's doing a documentary on abolitionists and the Underground Railroad in this area.
Yeah.
And he had Deb McCausland on, and Scott Hancock.
Great.
And we've had them on the show numerous times, and I love talking to them because they're talking about a piece of this history in the Civil War field that is just, to me, it's the whole reason for the war, and we don't hear enough about Black history in the war. And I feel like I want the whole story. Right. It doesn't make sense to me that all these white people are running around pissed at each other, but we don't know why. We don't talk about why. And why was it that they were willing to go to war? Why? What was one side so willing to shed blood to protect it for, and what was the other side willing? Of course, we say to preserve the Union and everything, but there was an abolitionist sect of the North that was for this all along, leading up to and everything. So, like, why don't we know more about that? And
I would say that we have a lot of scholarship now on the African American
now
during the war now, and in the last 10 years. In fact, I would say that if you look on the academic side, that the war years are almost an afterthought, and that most of the work coming out, most of it is centered on the Black experience, particularly emancipation.
Yeah.
So and that's great. I mean, we need more studies there, but again, these changes that have occurred, I think we are often reluctant to say, oh my God, like, we have really moved the field in a profoundly new and important direction. And I think far too often that we make a case for something by exclusion. It's not dealt with. It's been ignored. It's not been talked about. And I've often found that that's not the case, that there's been a fair amount out there. What was the book? The guy who did his journey with R.E. Lee. I'm sorry that I can't remember his name, but you
mean Robert E. Lee and Me?
Yes.
Ty Sigilly.
So Ty and I had a nice conversation at the Lincoln Forum a few years ago, and I admire him for confronting his lost cause beliefs and working through them. And I know people think that book is fantastic, and I have certainly looked at it. And I am not in any way disparaging that journey that he had. But what drove me crazy, and he and I went back and forth, and it got kind of tough, was that he was making claims about Lee that had been and have existed in the scholarship for a very long time. Again, that doesn't take away from what he's saying, except that you can't make this claim of originality. The idea that Lee believed in slavery, really? Because there are a lot of other people that have been writing about that.
Right.
There's something more to be said than, Lee held racial beliefs that were of the time and he owned slaves. How did those racial beliefs and how did his commitment to slavery fit within his belief in hierarchy that existed not just between black and white, but between men and women, children and their parents? Like, there's a deeper world there, and we can't get to it when we start doing. And I guess I was, I think the audience could tell, man, they saw a real debate. We went back and forth, and unfortunately, they didn't get it on camera. I was really disappointed.
Because you didn't invite me.
No, we could watch the Lincoln Forum. That's a group that maybe you should.
Well, why didn't they
have
hire me?
Have you ever been out to Lincoln
No,
Forum?
I haven't. We were going to go. We were talking to Harold Holzer after last time to cover it like we do for CWI, but I don't know what happened with that.
I know they got C-SPAN there as well, but you should.
Yeah, well, they don't need us if they have C-SPAN.
Well, yeah, but you do your interviews.
I know, it's a different audience. Nobody watches C-SPAN anymore.
Yeah, you're probably right.
No, so Ty
I don't even know
Sidgley,
how
though.
you would find C-SPAN anymore.
You'd have to have cable.
Yeah, nobody does.
Ty Sidgley, when we had him on the show, the first question I asked him after reading his book for the interview, I was like, okay, this is the first question I'm going to ask him. And I said, should historic figures and events be viewed through the prism of the viewer or of the people who lived it? And he said both. And I was like, I don't know if I can go on any further. And I actually enjoyed the interview, and I thought he had a lot of interesting things to say. It is an interesting story, but the answer to that to me is just profoundly wrong. Like, it's not both. You can't do it both ways. You can do it with today's view, but you have to be like, okay, we don't think this is right. We cannot do this again. We should not do this again. We must never do this again, whatever this may be.
Right.
But we can't. I have a very hard time saying they're evil, they're wrong, or this or that or the other thing, because the world at the time, I think that I was watching a Bill Maher thing, and he was talking about how Columbus is getting shit on and for atrocities that he committed. Right. And he goes, yeah, people back then were pretty atrocious. People did atrocious things.
I'm just reminded of what happened at the forum, and I share your concerns about that, and yet I do again see some value in which you're able to juxtapose the differences in racial attitudes, or more importantly, that you see how certain racial attitudes can justify inequality. So there was a moment in which, and of course I cannot remember what Ty said, but whatever he said, it was kind of an affirmation that, the Union cause was good and that the Confederate cause was evil because of slavery, and people were applauding. And I said, it's earned me a lot of friends in this audience. I said, I have no idea why all this self-congratulation is going on, because as we speak right now, there are people in the Congo who are working in conditions that are slave-like, that are helping you, right, with your cell phone.
Yeah.
And so I said, when people start to get self-congratulatory and they feel superior to the past, what that prevents and keeps them from doing is looking long and hard at the world that they exist in and the inequalities that they live with and that they don't question.
Yeah.
And that's
they don't even know about.
Well, they put their blinders on, and they should then recognize why R.E. Lee could sit at the Arlington House and have this massive estate and say, I treat my enslaved people well. And you can understand why he would say that. I mean, he was wrong in saying that, right? But the point is to understand how people can deal with these horrific conditions, and that they can live with themselves and how they make sense of it, rather than saying, well, Lee must have been guilty, or God, he was a horrible, evil man. Or as a friend of mine said, well, Lee was so smart. How could it not dawn on him that slavery was wrong? I'm like, how can it not dawn on you that your cell phone right now is exploiting people in Africa? Have you thought about that this morning? So
very refreshing to hear you say that. Yeah,
we never think about how we are going to be judged 100 years from now.
My colleague, I'm sorry, I shouldn't interrupt you. It finished, but my colleague Kent Graham, who no longer teaches at Gettysburg College, he had a great assignment, and his assignment to the students was, you're writing a piece on American society as 100 years in the future, or maybe 75 years in the future. Mm-hmm. Pick out something that future generations are going to say,
what in the world?
How dare them?
Yeah.
How dare them?
Yeah.
One student wrote about the corruption of college sports, which is true. All the money and everything else. That was a good point. Yeah, it was good.
Now, I think, as far as, so were you saying, though, that you kind of agree with Sidgley about judging the past by the way we view things today?
No, I think it can have value if you start to look at the questions that the past forces us to confront, and that those questions, I think, have applicability to today. History does not repeat itself. It doesn't even really have the same rhythm, but it reminds us history is such a great guide for its questions and what we all care about, context, context, context. Because if you care about history, you know that there is a moment in time and there's a specificity to that moment in time. And if you start to veer around all over the place, you conflate all these time periods. Here's a good best example of that, that the soldier experience is a universal one. Certainly there's some commonalities, but there are some profound differences between what a man experienced or woman in Vietnam and what a Civil War soldier did. So that universal stuff is almost always nonsense, but those questions matter, and they do have a certain timelessness to them, but they only have true meaning when you recognize the importance of context.
Speaking of profound, let's go to the commenters here. Loafhauser says, this is referring to your lecture. Loafhauser, he says, I don't know if Kubrick or Spielberg could have directed those lectures better than Matt Callery, and that's true.
There you go.
Yeah, you got the best out of me, Matt. I was pretty shy, and but you got it out of me.
Well, and you forgot a Republic in the Ranks. You forgot the name of that, and I had to bail you out. Remember that?
That's right, and he's speaking at the conference.
I know, and I saw him. I had him on again.
He's a good dude.
With Wayne Motz. Him and Wayne Motz. They did one on, was it Hall's Brigade or Harris Brigade? I can't remember. And I said, you know, your buddy Pete Carmichael forgot the name of your book, and I saved him.
I was a reader for that book.
Whoa.
My mind is, man.
You're
my
getting
mind's
old,
getting,
Pete. What can I
absolutely,
say?
absolutely.
Let's see. Who else here? Pete's winter lecture was the best. I listened to that one a couple of times.
Very
there you
nice.
go.
I love it. Thank you.
Lincoln was a man of his time, and we cannot judge by today's standards. That's Dana. Agrees with me. Ghost says, I think Lincoln's views evolved. Like all of us, we change with age and or experience. It's called growing.
I like that a lot.
I like that a
Lincoln
lot
certainly
too.
did evolve. Absolutely.
That's the first
Well done.
profound thing you said, Ghost of Sickles' leg. Thank you very much. Well, he's the ghost of a leg. You know, what do you want from him?
What do you expect?
Benjamin Allen says the situation is probably a bit different in AP US history. Also, in states like Florida, the curriculum still retains some vestiges of the lost cause.
Yeah, right.
Then let's see, what else have we got here? 6 questions, Lentz. Those stories need to be preserved. You are awesome for having these stories. It's a great responsibility. Wait, he's responding to somebody. Sorry. His father, Ghost's father was in the Marines. So he's preserving those stories. That's good. And let's see, blah, blah, blah. Okay, and it's just a bunch of them talking to each other. But yeah, so...
Have you ever taken a group, you mentioned abolitionists here. Has anyone been out with Dean Schultz? And
I've been out with Dean Schultz. My friend and I, he took us out once, but...
McAllister's Mill, no?
We went up to Lost Avenue.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, McAllister's Mill, as you all know, right, is an important Underground Railroad site. I just took students out there on Sunday.
Oh, did you?
With Dean.
Yeah.
It was fantastic.
He's great.
He is remarkable. I took another tour, and I brought my mom along from Indiana afterwards, man. She kept raving and raving. I said,
he's fantastic.
Well, I was like, hey, listen, your son is right here. I'm a Civil War historian. I'm getting jealous of an 85-year-old man. She's always like, he's so wonderful. Like, yeah.
I got, by the way, I got your invitation, and thank you for inviting me, but what do we have to do? I had to record the last lecture on Saturday.
Invitation to what?
You invited me to the Dean Schultz walk.
Oh, I did. That's right. Well, I don't know what he's referring to.
I would forget about that too.
Yeah, but you didn't respond.
I wouldn't claim that.
Well, you know what, Pete? I'm too.
Seriously,
I see it after the fact.
He plays hard to get with me.
100%.
All the time. I like that. I have to earn your friendship.
No,
it's okay.
I don't check my emails. Like, it's if you want to get a hold of me in a timely manner, it's a text message or a phone call.
So why don't you check your emails?
Because it's just I can't keep up.
Yeah, no, I get it.
So I have to one day, usually Thursday afternoon or Friday, I go through them and. Right. Sorry, it took me 2 weeks to get back to you because I don't always keep up.
Now, as a professor, I've always wanted to ask a professor this question.
Yes.
When students email you, do you have the students that you're like, I remember you, I will answer? And then the students that you're like, I have no clue who you are, that can wait till next week?
Well, given that my largest class is 28 students, right? So now I make it, within 24 hours, I respond. I think the thing that frustrates me at times is students don't read the syllabus. So they ask you questions, and I'll just say, you need to read the syllabus. And they're like, well, why don't you just tell me now? Well, in part because I don't memorize my syllabus. But
right. That's why I write it down.
That's right. You need to go to that. But, for the most part, they try hard. I've got this class that's entitled Slavery to Segregation, and I have worked them hard.
Really?
I mean, some serious work, not a whimper. Right? And I'd say of the 22 students, 17, 18 are good.
Yeah.
Like there's a few kids out there, they're like doing graduate level work. And it's just, I love my job. There's elements of it that are becoming a little bit more difficult. There's more meetings and more administrative things.
Well, you're high up there in the situation.
Kind of and kind of not. It's just, I think everyone in your listeners can agree that, every job is obviously not perfect, but as you start to get more experience, you start to do some things that administrative wise that do matter and are important, but they start to take you away from what you care about most, right? I mean, if I had my druthers, I'd just teach and write.
Yeah.
And that would be,
who wouldn't?
Would be it, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. See, I've learned that I got to be very cognizant of the emails that I answer because I feel like some of the tasks in my career as a nerd that I've received have been because I'm the only one that answered my email in a timely manner. Yes, and if I had just waited 24 hours, somebody else would have taken that on and I would have been free and clear.
Yeah, right. There's a good skill that I've taught my children. Like, if you don't like something, you really don't like it, make a point that you're really awful at it, and then they'll never ask.
Yes. Yes. That's a good
wisdom,
point.
huh?
Like cooking.
That is good wisdom.
Yeah,
I bring that up with cooking all the time.
What's the other? Here's another piece of wisdom. Are you ready?
Mm-hmm.
Right? They say you can't run away from your problems.
Yeah.
Then you're not doing what?
Running fast enough.
You're not running fast enough. Right?
Hey, Ghost of Sickles Lake says, you forgot to mention that jawline on Pete. He shouldn't wear a scarf. The chin looks like it could cut diamonds. That's the lighting in the room.
That's nice. I like to hear that. It's because, I'm like obsessed with CrossFit.
Well, you've had implants too.
I have little implants, right?
Some plastic
chest
surgery
as well, right? That's working out nice
glutes
for me. No, I didn't need the glutes. I didn't need that.
No,
but thank
you've
you.
done enough squats.
Thank you for checking that out. I appreciate that. That's nice of you. Right.
Love it.
Hey, before we let you go, do you have any questions back there, Cindy or Debbie, for Pete Carmichael?
Does Cindy ever get to come out here and talk?
Yeah.
She was just here
She was just in the first
Was
segment.
she out here?
Yeah.
Oh, sorry, I was on my cell phone reading stuff.
Oh, thanks. Thanks for paying attention.
We were really funny.
Yeah.
You missed
I
it.
missed it all.
You missed everything.
We were hilarious.
So what do you think of this then here?
Gettysburg, what an unbelievable battle that was.
Well, it's funny. I heard some of the things. I did hear some of that stuff.
Did you hear? Did you hear this?
I did hear that.
Where our Union was saved by the immortal heroes at Gettysburg. Gettysburg, what an unbelievable battle that was.
Hello, exactly.
The Battle of Gettysburg, what an unbelievable, it was so much and so interesting and so vicious and horrible.
Yes.
So beautiful in so many different ways.
No.
It represented such a big portion of the success of this country.
I see now.
Gettysburg, wow. I go to Gettysburg, Pennsylvania to look and to watch.
Come on, man.
And the statement of Robert E. Lee, who's no longer in favor.
There is no time.
Did you ever notice that? No longer in favor.
Come on.
Oh, my God.
Never fight uphill, me boys. Never fight uphill.
No.
They were fighting uphill. He said, wow.
All men and women created by you know the thing. There is no time.
That was a big mistake. He lost his great general.
Bullshit.
And they were fighting, never fight uphill, me boys, but it was too late.
That's actually what he said.
Election 2024. You did this to yourself, America.
Let's move on.
Listen, I thought you maybe gave him former President Trump a little too much credit, man.
We're grasping at straws.
I don't think that. Look, he just speaks whatever comes through his head or what doesn't come through his head.
No
He
kidding.
just talks. He's just not making. It's not as if that he had heard something about Gettysburg and then he just got things and his facts confused. No, he's got an impoverished view of the past, but this is the beauty of it.
Yeah.
It doesn't inhibit him from just free willing it, right?
Right.
But there's some important things that come out of that, and serious things, and that is his reference to Lee. And, we should note that is an important line of, I would say, of attack. And many folks, your listeners, might even agree with it. And that is that we have currently, particularly on the left, people who are determined to violate free speech and also to wipe away or scrape away elements of our past. And there was just a line or two there, but it was important. And he did it tactically, and he had used it before, and he'll use it again. So as amusing as all of this is, and it is, there still is an important trope there that he has relied upon, I think. And even note, we spent in my class, and I said to them before I showed them the video, I said, I don't like doing this because there might be somebody, one of my students, who's a supporter of Trump. And this is mocking him. And this is not my classroom, a place to engage in that kind of thing. However, there is an audience I want you to pay attention to. And there was a young man that had a Confederate hat on. I said, all right, let's talk. The students, is this a lost cause? And I wish you could come in and take one of my classes, man.
Yeah.
You'd enjoy it. It was smart, thoughtful, and they're like, it's not the lost cause of, the 19th century. It's not even really the lost cause that we've seen in which people harken back to the Confederacy in a very romantic way. It's the lost cause, really, of working class people who say, man, that hat represents that I'm going to stick it to the man, right? It's more of a federal government who has abandoned us, and that this flag doesn't represent the act of secession. There's nobody in his audience that I can imagine that's contemplating somehow a secession movement. No. I can't imagine it.
No, in fact, I was saying to Cindy when we were down in Harper's Ferry, I was like, the Union soldiers get a pass, but they were vicious. And what was it? It was Grant's order to Sheridan about the valley and just destroying it so that a crow would have to carry his own supplies. And I go, we don't really like all these idiots that are out there saying that they want another civil war. It's one thing to say it feels like one's coming. Right. That's not an endorsement of one. Right. But to say you want one, and there are people out there, they're like, let's get this over. Do you realize that our government is willing to destroy its own people, its own property, and its own people's property in order to bring them back into the fold? Right. Okay, you think they're not going to do that again now because we're nicer now? We're not nicer now. So I'm sorry, but
well, I think there's so few people who think that, hey, let's bring this thing on. I think they're true lunatics. I think they're on the fringe. But of course, as we know, that is the fringe that gets far too much attention. So I don't think any of that. I think what's a graver concern is that how the rhetoric on the extremes, how they portray people in a deranged way. And so what I mean by this, I'll just go to 1860. We have in the South, the Republican Party described as black Republicans, which means they're all abolitionists. We know that was not true. In the North, they call it the slave power. We know that wasn't true as well. But that those powerful images, that powerful rhetoric, and I have my students debate and think about this, it's a collapse and breakdown of democracy ultimately. That's an obvious, I think, point to be made about 1860. But what about today, right? We've reached a point where we demonize the other. And here's something that I don't think we should overlook, and it's the red and blue nonsense.
Yes.
That red and blue nonsense.
Amen.
Thank you, press, because what you've done is you have kept us now from understanding that people are more nuanced.
Yes.
They are more middle ground, but the blue, red, blue, red, blue, red, and then it becomes self-fulfilling. Then people start to see themselves in that way. And that is my great fear for as we move forward, is we want to have more conversations in which people say that's a good idea. Well, got to compromise, but it's a good idea. And now we are far removed from that, but we're not close to a civil war, except for some lunatics who God knows what they could do, but they're not organizing a secessionist movement.
It's never, it can't happen. But back to your point about the Confederate hat.
Yeah.
I remember when I was, probably 18, 19 years old, and there was some dust up over the Confederate flag somewhere else. It might have been one of the southern states removing it as their flag.
State flag, right?
Yeah, I can't remember what it was. And I remember talking to somebody from my parents' generation, so people who are now in their 70s, and he said, I don't understand. He goes, when I was a kid, it was a sign of rebellion against authority. It wasn't a sign of racism to us. I go, well, you were in North Jersey. Maybe. But I'm sure if you lived in Alabama and you saw that thing coming down the road and you were black, you'd be scared out of your mind. Yeah. So,
or pissed.
Or both or whatever. I don't know. But the point is that, I guess, it's in the eye of the beholder. Yeah. And I think that's the confusion with it, is there's some people who are like, ban the thing. Yeah. There are other people who are like, I don't get it. It's just I'm rebelling against authority. What's the big deal? And that's why everybody's so confused about it, and you still see it, and I mean you see it in northern states.
It's been appropriated by other cultures too.
Oh yeah,
there are other I'm not saying everybody, but there is a large contingent of people in like a biker community that use that as a symbol of rebelling against authority.
Yeah, it's the American sign of rebellion.
And so
and the Gadsden
I remember
flag.
growing up thinking not even associating it with the Confederacy and associating it with bikers.
Right.
So
to me, it was the Dukes of Hazzard.
It was like a whole.
But with Luke Duke.
And not that I'm saying that bikers are bad people, but I'm saying it means different things to different people, and the nuances that you were mentioning earlier, that is something that.
But that's it's hard, right? But it's like this show. Oh, here we come.
No.
Yeah. I mean, that's why shows like this allow for that kind of conversation. I feel for journalists, actually, whether they're doing print journalism or they're doing something on TV, they don't have enough time.
Yeah.
To go around and around.
Right. We have no lives, so we have all the time in the world.
Right? Yeah. We can chat about this all we want.
It is fascinating, and it is. But I am glad that people are. There are people, not everybody, but there are people willing to talk about it. And when I was speaking to Brian on the phone before the show about the documentary, I was like, I love learning about all this stuff. Like, I've been in a historical awareness. What am I trying to say? I've just there's been so many things that are just not readily available to us to understand the full story of American history. And the more you get into it, the more you're like, wow, we weren't perfect, but for some reason I was raised to believe we were. And I don't think we're evil. I think we're human, like any other country on the planet. And everybody's got their blemishes. Everybody's got the things that they're ashamed of. Like you point out, what about the ones that are still doing it today? Or what about sex slavery that's going on in the United States today? And I know this is getting heavy, but but people have a hard time believing that they're part of the human race and just as shitty as everybody else.
and yes, but I would also add to that. I mean, I agree with you. I think that history should leave us unsettled about the past. I think we should recognize the long shadow that it cast. I'm in agreement with you about that. But let's get back to Art Chamberlain. You know what? Shame on anyone who can't find in Chamberlain's life something inspiring.
Sure.
That we can't see within him a real goodness.
Yeah.
That we can't see his selflessness. And that we can't see it even in people who maybe fought for a cause that we despise. And I think that there is where the left in particular, because they're so focused on their critique of the American past, because they often have a political purpose for it today, that they are alienating and pushing back people who they need to reach, who they need to do exactly what you're talking about. And that is think about the past in a critical way. Always recognize that there's always more to know. Always recognize that your views should always be changing. But that conversation will never come as long as the academic left is determined to kind of just tear down idols at every moment.
Why
smashing
is that?
idols. Well, because we're raised in the academy to be super critical about things in a meaningful way. But it then goes too far, and they let their politics imbue not just their research, but I think their teaching. I don't think it is as bad as the press makes it out to be. From my experiences, most of my peers, the classroom is a place that is not partisan.
Right.
However, I have seen in conversations and elsewhere, and students get it, they kind of know, of course, what side of the aisle the professor is.
Sure.
So it's grossly exaggerated, especially that's what Fox News will take some, lunatic in the academy and hold that person up and say, hey, you're spending $60,000 a year to listen to this. Right. And then they'll play it and you're like, oh my God. But that's not the case, except I will again say in general. I mean, I was out for dinner with some academic friends, not here in Gettysburg. I was kind of in dismay by the end. I so enjoyed the conversation, but I felt like everything that they talked about regarding the past, it somehow would find its way to today, and it was always something critical about this country. And I agree with you. We're hardly perfect, but you know what? There's a lot of really good things this nation has done.
I agree.
And if we don't start saying that, this idea of make America great again, shame on anyone. We've always been a great but imperfect nation. And I want us as people to embrace the goodness of our past. And that should be our first step. And that's not to say, hey, victory's been won. It's not. It's an ongoing struggle, right?
It'll never end. And
right.
you know, when people
Absolutely.
use the words of the Declaration of Independence against this country, it really bugs
makes
me.
no sense.
Because it's like, no, like these are ideals. Like, first of all, this isn't a legal document, number one. So get that. But these are ideals. These are what we're living up to, what we believe things should be, and we'll never.
Absolutely.
And then you look at the Constitution and the phrase, in order to form a more perfect, not a perfect union, a more perfect union, because we'll never achieve perfection as long as human beings are around.
It should inspire us instead of using it as a cudgel that we just it's self-flagellation all the time. Like, and again,
so annoying.
Listen, I mean, I'm critical. I don't give people an easy pass.
No,
but at the same time, I don't want my students. I mean, we're discussing sharecropping coming out of emancipation. Jesus, is that depressing as hell? But you know what?
Yeah.
But it was a compromise, and those freed people got that compromise from the former slaveholders. It's a small victory, but it is a profound one, because guess what?
And a necessary one.
When you're going to bed at night in your own house, and yes, that that landlord's got you in debt, you don't have a lot of mobility, it's just a rough life, and that's an understatement, but it's not slavery. And again, I'm not trying to say, hey, we should pop a cork for this. I'm just telling you that we have to acknowledge how this change occurs, recognizing, just as you said, always look into the future. There are always more challenges. We know that there are people here in our midst here. I mean, man, there are a lot of poor people in Gettysburg. There are a lot of homeless here as well, right?
Yeah.
That's just the reality of our economic world, but to just look the other way. And I think that's what we're all saying here, man. History gives us that sense of responsibility to today.
And I think you also need to look at the people in the past and understand, you would hope you give them some grace for living in their own lives, because I would hope that 100 years from now, you would give me that same grace.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Well,
thank God you'll be dead by then, because they probably won't.
Well, I would hope so, because I know I've made mistakes. And I know 100 years from now, some of the things that I've done in my life, people would look back and go, I can't believe she did that.
Yeah. I wish people 100 minutes from now would give me that forgiveness, but they probably won't. Pete, let's see. Somebody here in the comment section wants to know why you have a on your shirt.
So this is for it's a restaurant in Charleston. Can you read the back of it, Leon?
It says Leon's Fine Poultry and Oyster.
Yeah.
Oh my God!
Yeah, it's a good place if you like oysters
or soup.
So it's an oyster and what?
It's an oyster bar, man.
Poultry and shop.
Jesus. Someone take this machine away.
I know. Why did we allow this to
I'm having too much fun with it.
Such a child. But
anyway, this I thought was a very interesting conversation.
Yeah, man, I've missed being on the show. I'm sorry I've been somewhat
Listen, you've been very busy. You've got deadlines to meet, and I'm never going to get in the way of a man's deadlines. So, but I mean, it's like, I have to tell you, when you are out of communication, I always felt that I had angered him somehow. I had said something that
there was a lot of angst in this room.
Yes.
Seriously?
And then Cindy, she adopted that way of feeling without me coaching her on that. Like, she was like, I think Pete hates us because he declined the invitation like the day before you were supposed to come on the show with no explanation. And it was just decline after accepting it. So it was like accept, then decline.
I explained to somebody.
And then Cindy's like, she called me up. She's like crying, and she was like, I'm like, hello, and she's like, I'm like, what's wrong, Cindy? What's wrong? She's like,
I think Pete Carmichael hates me.
And I'm like, what do you mean? Why? What happened?
Did you see? He declined the invitation and he didn't explain why, and he won't answer my email.
No, much of that's not true at all, though. I did.
Totally, Cindy, isn't that true? Tell him.
Thank you, Cindy. Thank God of an ally.
Thanks for playing along. No, I saw you all on the street, and what did I do when I saw you both? Ran
to you both.
To
Not
us.
away, but to you.
That's right.
Cindy the hug
you
first.
She got the hug. You pushed me out of the way.
Pushed you out of the way, actually.
Everything you just heard actually happened, except that Cindy was the one counseling Matt through his crap.
It was a kind of a mutual
counseling. We have a
counseling.
bromance, and there's been no breakup between us at all. And you know me well enough. Like, one, it's pretty hard to offend me, right?
Yeah,
think.
it's
At least
true.
I feel like it is.
Yeah.
And,
no, we make fun of your scarves.
Make
and
fun of my
you still wear
scarves
them.
and all. It's.
I was gonna say this is the first time I've ever seen you without one.
Well, it's
Honest to God.
It's kind of warm out.
Warm
Yeah.
out, and that was the reason why. but-
I feel privileged.
He wore one on the. Were you on the Get Out of the Car tour last year with Lewis when
well.
Pete was on and he wore? We all wore scarves.
Yeah.
No, because I was on the one where it poured rain.
Ah, yes.
In fact, I owe Lewis an email.
I think he's watching now.
I owe him. I love working with Lewis. It's been great. Listen, no, seriously, I have really missed. I so enjoy the show, and unfortunately, things have just gotten kind of busy in a way that I wish it weren't that way.
Believe me,
actually,
I
right?
get it.
Right?
I get
It's and this is the last semester that I have my girls at home.
Oh,
And
they're going off to college.
Off to college, separate schools.
Where are they going? Separate schools.
Yeah.
Are they going to be able to handle that?
Absolutely, I think
Yeah.
they're eager. I mean,
They're
they'll
ready to be done with
I mean,
each
my
other.
God, they'll be texting and crying probably each night. But right now, I think it's time for them to go, and I'm eager to have some time, just me and my wife. It'll be the best.
Estella Beard says, "Oh dear God, bless you, Pete. A bromance with Matt." And then Beauregard said, "Matt got lucky." It is a beautiful bromance, and I really do appreciate all the support you've given me over the years. From the very first time he was on the show, he was like, "I love what you do. I think you're great. Listen, I'm going to get you on the book reviewers list at UNC Press."
I did.
And I still get books from them.
Yeah.
And that's how we get all of the authors we have on the show. And I've met some amazing people because of you. You've been very supportive. You invited us to CWI all these years, and we love doing it.
Yeah.
I'm telling you, and Ashley said I need my head checked, but I look forward to it more than Christmas. I'm so excited for it. It's so much fun. It's just so much fun.
It's funny. Ashley and I were talking logistics, and because I can't tell you all, but we were going back and forth. I finally said, Ashley, I said, "Oh my God, if the attendees only knew the things that we are saying to each other." Because these things, you can't imagine. Well, you guys know things that misfire. I mean, everyone knows that in their own jobs, behind the scenes.
Sure.
These things arise, and you're like, Jesus, how did this happen? Right? And it comes up all the time. And, thankfully, Ashley's hilarious. We have a great time together. Jill's really funny.
Yeah, you do have a great staff.
I'm very lucky.
Yeah,
because
you are.
I can't keep control. I can't remember all those details. I just can't do it.
I can't either.
Yeah, I can't.
That's why I have these ladies around. They remember shit. I don't.
But that's the good thing, Matt.
We remember everything.
Yes, you do.
But that's what's fun about CWI is because, like you said, man, the attendees and the faculty, they get to mingle, they get to talk. I really believe that even amongst the attendees who have been going a number of years, they're welcoming, they're nice. That's what I want. I cannot stand an academic conference in which you're talking to someone and they're looking at your name tag to see if you're important. You won't have that.
Yeah, that's not the way it is here.
It's just not the way it is. And I will put up our conference with any academic Civil War conference in terms of the range of programming that we offer.
Definitely.
Well, I'll tell you this: I've never gone to other ones because I'm not invited. But I have a hard time believing
You're
that.
really selling this on.
No. What I'm saying is that where did I put this? Oh, here. Is this yours or mine? What is this? Can you help me here? What have got there? No, that's yours. Okay. Anyway, I'm trying to find the thing here.
Don't
but anyway,
touch it.
Give me the phone number again, Pete.
I don't know.
717. I don't know where my paper was.
Listen, we've been telling you what's the easy way. Like, what world are you living in?
All right, Google it, ladies and gentlemen.
Man.
Google it.
Gettysburg College. You got to say Gettysburg College and CWI.
Gettysburg College, CWI.
Or if they can't find
Summer
it,
conference.
Peter Carmichael, Gettysburg College. You can get my email. Send me an
Here
email.
Here it is.
And send me an email.
Yeah, send me an email.
How about that?
Send me an email. What does that mean? What's your email?
Okay, I just said you could Google that too, but I'll even give it to you. The letter P as in Pete. CARMICH at Gettysburg.edu.
Or Civil War at Gettysburg.edu or 717-337-6590.
Hey, we also have just weekend only. We've got a lot of great tours. My point is that if you feel like, I don't have a lot of time to commit to this, you can do the whole, basically 5 days.
Great point. You don't have to do the whole thing.
You don't have to do the whole
thing. You could do it a la carte if you want.
Absolutely.
You could just go for a day.
You could just do for a day as well. And so man, we'd love to see some new folks there.
There's a lot going on.
Yeah, absolutely.
And I love.
Hey, and the foundation's coming.
Yeah,
Oh my gosh, who's your temporary director right now? David Malgi. He's a good dude. So David is doing a session, bringing in the relics from
Little Round Top.
No, from his Gettysburg collection. So we have an entire session. It's Monday night. We're going to have a bar, a cash bar. And
where is this?
It's Monday night of the conference.
Right. So
Monday night of the conference, David Malgi. He is a great guy.
He is a wonderful
He's
guy.
a really good historian. I like him a lot.
If I could be his date to go to
Absolutely.
that, because then that way I would have a reason to go. Like Mark wouldn't question me going.
Yeah.
What do you mean you're working?
You're coming. No. You definitely should come. And anyone from the foundation should come. You gotta
definitely.
Tell any of those people, the Park Service people, we want this to be a place for the historians in this community.
Yeah, I mean,
Malgi's fantastic.
By the way,
he's wonderful.
By the way, be sure to inquire about our numerous discounts for military veterans, Gettysburg College students, alumni, members of local partnering institutions and publications, K through 12 educators, public historians, students, youths, and, quote, new attendee recruiters. What's that, new attendee recruiters? Thank you.
If you bring a new person, you get 50% off. But the thing I forgot, and you just mentioned it, if you are an Adams County teacher, you can come for free. Adams County teachers come for free. So, and with public historians come for free as well. Battlefield guides can come for free.
I like that you have battlefield guides involved with this. Absolutely. Jim Hessler, our own Lewis Trott.
They speak, but they can also they can come. Like it's really important to me, right?
Well,
it's important that we all can come together and have an opportunity to chat.
Also, ladies and gentlemen, sorry, Beth.
It's okay.
Ice cream social.
It's good.
On Friday night. Usually that was like, you would do that later. Is that always on Friday?
No, it's always on Friday.
It always is on Friday.
But now the cash bar is new for Malgi, which I think will be fun.
It will be.
Have you heard him tell some of the stories about his brother? It's quite good.
Yeah, it is very
we'll
good.
sit around.
I've gone into his basement and seen them and heard the stories.
It's wonderful, isn't it?
Yes.
He spoke to my students. He spoke to my students. He was fantastic.
Yeah. He's very passionate, and what makes it so great is that like he'll come to a meeting as our interim president,
right?
And he'll come to a meeting and he'll just start talking about something, and we're like, "Who is recording? Right. Somebody press record!"
Right,
he just is so passionate about what he's doing, and he loves this place.
He's
so
gonna.
much.
So the other thing, I'm glad. Can I do one more promo?
Yeah, please do.
It's an important one. Ready?
Yeah.
So a life dream is being realized for me.
Oh my!
In
I'm
July,
flattered.
Are you ready?
Oh, I thought you meant being here.
No, not being here. I'm sorry.
Sorry.
It's already been realized. This will be realized in July. I am heading a Civil War camp for high school students.
Oh, really?
Now, what's that going to be like? What is that? What do you do?
Pretty good, right? So it's going to be a lot of field experience. I think that the capstone of the event is I'm taking them to Washington, D.C. to do research at the National Archives.
Oh,
They are
nice.
each assigned a soldier. I'm terrible with my numbers. The New Hampshire regiment that has the brilliant monument of granite rocks at the wheat field. One of your listeners will write something right now.
They'll know something.
And the Maine regiment in the wheat field that's behind the stone wall. Is that the 16th Maine? At any rate, each high school student gets assigned a soldier. Will go down to the archives. They'll look at their pension records, their compiled service records. They then have a folder on that regiment. They will come back to the battlefield. They'll reconstruct the movements of that. Yeah, that's going to be great.
That's
We're
awesome.
going to the Seminary Ridge Museum. They're going to do an escape
Great
room.
museum.
Great museum. They're going to do the escape room. We're going to go to the Spangler Farm for the foundation. Yep. Thank you, Mr. Malgi. Got me connected there. We're using Park Service people, including Chris Gwynn, Barb Sanders, John Hoptak. And so it's going to be a lot of immersive experiences.
17th Maine.
17th Maine, thank you. I always get that wrong. What's the New Hampshire regiment?
5th?
5th.
Yeah, sorry, Colonel Cross's old
Yeah.
regiment. Right? So that's what they're going to do. Listen, email me. We have lots of spots available. I think about 10. And
Do you have a rack card or something that I can put at the Children's Museum?
Talk to Ashley.
Email me and we'll get it. We'll get it. So I've never done anything like this before. And we all, of course, lament, which is not true, but we lament that young people don't care about the past. I've got some interesting kids, some coming even from California for this. So that's going to be in July. I should know the dates off the top of my head. I do not. I think it's the 3rd week in July.
Either way.
Send me an email. I'll get you the information.
All right.
Right? A lot of people are like, God, I'm not in high school anymore, but
I'd love to do this.
Yeah.
But that's kind of what I think is so cool about CWI, the conference, is that it kind of feels like going to camp. It's not exactly going to camp, but it kind of does. Because, like if you're visiting from far away, you're staying in a dorm or something, or maybe you got a hotel, I don't know. But like, and you're eating in a cafeteria and you're seeing the same people the whole time. It's just a lot of fun. And I can't stress it enough that I want to see a lot of our listeners there.
Yes, absolutely.
Because you'll love it. You'll love it. And then it'll be something we could all talk about on our Get Out of the Car tours.
15% off. And let's just note that next year, 2025,
this is the
our own Matt Callery is going to be there.
That's
main
right.
stage.
Main stage.
Wait, what? Right.
That's right. I'm playing drums. I'm playing drums, and then I'm going over to the piano, and then I'm singing Bebopalula, She's My Baby, while doing it the whole time. It's going to be great. No, we're going to do a panel.
Seriously, he's not going to be behind the camera. He's going to be one of the panelists. And we
have to figure out what it is.
Well,
I have some ideas.
Ashley and I have come up with something. Again, we're not doing themes.
Okay.
But for next year, I don't want to confuse anyone. Next year.
2025.
Thank you.
Say that.
Yeah. 2025.
Yes.
We will be featuring the scholarship of Gary Gallagher. We'll have 3 panels reflecting on questions, inquiries that have shaped his work. Then he will be giving a talk, we hope, at the Spangler Farm, right?
Yeah.
We're going to go out with the folks from the foundation in a few weeks.
Yes.
And he's going to give a talk there that will reflect upon his journey as a historian. So we're going to have a lot of kind of big guns, as they say, in the field. And it's going to be not a sending off, although Dr. Gallagher is moving to California for good, so he won't be close.
He's moving to California?
California.
Usually everybody's moving away.
You would think, right.
Okay, gotcha.
Well, yes, his partner is out there, right? Yeah. So my point is I think about that. And he agreed today. I called him this morning. I said, how about doing 2 half-day tours that are Gary Gallagher's favorite sites on the Gettysburg battlefield?
That'd be fun.
That's cool.
Yeah. Well, there we go.
Nice.
So,
yes,
what does that have to do with me?
The tent.
You're going to give it the talk, man.
Which talk?
You want it to be all about you. It's going to be about the panel. We have to kind of settle on that. We have some other names out there.
I have some ideas. I know people. I think we could put together something really good where we could all work together well, but also it would be, I think everyone would win.
So let's, meaning you, right, Ashley?
Well, we'll get to after. Why don't we do this after you get this one done?
Well, no, we are like
oh, you need to do
right
it
now.
Oh yeah,
we're already renting tents and stuff.
Wow. Yeah, man,
wow,
we think
amazing.
way ahead.
Amazing.
We've got Gallagher in there. We
I
just
love
sent
this.
a preliminary to all the people who are going to be reflecting on Gallagher's work.
Well, then why don't I come by the office next week sometime and we'll talk about something.
Just send a little note.
I will
and
send a note.
We'll do just.
All right, that sounds good. Pete Carmichael.
Thank you so much for having me.
Thank you very much for coming on. It's great to see you again. I missed you, and I'm glad you're back. And we're looking forward to this. To June 7th, ladies and gentlemen, a date which will live in FAMI. Not infamy, but FAMI. Such an idiot. We'll be right back after these words.
Someone most likely has to pee, so we'll be right back.